Yes, he does.
What a shot.
How about that? That ball is crushed.
This is Turner Sports.
Target on my back, lone survivor last. They got me in the sights. They make me feel invincible, unbreakable, just like a tidal wave. You make me brave, oh, I feel the fear, invincible.
Ladies and gentlemen, who is ready for some Counter-Strike? Hello and welcome to the E-League semifinals. I'm Chris Puckett, and throughout the night we are going to see some intense gaming action. We started the season with 24 of the world's top teams for Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Tonight, just 4 remain. To kick things off, we have the Juggernaut battle. Make some noise. We got Na'Vi versus Fnatic.
Vincera, a team that was born to conquer, led by one of the best in the world.
Guardian completely shutting him down.
This historic powerhouse has steamrolled the competition.
Na'Vi right now, they're just hitting all of their shots.
So far, eliminating everyone who has dared to enter their sights.
What a performance from Na'Vi.
Europe is home to this band of brothers. Yet here, they look to make history in a new league. A league that has everyone watching on in awe. These are what conquerors look like.
Na'Vi showing why they are so dominant.
With one more grand prize on the horizon. We call them Na'Vi.
Please make a warm welcome for Na'Vi. The runner-up at 2 of the last 3 majors, led by the veterans from Ukraine, Zeus and Edward. They have the young rifles from Russia, Flamey and Seized, and of course, the all-star sniper from Slovakia, Guardian. Na'Vi has been to 2 major finals, but if they want to get to the E-League finals tomorrow, they have to go through one of the toughest squads to ever come out of Sweden. Let's introduce you to Fnatic.
They are rightfully considered one of the greatest teams in Counter-Strike. Fnatic is the sum of 5 indispensable parts. JW, Krims, Flushin, Dennis, and the legendary Olafmeister. And while they continue to find their peak form, they've rolled the competition along the way. Tonight, the 3-time major champions take the next step in their search for a new title. E-League's first ever champion.
Please make some noise for the Swedish All-Stars. Here is Fnatic. Entering tonight with an 11-2 record in E-League. This squad is made up with some superstar talent. We have JW, Flusha, Krims, Dennis, and the legend Olafmeister. We've seen this match before, but who is going to win tonight? I know we have some experts who have some opinions on it. Let's send it over to the desk.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Chris. A wonderful introduction. Thank you as well. Our crowd are just filing in here. I'm your very proud host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk, as always, we have, of course, got Moses, the best analysis expert that North America's managed to produce.
And in the world,
yeah, and, of course, the esports historian, Duncan Thorin Shields. You guys must be looking forward to this game. It would be worthy of a final, let alone a semi-final.
Yeah, and this is actually, there's a lot of cool storylines going into this one. The mental game is going to be huge for these two teams.
Yeah, and while this Fnatic squad, when they made the move to get Dennis, were on that rise and they were winning those titles, 2 of them came in the final against this Na'Vi squad, who historically they always kind of have the edge over. So I feel like there's a very interesting historical story that's kind of going to play out a new chapter today.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that some more. But first, let's have a look how we got here. You can see on our bracket, it was very easy for Fnatic in the end against Envious. 2-0 there. Na'Vi, it's got to be said, they struggled against Cloud9. 2-1 with an overtime. That was a crazy tie. Mouse Sports really surprised against Astralis, and Virtus Pro beat NIP as set up our second semi-final of the day, which will be on TBS at 10 p.m. What we're going to do now is go to a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we are going to find out who's going to be in the final of ELEAGUE. Will it be Fnatic or Na'Vi? We're going to find out after this break. Yes, welcome back to the semi-finals of ELEAGUE, live from the Cobb Energy Center here in Atlanta, Georgia. We're about to get into a titanic matchup between two of the best teams in the world. This would be a worthy final. Fnatic versus Na'Vi. It is a game that has been finals this year. Both of them falling on hard times. We're going to find out very soon who is going to be able to thrill this capacity crowd and progress into our finals and win the biggest share of that $1.4 million. Let's talk about it first up, Duncan. Na'Vi, and of course their star player Guardian, who famously sometimes goes missing in the big games.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Na'Vi, it's become a very deep team. We've seen a lot of these players. I mean, Edward's been kind of peaking recently, Seeds has been in better form, but you still always got to look at the guy in the middle here, Guardian. He's someone where he very much is the talisman of the team, because when he has it rolling like this with the AWP, he can be one of the best players in the world, and most crucially, one of the biggest impact players in the world. And I feel like when he's at his best, that's when it's a Na'Vi who could win this tournament, who could win this match, who could finally break through and beat Fnatic. So he has had his difficulties recently, ever since he came back from that injury that he had at the 2 majors ago. He's never quite hit that top draw form where you see these kind of highlights every single game, but he's still got it in him. Like, you still see the flashes every now and then. And so I know for the Na'Vi guys, if he turns up and he shows some of this in the game, and now he's got the rest of the team around him, it's not just him doing it, that's when Na'Vi could break through and they could beat Fnatic here.
And we've talked about how both these teams have a similar paralleling storyline. You've got Guardian, he's recently come back from an arm injury. Fnatic, of course, had a similar problem with Olaf Meister. Moses, why don't you tell us about them and how they're doing since Olofmeister's recovery.
Well, it has been a little bit of a ride for them. It's been difficult, and this is one of the things when we saw Fnatic's dominance for so long, the big thing that we always said was as soon as Olofmeister, his level dips, as soon as he starts performing just a little bit less than what he is, we're going to start seeing cracks in this team. And then we saw it at the first major of the year. His injury really limited him. We've seen how much they struggled and they had stand-ins while he was out for a couple months. Now that he's back, he's still working on getting to that form. He's still working on being he was the best player for over a year and a half. It's going to be so hard to get back to that level, but we see the rest of this team around him. That's where you're really impressed by Fnatic. He has teammates that have all spent time for a couple months. They've all been the best player in the world at some point. JW, Krims, Flusha. So he's got these teammates that have supported him and given him time to properly get back into the game, but he needs to be at this point. If they want to beat Na'Vi, if they want to go to the finals, they do need Olofmeister to hit that peak at some point during this tournament. We haven't seen him get back to that level, but during these semis, he needs to hit it.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about this. We haven't really hammered it quite home as much as I think we need to. Na'Vi never beat Fnatic in a series, never a best of 3, never a best of 5. So when we were looking at today's X Factor, that's the X Factor presented by HyperX, Duncan, we picked out a Na'Vi player for this, and we went with Flamey.
Yeah, I mean, he was the guy where it's his development that made Na'Vi this team they are now, like a championship contender, somebody who should be in finals. But you look when they have matches here. So when he played against Fnatic, he's on that 57 ADR. These are quite poor numbers for a star-level player. And I've always noted him as an X-Factor because I see when he has that kind of stat on the right-hand side, 83, that's why Na'Vi wins games. That's why you know they're going to be going deep. So if he doesn't turn up in terms of a star player, we know how much star talent there is on Fnatic. You got to have your own guns on the side of Na'Vi. It can't just be Guardian anymore, and it isn't. It's got to be Flamey. It's got to be C's. These guys have also got to come, and they've got to be able to match up against the Flushes, JWs of the world.
Can he be the hero that they need? Batman hat reference game, incredibly on point. Let's have a look at these head-to-head records, Duncan. Yeah. And Moses, of course, as well. Feel free to chime in. They've never beat them in a series, but it's 22 versus Na'Vi all time.
I mean, that's the thing. If you're Na'Vi, right, you got to take that Bruce Wayne storyline. You got to say, well, Master Bruce, it's not how many times we fall, it's how many times we rise up. Why do we fall, Master Bruce?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Fnatic's going to be saying your punishment must be more severe, mate.
Well, this is the thing too. Is Na'Vi? These players have admitted, and even Starks, the coach, they've all admitted at some point that they don't know how to beat Fnatic. They've gone into series at tournaments where they flat out said, we're probably not going to win this series. This is a difficult matchup for them, and they still haven't overcome that. And the fact that they also think that they're going to lose it, there's such a mind game that they're also going to have to overcome on top of the skill level of Fnatic.
No, that's the key thing for me. Where this battle takes place is the psychological battleground. That is the deciding factor between these two teams. I think Na'Vi, at this point you could say they're probably the best lineup never to win a major. They really were in a position where they should have been able to get one of these majors potentially. Instead, they've been denied. A team like Fnatic somehow always gets the win over them, not just in terms of, it's not like Olofmeister just outskills everyone in the game. What happens is Na'Vi get to positions where they could win. They're in matches that are really close, and whereas against other opponents, they close out. They win that big match. Somehow Fnatic always has that kind of like the Houdini escape, and so that's always in the back of the Na'Vi players' minds, and they're thinking, is it going to happen again? They're always worrying, like, am I going to be the guy who loses this round? So I think they've got to kind of overcome their own demons there if they want to beat Fnatic today.
Well, talking about the psychology of it, we've got Rachel Quirico, the other member of our award-winning broadcast team. She's backstage talking to the players right now. What have you got for us, Rachel?
Thanks, guys. Nowhere was this more apparent, the difference in the mentalities of the two teams than backstage right before this match. I caught up with Na'Vi. I asked them, how did you prepare? What was your strategy this week? They started Tuesday. They played all their matches. They played online matchmaking. They were discussing new tactics, coming up with new strategies for Fnatic. I caught up with Fnatic, asked them how they spent their week, and they said they went to the pool and played Overwatch. They're feeling really confident, and of course, their coach was kind enough to give out some back massages to players, so two different attitudes coming into this match, but we will see what comes out. Of course, later on tonight, we have another matchup. We have Mouse Sports versus Virtus Pro on TBS. That's going to be at 10 p.m. tonight. So tune in to watch us live. We'll be right back with Fnatic versus Na'Vi right after this break.
I wouldn't say it's about the money, but the trophy. When we've seen the trophy first in the group stages, we were like, oh, that would be cool to win it. Money is money. The title and the trophy is much more, at least for me.
Flusha once tweeted a picture of him saying, "This is how I warm up for this next matchup at a major," and it was just his screen, and he was just staring at the multitude of trophies that he had won that Valve had given him and put in his inventory.
I don't want to do anything special before the game, just look at my trophy, because then I know what the goal is.
Domino's pre-game rituals. Go on the offensive and Counter-Strike hunger. Order online now at Domino's.com.
Yes, welcome to the Domino's Countdown, the official pizza of ELEAGUE. I hope their pre-match ritual involves talking about maps as well, because we're about to get into the map veto, and Duncan obviously vitally important in the series between these two teams, especially given the odds.
Especially obviously on the Na'Vi side of things. I mean, what's interesting about these teams is the real wild card is Fnatic, where they're going to go, because their recent bans, they've been banning Nuke a lot, they haven't played it at all. Na'Vi always bans Cash, so you're knowing that that's a strong Fnatic map, you have to figure as much. Now, the two strong maps of Fnatic is Cobble and Cash, so they go with the Cobblestone pick. Still a good map for Na'Vi, but they have lost to a number of teams on it recently. Na'Vi picking Train. They could have gone Overpass or Train here. That was the choice they were making. Instead, they went with Train. It's a map they are very, very comfortable, and they pick it a lot. It's one of their most played maps, and it's also a map that's traditionally not that strong for Fnatic. Finally, for the decider, we get Dust 2. That's a very much a wild card map, because neither team at the moment is very strong on Dust 2. We've actually seen Na'Vi losing to C9, Echo Fox. Yep. We've seen Fnatic obviously lose to FaZe at the major on that map. So I feel like if it gets to the third map, that's what's really kind of up in the air for me. Like, who will win that one? On the first two, Na'Vi can feel confident on both those first two maps. They're good on Cobble, they know they're good on Train. So actually, the way I'm looking at the series right now, I kind of feel like if you're Na'Vi, especially with those like Demons, if it goes late, you need to win 2-0, I think. I think that's the kind of the plot for them. For Fnatic, you could afford to lose Train. Like, you can probably bank that you can get Cobble. So it's more what happens on Dust 2. Now, that's still up in the air for them, though.
Yeah, I mean, Train's going to be interesting for me, because I like that pick out of Na'Vi as well, because that's one of the maps that historically, even going back to previous iterations of Fnatic, they relied so much on Olaf Meister's output on that map. He was a big factor in how they had success on their T sites. He had to have big statistical games, and with his injury, with him coming back and not reaching that level again, the Train itself might be a big advantage for Na'Vi there. And actually, I mean, this is one of the things with that psychological edge would give it towards Fnatic, but I think actually Na'Vi came out better on this map.
I do love listening to your opinions, guys. I could listen to you talk all day. I feel like I've been doing that already. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to introduce you to our commentators. It is the leading Counter-Strike commentary duo, and what we've done with them is we've stuck them up in the balcony like them two old dudes off the Muppets. Sanders and Semler, there you go. You all right? What do you think of it so far, mate?
It's become a reality, right?
Yeah.
Starts out as a meme. Now we are actually in an awkward booth, like staring down on everybody.
I absolutely love it. I love the vantage point from up here. We've got Lil Moses, we've got Lil Thorin up there, and we've got
there you go.
Look at that, Richard.
There it is.
Look at that.
Oh my God!
Can't even tell the difference.
Look at his eyes there, man alive.
I mean, like, look at that. Look at him with the lifeless eyes.
You're going to see that on the news one day, boys.
They went to those lengths. I can't believe it.
So anyway, you guys must be hyped about this one then.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I mean, this has always been an exceptional matchup. It just feels like we've been waiting so long for it. We haven't seen these guys go head to head in so long. So anything could happen. They're both contenders.
Yeah, this is going to be explosive, absolutely. I mean, if ever Na'Vi were going to do it, I feel like it's now. Fnatic look a little bit weak, but I'm not so sure. I feel like Fnatic are going to pull it out at the end.
Yeah.
Don't look down. Anyway, right. So quick predictions, gentlemen. We're at that time. I'm going to start with you, Moses.
This first map, Cobble, I'm gonna give this one to Fnatic. I think they're a little bit stronger. And I think it's going back to their roots. This was the map where Olaf Meister, when he first started emerging as the best player in the world, this was the map you could really see it coming out on.
Right,
yeah, I agree that I think the veto favors Na'Vi, but I think it's Fnatic. Like they just win by miracle. So I'm taking them to get Cobble here. I think they're going to win 2-1.
All right, thanks for your thought, gentlemen. We're going to get into our map fly through now, and then we're going to hand you over to Anders and Samler.
Yes, indeed. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the first semi-finals at the Cobb Energy Center for ELEAGUE. And we have Na'Vi and Fnatic playing each other in a best of 3. We're going to start off on Cobblestone. And Semler, what's your opinion? Who's going to take this one away?
I think Na'Vi have looked a little shaky on Cobblestone, to be frank, Anders. I mean, it's definitely been a struggle for them. They struggled versus Cloud9 in the quarterfinals, and now here versus Fnatic, a team that have so much firepower to fall back on. It's going to be a tough fight for Na'Vi. I think Fnatic, they have the edge on this first map.
Almost losing Dennis to all those Glocks, and he's one of the really great pistol players. He's going to be down. Zeus taking him out. A big loss for Fnatic, but JW there to get a little bit back. Flusha going to be down, and it's a favorable trade right now for the Na'Vi team. JW eventually dies as well, and it's a full team effort here. Only Flamey hasn't got a kill yet. Crims alone in a 1-on-4, and these are not the type of situations you're ever going to get out of at this level.
No, it should be impossible. He doesn't have Kevlar, so he can't take a long, drawn-out fight. It's all about hitting instant headshots, and he's going to miss it. Flamey is going to be there to lock down the pistol round for Na'Vi. 1-0 for Na'Vi to start things off. That is a huge start for them as well, considering they're starting on the favored side of this map, on the T side. We expect them to pick up more rounds in this first half. And so now they get the easy job because they get the money to go for the rifles. Fnatic, they have to go for pistols.
And a team ace in a pistol round, that doesn't happen too often. Most of the time it's just the one person. I think losing Dennis early on for Fnatic is a big problem. Like they each have sort of their pistol specialists, because Edward is very good with a pistol on Na'Vi, and then we've got Dennis on the other team. So taking him out early on, definitely a big factor in that pistol round. Now they are setting up for a very slow round, and you can already tell that just from the bomb being dropped up in the hallways there.
They are geared up, and they want this sort of scenario where they can catch out Olofmeister, but Olofmeister will not take any damage at all, pretty much. He's down to 74 HP. He's managed to tag up 2 people with the Deagle. And Na'Vi right now, they can't seem to find an angle on him. So far, Na'Vi don't know if this is a stack. They don't know if this is a standard setup. They have to just sit and wait for this smoke to clear.
Yeah, and you got to wonder what's the benefit from Na'Vi's point of view in fighting through the smoke. Just wait until it's gone and then try and see if you can push her afterwards. There's no point in waiting around. Oh my God! What a shot coming out from Olofmeister. They had that boost going on in the back line, and it looked like somehow Olofmeister just knew that was happening.
That is just sick intuition, experience. He knows about the boost. That's just him pre-aiming that angle, just like, boop, one tap. Good night, Flamey. And well, now Na'Vi, there are 4 players left, and they are starting to rotate Zeus over towards the B side. So it looks like with the bomb over here, the remaining teammates for Na'Vi over here, it is going to be a B push coming out from Na'Vi. And while the Deagle, not the best gun to deal with the rush, you kind of want to see exactly JW get in there with the CZ75, but C's was ready for it, and he knows that there's a second man down here and drop, but he's so wise. He's not going to peek into that angle where he could just get one-shot headshot. Like that, Olofmeister, what?
Unbelievable. Now Crim's chiming in as well. It's now a 2-1-3. Here's CZ75 going to be going down. Dennis is coming in from behind, but he might be too late. Flusher has to stay alive. He doesn't need to fight this. He needs to wait for Dennis to come in from behind. The bomb is going to be planted, but Dennis is right on the balcony. He's almost there. Flusher doing a lot of damage early on here, and behind the chicken coop, Zeus is in trouble. Dennis stealing the AK from the earlier kill. C's getting one, and oh my God, he turns the full 90 degrees and gets the 4th kill. Quad kill overall there, and Na'Vi just barely living out that round. Incredible. Again, the timing between Flusher and Dennis, almost flawless there.
I mean, Flusher just did a fantastic job keeping the pressure up, keeping the focus on him to really give Dennis time to work with that AK, to pick Zeus off. That is so sick. This is what we're talking about, though. This is the firepower that's on Fnatic. Any one of them could just ruin your day at any time. And while now Na'Vi, they know that it's going to be a hard eco coming out here from Fnatic. So they've gone for quite a few SMGs, 3 SMGs. Guardian trying to prioritize that AWP, so he's only on the pistol this round. And then C's obviously saving that AK from the last one. Zeus already picked up JW, so there's the man advantage for Na'Vi.
All right, and they could obviously only do this because they know that Fnatic are not going to have armor. Otherwise, they would only have 1 AK and just a lot of SMGs, which is a little bit of a problem potentially. Flusher looks to be sneaking around the back, but Edward's right on the other side, while Zeus is making his way out of drop to take a little bit of a fight here. Going to be successful. Does go down to Crims, and Flusher, again with the sneak there, ends up dropping.
That was a bit too close for Edward. He's down to 12 HP. That's not pretty. But Flamey will find the last kill on Crims. Crims hoping to get lucky to get the drop on somebody. It's not going to happen. And so we have a 3-0 lead for Na'Vi. Goes as expected. There's obviously a pretty close second round there. But when you pick up that pistol, you expect to pick up 3 rounds before Fnatic will, or your opponents rather, will have the money to go for the buy. Let's see. Twitter talk and Arby's. Great lunch. What? My curly flies never exploded. Oh yeah, that's right. The Arby's commercials that are out.
Yeah, they did say not to try that at home, you know, waste of sandwiches and all that stuff. We are headed into the 4th round here, and this time just the 1 SMG on C's to manage to hold on to that. JW with the Mag 7, which on in so many other cases you'd think a bit of a joke, but with him, he's so incredibly good with it that I'd be a little bit worried if I was Na'Vi. If Fnatic win this early round, it's going to be a lot of trouble for the terrorist side. Flamey charging in first, and it's going to go down to Crims, who's right on the other side with that M4A1. Olofmeister spraying down. Edward goes for a follow-up, and even flashed, he's going to take out Guardian. Seized and Zeus are left. It's a 2-on-5 right now, and JW here, a lot of pellets in that shotgun. You've got to be careful, Zeus. Oh, it's going to be the jump. JW not even waiting for it, and Zeus on the other side. It's a 1-on-5 for him, and he's going to go down. A flawless round here for the Swedish team.
JW not even going to bother changing up. He holds drop. He wants to hold close to that shotgun. I mean, this is an identical setup from Na'Vi that they used in the second round, except that I get the feeling watching it that they almost jumped the gun, that they kind of rushed things a little bit because Zeus had set up outside of A, out of A long to wait for any kind of push, and then all of a sudden his teammates are rushing or pushing out onto plateau. You can see him just start to sprint to try and catch up. So, I mean, there is an element of nerves here for Na'Vi. Like it was said on the desk, Na'Vi, they haven't beaten Fnatic in a best of 3. And that demon, you know, it's sitting on their shoulder, whispering in their ear, you know, you can't do it, you know. And so, right now, Na'Vi, they just need to calm down. They can't make rushed decisions like that will come back to haunt them.
Definitely not. It's already impacted their economy here in the 5th round, as you can tell. And I think you're absolutely right, though. The whole trick to pushing B is having drop and plateau push at the same time, because that forces the CT side to sort of make a bit of a decision about where they want to defend first. So that definitely didn't happen in that round, and maybe key to why they didn't win it. Now, Fnatic are putting 2 people over at the A-bomb side and 3 in B. So I would say a risk giver is going to be another B push, and C's to take down the first player, but 2 on the other side waiting, and Olofmeister to get the kill.
Olofmeister with a very strong start so far on this map. I mean, he is hitting shots left and right. That's not what you want to see if you are Na'Vi, but Edward will eventually hunt him down. A nice use of the smoke there, the angle. Manages to catch Olofmeister out in the open. And so Na'Vi now have a man advantage. Pushing onto the B site, this is ideal, especially because they have that drop room. So it's just like you said, Anders. Now they have plateau. They can work in from drop and hope to catch somebody off guard here. Catch him in a pincer, and there you go. Perfect play from Guardian. Doesn't get caught from Crims, and now it's all on Dennis with Flusha there coming in from Connector.
Dennis hiding right at the edge, but a flashbang going to put him out of commission for just a second here. He's back. Flusha getting killed. Dennis with a headshot, looking for more, and that's going to be the round. It was looking so great for Na'Vi. They had everything going into that round, and they still couldn't close it out. And I've got to say, I'm with Crimson so far as, you know, to throw the flashbang to get into it, but why did he jump around the corner? That seems like an asinine move.
It's the mind games, right? Once you see that flash coming, you think the terrorist is thinking, I'm going to turn away so I'm not blinded, and so Crims is hoping that by going in early, right, boom, he'll catch him and turn the wrong way, free kill. The problem is Guardian's too quick for that. Guardian sees it coming from a mile away. And so 3-2, Fnatic, they're finding their way here at the beginning of the half. Na'Vi with a strong start, but Fnatic showing some fight. And Flusha now, well, he's finally going to get some action over here in A. Gets that incendiary down to buy some time. It's perfect. He's going to be able to delay this push. Na'Vi hoping to be able to catch somebody off guard. It's not going to pan out that way at all.
He even puts up the smoke as well. Na'Vi need to do damage in this round. I think winning it is going to be tough, but they need to get a couple of kills in here. Flusha still alive. Pistols out. He's looking for the quad. And there it is. Deagle picked up as well, and Zeus can't even push him behind him. What a hold from Flusha.
This is unbelievable. Now we're just seeing the individual talent shine. Flusha, that's the perfect hold. If Taz is watching, well, I mean, obviously Taz over at Connector with Window, but, you know, a little bit of a tear coming out of the corner of Taz's eye. And it's not going to be the anti-eco ace for Flusha. Dennis will find the last kill, but still, they managed to tie it up 3-3. And yeah, we can see Flusha, he plays the angle so perfectly as well, just closing off that doorway. Doesn't want to take too many fights, or rather, face too many opponents at the same time. Just makes use of the choke point. Very well done.
This is critical because normally it's fairly difficult to get any rounds on the CT side of this map. They've got 3, and 2 of them they haven't even lost any players. They've had 2 perfect rounds so far. That's way too much. That's something that Na'Vi can't allow. If they're losing rounds, they at the very least, need to get 3 or more kills in every round. They need to make it a 2-on-2 or a 1-on-1 at the end. Edward, very quick here, charging in. Looked like he had the drop on JW there, but not quite. He's going to make it back around the corner. And not the best start here for Na'Vi.
What's going on? They're bumping into each other, Na'Vi? They're definitely just, it feels to me like, you know, they're obviously rushing, but they're rushed. It's getting a little confused here for Na'Vi. There was no trade kill there, and now they're just getting picked off one at a time. They're getting bogged down. I mean, this is actually a little bit shocking to see that Na'Vi seems so nervous right now. The impression that I'm getting watching this game is that nerves are getting to Na'Vi somehow.
Well, you did point it out. The trouble with beating Fnatic and the fact that they've already taken 3 rounds in a row and are looking to take a 4th here as we are in a 2-on-5. Hopefully they can calm themselves down. Great headshot from Guardian, and that's a nice way to get back into a round. See if they could get the bomb down. That would really help out Na'Vi here. The $800 bonus. Zeus going to be creeping around. He's the one carrying the bomb, and actually he can't know that, but we can tell he's got a clear line to the bomb site.
Fnatic in true Fnatic style, they're patient. They're known for this. They take their time. They don't rush into setups. They'll be happy to let Na'Vi plant this bomb. They're like, sure, go ahead. Because now we're right outside of Connector. 3 players here. There's going to be 1 flanking towards A long as well. That's Olofmeister. He's going to set up perfectly. You can see Guardian has to worry about so many angles right now. and with good reason. Olafmeister, if he times this right with his teammates, they're looking to just crush that defense that Na'Vi are trying to set up, but it's not going to happen. Crims, the double spray, point blank. And there's another play, big play coming in here for Fnatic.
That was a bit odd because, I mean, when Na'Vi double up on that balcony, that means they were leaving open every other entrance into the bomb site. So you'd think it'd be a big risk, but 2 Fnatic members were there. Actually, it was a really good calculation by Na'Vi. If they had won that fight, they could have maybe even won the round in a 2-on-4. That's pretty impressive, but Crims just completely slamming them. The bomb plant, though, actually securing the buy in this round. That means if they hadn't got the bomb plant down the previous round, they wouldn't have been able to buy here. So, you know, because of the way they were in that position, it's actually a pretty big win for them that they could do that.
I'd almost want them to go for the half buy, you know, just because Guardian can't get an up. C's can't get an up. Like, they have hardly any nades to work with. Not a single flash grenade to start this round off. Just 3 smokes. How are you supposed to come around these angles and try and rush people down if you don't actually have the utility? It's all about the headshots now, and Flesha, he's so wise. He's just going to back off. He senses something is amiss here. This doesn't make sense. So he closes off that angle, and now it's just going to be a shoulder peek from him. He's just waiting to see if he spots anybody out.
He's got that UMP, so definitely an inferior weapon here. Smokes it off and has Dennis there to back him up, and that's going to be a headshot on Edward. Now he pushes through with the UMP and does a fair amount of damage, and Dennis spraying in the back line here. Now we slightly taking the bait there and wanting to fight the UMP, and they run right into the AK. Now it's a Deagle instead, and Flusher's just merciless right now. Guardian and Flamey are left, and they're looking to see if they can make some sort of impact on the round. It's just not going to happen. Dennis with a quad kill. All of them from the back of that bomb site. That's 5 rounds in a row from Fnatic, and they've been very convincing. Look at their economy right now. It's utterly out of control.
2 guys above 10,000 at the beginning of the round. I mean, that's a feel-good moment. No bomb plant for Na'Vi, and so Fnatic don't even really have to upgrade their weapons. Flesha's going to get to stay on the MP9. It's going to be not a hard eco, but a bit of a half buy coming out here from Na'Vi with the Tech 9s, the Kevlar, and just more of a rush, but we're not seeing it just yet.
You bring up a good point about whether or not they can afford the AWP on Guardian. It's been a problem in the distant past for Na'Vi that they sort of keep buying and they don't ever really get that on Guardian, to the horror of all of their fans watching, because that's obviously what you expect to see. Flamey doing a fairly good job there. That should have probably been a kill on JW, but he ends up escaping. Grenade a little bit too far, but Dennis will still make minced meat of Zeus, and Guardian going to go down as well. So this is another round here where Fnatic aren't really losing any players. Finally, they get rid of Flusher, but they need more. They need 2 more kills in this round.
They need to do some kind of damage. An MP9 as well. That's the only reason Flusha's out there. It's like, I'll get the info, and if I die, all he gets is an SMG. Edward has 2 HP, no Kevlar, no grenades. It's almost like I want him to go for the Tech 9. And even giggles. Edward even giggles there for a minute. He's like, well, okay, Olaf. Okay, then.
Yeah, if you're a Fnatic fan like this guy, there's a very, very good reason why you should be cheering here. Winning 6 rounds in a row, and they're all rifle rounds here, against a team like Na'Vi is definitely not easy.
All right, so they've gone A a few times now, Na'Vi. Now I'm wondering if this is going to be the setup for Guardian to start going back towards B, to have some time to work plateau with that AWP. He's very good at it. It's one of the core mechanics that Na'Vi like to get into motion to open up that B site. So for now, he sits outside of A, but he can very easily rotate back into the B halls and actually get his angle over there. So we'll see. Now we're starting to see a little bit more of the Na'Vi that are known, right? That is basically they sit and wait, play for picks, run down the clock.
Now you say that, and then on the other hand, we have Flusher AWPing on the Fnatic side, which is not what we're used to seeing, but we'll see if it's going to work out. He's over at long again, and Edward. Flash comes in, Flusher being forced back. He's going into sort of a close quarter scenario here in the connector. That's very dangerous. No scopes on Edward anyway. Flusher, is there anything that he can't do at this point? He tries again for the no scope. Does he realize that we're playing an official match here? He seems to be just toying with Na'Vi at the moment. 5 on 4 here, and more than a minute left.
This is unbelievable. Like, that is the level, that is the confidence. And look at this spray from JW. 2 kills, Flavian sees dropped. He knows there's a 3rd man up there, but it's going to be Guardian to find the pick. But it's still a 2-on-4 scenario. And a lot is going to come down to Zeus now at this point, I think. Guardian is going to try and make as much noise as possible, but Zeus, he's trying to work his way up into connector. That could catch Flusha in the back, and that can open everything up here. So a lot riding on Zeus now to make something happen, to give his teammates some space to work with.
Needs to get himself into a position where he can get 2 kills, because just the 1 and then he reveals his position is not going to be enough. He almost got spotted, and I'm not sure if they saw him, otherwise Flusher would have turned around. There's the shot coming through for Zeus, picking up one more kill on Olofmeister, and that is going to be a huge double kill, bringing it into a 2-on-2. Guardian now down the drop as well with the AWP, but they don't know that right on that balcony we've got Crims waiting. They are going to get the bomb plant anyway with just about 7 seconds left, so 2-on-2 for the after plant here. Crims and Dennis, can they steal it away from Na'Vi? There's the first spray coming through. Crims getting one. They're just tapping away, and it's a double kill for Crims. 7th round in a row for Fnatic.
What excellent teamwork being displayed by Fnatic as well there at the end. Dennis and Crims, I mean, Dennis could have hesitated and let his mate just die, but he instantly throws himself into the fight, there to support Crims. Between the two of them, they're able to pick up that last kill, but that lack of hesitation, it was just instant. You know, instincts kick in. I need to back up my mate. I need to actually get into this fight quickly. I mean, that's why Fnatic are a dominant force in CSGO, why they're one of the absolute best teams in this game right now.
Yeah, but what is really scary is that this seems like the old Fnatic. This seems like it seems like they're sort of back, because obviously Olofmeister had his issues, and it seems like this is one of those teams that just cannot be stopped right now. Now, you got to question, when is the time to take the tactical timeout? Because they're on the more favored side. They can't just let go 7 rounds in a row and pretend like nothing happened.
That's exactly it, right? And I mean, with the start, when Na'Vi looked so shaky, I was almost wondering if Starlix would call for the timeout right then and there. Just say, right, boys, all right, take a breath. Because now, in the 11th round, the 10th round, we're starting to see them come back to their tried and true style, which is spread out across the map control, and look for picks. And so Edward's going to try and force it here. Actually, it's seized and flaming. JW is so effective at holding drop right now. Na'Vi just can't get anything working over there.
Yeah, but he wasn't flashed either, JW. He just had to look at the smoke, and those are kills that you could expect players at this level to get. So I'm just wondering what's going on for Na'Vi right now.
It's that same strategy. I mean, it's a similar strategy to what Na'Vi did on the half buy. Put 2 guys into drop, bombs over by A. They want to split A and get control of connector.
Yeah.
And they just keep losing a flank. It seems like every time Na'Vi are trying to go for a push, they're trying to, you know, they have 2 teams that are moving in together. One of those teams just gets obliterated, and then the other ones are just like, well, okay, great, now what do? We have to go for the brute force approach, and Fnatic are winning all of the duels.
This is truly horrifying. Guardian coming back in and getting a kill on Dennis. Gives them a bit of an opening at least. They're going to push up once again, but Guardian goes down to Crims, hiding on the bomb side. Zeus is going to spray down one, and Edward out in the open and alone. He's being flanked as well. He's got no chance, and JW will take him out. We're going to continue the count. It's now 8 rounds in a row. Now we only have the rounds that they won from the pistol, and even one of those was real close.
Now, JW, though, I think this is the key play here, is that Na'Vi keep wanting to challenge drop, because JW, I mean, he hasn't had the best performance. I mean, we're talking about a star player, right? It's a player that used to rule with the AWP, just dominate, and then he went through his rough patch. He has been going through a bit of a rough patch, a little bit of a slump, and so to see him just step up, hit all these shots and drop is just making such a big difference for Fnatic, because Na'Vi are clearly trying to take advantage of that. They want to pressure him. They just keep getting slammed. And then when you have the likes of Olofmeister and Flusha waking up, I mean, this is where Fnatic are truly terrifying, when there is no weak link for Na'Vi to exploit.
Olaf in the back lines, AWP to take down Guardian up on the plateau. And again, another start that just doesn't work out for Na'Vi. We did see Taco tweeting and watching the game as well, which is always good news. Impossible not to love Taco.
I know, he is such a cool guy. Oh, well, Crossfire is effective. Dennis is in. JW still trades 1 for 1. It's unreal. It shouldn't happen. Flamey going to actually jump into the flames, hoping to catch somebody off guard. It's not going to happen, though. He's waiting in connector, and he gets spotted. Dennis wins the duel straight up, and time again, this is what keeps happening. Fnatic, they get into these duel scenarios, and they just keep winning them hands down. And so, yeah, all the Fnatic fans in the crowd right now, they've got to be pleased.
And speaking of Flamey, since you brought him up, and since our analyst panel also were talking about him as being sort of the X factor, right? He's got 3 kills right now in 12 rounds.
Yeah.
That is just obviously nowhere near good enough for me. It's not like anyone else is really running away with it on Na'Vi. Zeus is on 8 kills, and I think we finally got the timeout being called for Na'Vi here to get a little bit of a breather in, and just to see if they can change what's happening right now. If they can make this 9-6, there's still a chance, I would say. But they need 6 rounds.
They need 6 rounds. They can't let now. I mean, it's also for just the mental game. Imagine if you pick up the pistol, you get your 3 rounds, and then Fnatic continue to, or just proceed to thrash you for the rest of the half, and you don't pick up a single round after that. How are you going to be feeling going into the second half? It's not going to be looking good. And so I saw Seized actually talking quite a bit at the beginning of this timeout, waving around his hands. And I mean, he's definitely got to be frustrated right now. He's not getting anything to work in drop versus JW. And so I think that's where the change needs to happen, because drop is so key on Cobble. It opens up all of the options to split onto A, split onto B. And so if you aren't winning that fight, I mean, it's hard to just articulate how difficult JW's position is. That is such a difficult spot to hold on the map, and he's just dominating at it right now.
Oh, and check this out from Buffalo Wild Wings. I love it. We've been getting tweets all tournament long from you guys out there watching at different restaurants. Definitely tweet us, and we'll probably put some of the tweets up there. It's always good fun to see where people congregate to watch the game. Look, the other issue they're having right now, Na'Vi, is the fact that flusha is right now showing himself to be almost a bit of a specialist player over at A-Long. He's been getting some really good kills, and obviously that no-scope is ridiculous, but more than that, he's proven really hard to catch, and that's annoying. If you have to spend 30, 40 seconds trying to catch a player who's playing over at that long area, you don't have time to do that, So even if he's not getting a lot of kills, flusha, he's doing reasonably well, but even if he's not getting all the kills, just being there and being alive, and the fact that they can't find him is incredibly annoying. So now we have a big challenge on their hands. I'm not even sure I can accurately pinpoint right now where is the weak spot in Fnatic right now on this CT side.
There is none. That's the main issue. There is none. Everybody is hitting shots. They all have fantastic money. I mean, between the top fragger right now on Fnatic and the bottom fragger, there's 3 kills difference, right? It's not not one guy dominating. Everybody is doing their job. And so this is where you really start to hit that wall. When you go up against Fnatic, I mean, it's what made them the most dominant team of their era. These CT-sided lockdowns where there was just no weakness. But let's see, flusha still takes 2 kills. Dennis there with the AWP, gonna pick off Flamey coming around the corner. But flusha, that's unreal. He should get 1 at best. For him to get 2 kills, that's an effective trade. Fnatic, they're gonna be feeling great about that.
Yeah, so either you can't find him, and when you do, he's going to trade favorably. That's just not a good time at all. JW there, easy enough kill on Edward, which is going to leave Zeus alone. And I think the time has passed where you could say, oh, if we get 2 more kills, it'd be an expected, a reasonable round. No, they need round wins. Fnatic's economy is so good, they don't care about losing rifles anymore.
Exactly. They just have so much money they can buy for the rest of the half. So this is no longer an economic game. This is all about finding that win. They need that round win. Zeus, luckily for him, spots the flash, but again, loses the duel. Crims snuffs him, and it's going to be a 10-3 scoreline. Fnatic just taking off on their CT side of Cobble. 13-1-5 for Dennis, leading the way. I mean, that's just a nightmare. An absolute nightmare. And flusha just looks so happy, man.
I mean, you saw the intro with him just watching his trophies and having a grand old time. He's a bit of a troll, but at the same time, confidence is certainly not lacking at all. 10-3, and if you are just joining us, you're on time to watch Na'Vi just getting completely wrecked here in the first half. Fnatic have won 10 rounds in a row. Only net rounds that Na'Vi have are from winning the pistol and the following 2 rounds, so this is horrifying. And flusha, with a new position in the middle, he just keeps changing it up on them.
Yeah, this is just all of the confidence right now. And it's a different setup that now Edward gets baited. He's like, wait a second, I don't see flusha anywhere around here. So he goes for the shoulder peek right into Dennis waiting with the AWP. flusha still waiting close. And he's actually going to try and go for the play, but Zeus comes out from danger just in time to save his teammate. That was so close. Finally, something breaks for Na'Vi here, breaks their way. And so they have the man advantage with the bomb over here towards A. But again, Fnatic, they're so good at reading their opponents. They've already got the second man rotating over, and well, Crims is going to have to do some work now because he's alone on the A site.
But if Na'Vi can't win this round, then I don't even know what you could say. Like, that would be the ultimate defeat here. Olofmeister and Crims are left. Still 45 seconds on the clock, and Na'Vi still playing it very slowly. They want Fnatic to make their next mistake and walk in somewhere so they could at least, make it a 4-on-1. That would absolutely cement the victory here. Crims gonna get the first kill there, taking out Seized. Now we're in a 2-on-3, and Na'Vi gotta be feeling a little bit nervous. They're bringing the bomb up the slope in the middle. Flamey walking in as well. Crims gonna be going down. That is a nice peek from Flamey. And all on Olofmeister. And you never want to say it's impossible, but again, now we would have to make some huge mistakes here to let go of this round.
And he's not wasting any time. Look at that. He's just running straight up slope. He wants to get onto that site. Mid-air headshot on Guardian. Okay, 1v2 now. This is feasible. Olofmeister can make this happen. Spots the man on the site, so there's some info. Now he needs to figure out where Flamey's playing from, and that's what he's looking for. Interconnector, Olofmeister looking for the flank. Not sure if he spotted Flamey's rifle barrel there, but he's about to walk right into a free kill, and now it's a 1v1. Olafmeister, is this actually happening? Zeus is on the site, and Olafmeister knows it. Sets up with the Molotov, and this is perfect. Olafmeister is a god! Unbelievable! Single-handedly just picks them apart one after another. Unbelievable.
This shot right here simply has to be one of the most grotesque shots we've seen all season here. Guardian picked apart mid-air. And you even saw him at the end there. He was just sort of, you know, playing with his beard a little bit, just having a good time. It's not even stressed at all. Again, a 2-on-4 situation and a 1-on-3 at the end. And now we just don't even stand a chance. Now we've got 5 AWPs picked up against the 5 AKs of Na'Vi. Fnatic are certainly having a grand old time here at the first semifinals.
Well played by Guardian there, though, to get that angle down. Picks off Dennis, does not let him get out. But yeah, this is Fnatic, the zero respect shown kind of Fnatic. I do believe Mixwell tweeted that as well earlier, but it's the truth. Fnatic right now, they just don't care. They've got 11 rounds on CT side Cobble. The second kill for Flush. Zeus crouches right into the angle. And now, do Na'Vi realize what's going on? Do they start to, like, did they actually get 5 ops against us? There's no way. Because Na'Vi have done this in the past to opponents when they were winning. So Fnatic giving them a taste of their own medicine, basically, here.
There isn't a team out there that hasn't been on the bad end of this type of Fnatic. Everyone has tried it, so all of the teams that have been tweeting already and watching, they all know what this feels like, but how do you get out from under? I don't think many people have ever sort of discovered the secret to that. That's the bomb down as well there. And looked like it was going to be a shot real close from Olafmeister. He's now on the other side with the knife. Is he really going to try and do it? Stabs Guardian once. He's going to go down. And JW on the other side to pick it up, though. AWP shot to take him down, and now it's on Seized. 1-on-3. He hasn't got the bomb. He hasn't got the time. He's simply out of luck. Na'Vi, 3 rounds is all they got in the first half. Fnatic 12-3 on Cobblestone. My God. What can you even say at this point?
It's just that this is the monster Fnatic, and it's been so long since we've seen this kind of Fnatic show up at a tournament and just completely dominate their opponents. Zeus, you know, he's just giggling. What can you do? He's just giggling to himself. But we are going to find out how it goes down here in the second half. It's not over. Na'Vi can still fight back. We'll see after the break.
We like to play Na'Vi, and I think that it's a really good matchup for us. If we don't beat them, I think they will win the whole tournament, so we gotta beat them.
Welcome back to what has been the Fnatic show so far. Remember to go download Team Stream, the free app from Bleacher Report, and follow the esports stream for all the latest ELEAGUE and esports news. What a show it has been, and I hope you're ready. Make some noise here at the Cobb Energy Center.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a Fnatic fan, you should just, be losing your voice at this point, because this is the kind of Fnatic that shows up and wins tournaments that just completely crush everything in their way. I mean, Olofmeister just say, well, if we lose, they can go on to win the whole thing. But right now, I'm having a hard time imagining this kind of Fnatic losing at this point. This is unreal.
Yes, we had 5 AWPs. We had Olofmeister trying to knife Guardian at some point in the smoke, and we had the 1v3 clutch from Olofmeister. It seems like they're determined not to lose this game. And honestly, at this point, I don't even know. We've got an immense lead for Fnatic. That was supposed to be the hard side of the map. Now they're playing on the terrorist side. If they win this pistol round, it's over and done with. And if Na'Vi win it, I guess this is the silver lining, Semler. They could potentially pull one of the most incredible comebacks that we will have seen this year almost if they can win this.
Exactly, that's the thing. And Flusha, he's just going to try and make as much noise as possible over here. Fnatic, they're going to be applying that pressure and drop, and now it's all or nothing here on the B side. Fnatic, they're coming. Sees, completely whiffs his grenade, and they have the info. JW's there to pick off Edward, and Dennis is just hunting for kills. Flamey's there, and seized as well. Okay, now Na'Vi have shown up to play. They've actually got this pistol under wraps.
Great stuff as well. Double for Guardian, double for Flamey. And Fnatic finally being put to rest there in that round. That's going to make it 12-4. Now starts the interesting climb. When do we suddenly start to get excited about this potential comeback? Because any misstep here and Fnatic are going to take over the game.
Wow, Flamey, these are incredible shots that he's hitting. And this is, Flamey, he was shown as one of the star players, basically, for Na'Vi, one of the key players for this team. And if he's hitting shots like that, we can see that kind of comeback. He can hit that kind of Olofmeister level where, as you guys just saw in the pistol, hitting people midair, not easy to do. But Fnatic, true Fnatic style, they go for the force buy in the second round. They've got the pistols, they've got the Kevlar, and Olofmeister's just going to get caught off guard completely there by Seized.
Yeah, he was trying to be a bit aggressive with the Deagle. I think he was actually hoping that someone would go and peek him much earlier on. And when the smoke went down, he just trying to improvise that a little bit. Zeus will be falling to Crims, who takes down Flamey as well. Turns around, that's the triple kill. JW taking down two. I think Crims stole one of them there, but Seized and Edward are going to be left here, trying to see if they can make their way out. What a ridiculous way to get started.
And now they rotate back to the A site. They know that they've just completely eviscerated the defense here. Seized will win the duel versus JW, and so he has that M4 to work with. He's actually looking for it. Eventually, they'll find it. There we go. All right, Seized. Now you have the M4. You're up against pistols. Fnatic have made the call to go for the open site. So this is where it could get a little tricky. He's worried about a flank coming in long term, but instead, all three players for Fnatic going to get ready on the A site for the afterplant scenario. And they have the long con. That's Crims working his way into underpass. So if a flank comes through here from Edward, Edward might never expect this for somebody to be lurking in danger. This could be a free kill for Crims. And there it is. Easy. A 1v3 now for Seized, and he's not going to pull an Olofmeister. He's backing off already to save his gun.
Again, I think this is the rational and wise choice here for Seized, but it also speaks to their confidence, Olofmeister didn't even think twice about doing it. They also had the money for it, but still, if you're this far behind, you could make an argument that you should almost try and do the 1v3 just to try and see if you could get your team back into it. Him and Guardian are doing fairly well, but Edward and Flamey, they need to pull a little bit more. They're a little bit behind on the scoreboard here.
Edward in particular, he's definitely struggling right now. And you can't have that. And you're right. It's the kind of flashy plays. Olofmeister 1v3 clutch like that. That's huge. That's the thing that's a play that's gonna keep Fnatic fired up. And so, unless somebody can step up here from Na'Vi to take the reins and actually put on a show, Na'Vi, I think, are just going to get flattened. Everyone who's not watching ELEAGUE right now are missing out on a pure stomp from Fnatic. Thank you, PETA. Watching this match reminds me of why I love this game.
There's gotta be quite a few Swedes watching, surely. Swedish Counter-Strike has always been strong, but it seemed like with Fnatic sort of trying to get Olofmeister back into the game after they had tried a couple of other people, maybe it was time for another brand of Counter-Strike to take over, maybe even Brazilian kind of. It certainly has, but right now Fnatic are looking like they are back in style, and see if anything here that Na'Vi can do could stop them. Guardian in the corner with the C-set 75. He actually lets one go past, and Sue's going to pick up a kill. Guardian with one there. He can't reload in time, and he's going to be going down. Flamey with one kill and a follow-up with the 5-7. Very good pistol work coming out, but then Flusha comes in with the UMP. He's jumping to look over the wall here, and Seized, if he walks through the smoke, it might just be the end of it. Flusha going to take him out, and that's a triple kill. My God.
Another 1v3, just saying.
Again and again. JW with 18 kills. Then we have 15 for Flusher, Crims, and Dennis, and Olofmeister at 13. Just relaxing a little bit at the bottom there, but what a performance here.
Exactly. I mean, that's what's truly mind-blowing about this is that it's JW leading the way for Fnatic. You know, that's not something we say very often anymore. JW's been struggling individually. So for him to just be completely stomping Na'Vi into the ground right now, it makes everybody else's lives a lot easier, right? Flusher gets the shine, and well, again, they're going to go straight out onto B. Good trade, 1-for-1 so far. And this is the stack from Na'Vi. They're putting everything on this site, holding it, and they've planned correctly because Fnatic are just jumping straight into the blender. 2-on-2 still, however. They've kept it close, Fnatic.
But look at the health. They've got so much of it on Fnatic's side. Flamey going to be going down, and Olofmeister. That's another quad kill to pick up Flamey and Zeus.
You called him out for being at 13. He was like, hold on, Anders.
Yeah.
Just give me a moment here. Okay, 17 kills now. 1 frag behind. I love it.
Absolutely ridiculous. Na'Vi are going to need to take a hard, long time out between these two maps to really consider how to not just completely drop out in the semifinals here. Fnatic are looking like a team that's just going to cruise straight into the grand finals because, I don't know, Na'Vi haven't shown anything that makes us think they can stop them.
I mean, it's Train. It's going to be the next map at this point. 15-4, but Na'Vi are very good on Train. Fnatic struggle a little bit. The main thing is that Fnatic rely on individual performances to carry them through on Train. And if Olofmeister's hitting shots like this, if JW's dominating, I mean, then it's a totally different beast. This is the Fnatic that can 2-0 Na'Vi. JW and Flusha with the opening picks in this round. 15-4, Fnatic on map point. And they have the 2-man advantage now.
And Na'Vi trying to play aggressively and seeing if they can catch Fnatic off guard, but that's exactly what they were waiting for, and it just doesn't work out there. So Olofmeister taking down Zeus, Flamey and Edward are left here. And Fnatic, 1 more round or 2 more kills here, that's all they need, and they will walk away with the first map. Good kill from Flamey, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near enough here. How do you survive with these 2 UMPs?
This is unbelievable. And well, Fnatic now, they know that Flamey's low on HP, so rather than go and try and find an opponent who has full HP, just go and kill the guy who's at half. So Flamey's gone, and now Fnatic get to take control of the B site. They know exactly what's happening, and they've already left Olofmeister lurking behind and drop to wait for Edward to come and join him. And a free kill for Olofmeister. No, he gets caught jumping, but it's still a 1v3.
Can't believe what we're watching here. Edward picking up a good kill there, making it a double, but still 2 left, and it's going to be a headshot for Dennis. An absolutely invincible Fnatic taking out Na'Vi in the first map of the semifinals, 16-4.
So Na'Vi unable to win a single rifle round, basically. They win both pistol rounds, and then 2 anti-eco rounds, basically, following the first pistol where they got the 3 rounds. And then Fnatic just completely and utterly mauled them to death on this map. Every round that mattered.
That is going to be really hard to handle. They need to just recuperate, forget about the first map. We are going to be going into Train, but not before a quick break and then a breakdown of the map. Stay with us.
Yes, welcome back to the Game Break, brought to you by Sausage Party in theatres August 12th. And I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk, we've got Moses and Thorin still. Now, apparently we had some fans earlier who've come out and they were playing some laser tag earlier. We've got a laser tag set up. And maybe Na'Vi might want to sign some of these guys up because Na'Vi were just not doing anything in that game. It was an incredibly one-sided affair.
We talked about the real battle of this matchup was going to be that mental game. Can Na'Vi actually mentally withstand whatever pressure Fnatic's going to apply? And the answer was no. And the collapse came very early on. I mean, it was a 4th round win for Fnatic, but right here, this 2-on-4 in the very following round, Fnatic comes back in this round so quickly, and from here on out, there was no success from Na'Vi anywhere. They couldn't put pressure on, they couldn't beat Flush over towards the A bomb site, they couldn't beat JW and drop, and they certainly couldn't handle, Olaf, Krims, Dennis over towards that B bomb site. So it was just a slaughter, and then you see this 1v3 come in, and it looked like very early on Na'Vi knew that they were already beat.
Yeah, I mean, this is an example of like a nightmare scenario for Na'Vi because this is a map they're good at. It's one of those ones that's up in that 60% win rate. Sure, they lose it to some of the very, very good teams on the map, but they're a team that it's very hard to crush Na'Vi and keep them on single digits like this. And this is with winning both the pistol rounds. I mean, we kind of highlighted Flamey as the X factor for HyperX, and I have to say, he didn't show up at all in this game. Like, people point out, okay, Edward was bottom of the scoreboard. Flamey's supposed to be one of your star players, though. He's got to go right head-to-head with Flusher and Krims and those guys. And he really wasn't able to get in the game. And unfortunately, you look at the history of this team against Fnatic, he's been one of those guys who's had some of those tilt issues against Fnatic. He's getting discouraged when his team's losing rounds.
We saw from the statistics, one person who's had tilt issues seems to have overcome them today. JW had a great performance from Fnatic, and a lot of speculation coming into this tournament. It might be the last time we see JW. I mean, he's one of the names that are being talked about surplus requirements. Big performance from him.
No, I mean, obviously he has been someone who has struggled. Even when they were very, very good earlier in the year, he was on the bottom end of things. It wasn't that kind of impact presence that you expect, but he's nipped it in the bud. He's finally got it back on track, and now, actually, yeah, he looked pretty good in this map here. I mean, he was going head-to-head. We're talking about people like Guardian. JW was doing absolutely fine in this game.
I think it was actually Dennis for Fnatic that was the most impressive to me. His aim was on point in this matchup. And
was he a menace?
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, British humor. But no, it was his performance in some of the early rounds that really got him started on that winning streak. Really allowed him to get that stranglehold on this match right from the start. Get out to that big lead despite losing the first 3 rounds. He's the one who helped bring him back in that 2-on-4, help him bring him back in some tough situations. And then all of a sudden it's like, all right, then everyone else can start waking up because we already have the lead. We already have the match in hand.
And of course, the most valuable player for Fnatic was Edward on Na'Vi. Haven't seen him play that bad in quite a while.
No, kind of sad actually, because he's someone who over the last 3 months he had a real upward trend in his play overall. But you see here, versus Fnatic on LAN, he's another guy who's struggled. I mean, they've been blown out a couple of times already, and unfortunately, this is absolutely unacceptable numbers. I mean, it's bad enough to have 50 ADR against a team like this. 30 ADR, I mean, you don't even see these kind of numbers at the pro level from top level players. This is sort of like you'd expect if some amateurs or semi-pros got into a tournament. This is the kind of numbers they'd put up. So Edward himself must know this is one of the worst games of his career.
And one of the strengths we talked about for Na'Vi, throughout this ELEAGUE season is that actually when Guardian went out with that injury or was playing at a diminished level, it forced Na'Vi to get deeper. It forced them to find ways to get players like Edward involved, find ways for him to have good games. Some of the other guys seized having more good games, Zeus and Flamey as well. But I mean, the strength of them all of a sudden became that they had this deep team of stars who could all carry him through a game, and not a single one of them showed up in any meaningful way in this game.
And I want to just say as well, to emphasize how bad this was for Na'Vi, they are normally incredible on T side. It's CT side where they have the struggles, and they got absolutely destroyed by the Fnatic CT side. So, I mean, you can see right now why so many people are scared to play Fnatic on Cobblestone. That's the map they 16-0'd FaZe earlier in the ELEAGUE season. So, for Na'Vi, you got to look at that. And that wasn't just like when it's Fnatic's pick, so they're supposed to win it. You were supposed to have a shot at that one, and you had no chance.
Yeah, well, thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to be able to see if Na'Vi can turn this around or whether Fnatic are going to cruise into the finals. We'll see you soon.
This ELEAGUE Game Break is brought to you by Sausage Party in theaters August 12th. Rated R.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Cobb Energy Center and the near conclusion of our E-League Season 1. We have 4 teams left, 2 of them on our stage. We have Fnatic versus Natus Vincere, and I had a chance to step aside with Flusha from Fnatic. I asked him, why are you guys always able to beat Na'Vi? You are always able to take them out, and he said, you know, we've never lost before, so why should we worry about losing today? It's a bit circular logic. It's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, but if that's what it takes for Fnatic to get the victory, then so be it. The next map is coming up, and I'm going to hand you over to our excellent analyst on the desk.
Yep, thanks a lot for that, Rachel. Well, you know, Fnatic are supremely confident in general, but especially against Na'Vi. You can see why. I mean, Na'Vi actually looked scared. You know, they're just playing within themselves, no great performance, no leadership. It was just terrifying for them. And, you know, even though we're going into a map that is very much in their wheelhouse, I'm afraid. I did say I think this was going to be a 2-0. I've seen no evidence to make me change my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, this is now the thing, because much like Cobble, Train is the map where no matter how tough the you know, one of the halves are for Na'Vi, they're one of those teams that can put up those T rounds. But then you look at Cobble and you say, well, they got 4 rounds total by winning 2 pistols. That doesn't happen. I can't remember the last time it's been that much of a wide disparity in the scoreline after winning both pistols.
Yeah, I mean, the bright spot for Na'Vi is, okay, they had the chances on Cobble. That was Fnatic's pick. Train, in theory, on paper, goes to Na'Vi. I mean, this is a map that they've won the last 6 times they played here. It really defines their style for me. They're so fantastic outside. The way they set up Guardian to get his shots as well. CT said they don't have to be as good. Meanwhile, Fnatic, not a strong Train team. They've had a couple of wins on it recently. Even then, it just in kind of the crazy fashion like you saw in the first map here. They're having to do miracle rounds, 1v3s, 1v2s. So on paper, this should be Na'Vi getting back in the series, resetting everything 1-1. Doesn't matter how much you got beat by a map 1, win map 2 by even a close margin. It's still 1-1 at that point in time. You can see here, look at overall amount. Na'Vi overwhelmingly a very, very good team on Train. Fnatic just creeping into a positive win ratio there. But this is where, for me, it's less about Na'Vi, it's more about Fnatic. Like, if Fnatic's going to turn up like game 1 and play as loose as that, maybe they can win this map.
I think that's a terrifying thing. Usually when we talk about Fnatic winning a game, it's spearheaded by a brilliant performance, typically Olofmeister or Dennis of late, or sometimes Flusha. But JW and Crims, they have been missing lately, not been in great form. They turned up on their map. I mean, this is the Fnatic of old, where all the parts are working in unison.
Yeah, all 5 players actually were very good together. There was no one just, you know, going so sky high on the scoreboard that it left everyone else in the dust. But now this does come down. If all 5 players are going to play like that, maybe they don't have to rely on Olofmeister the way they used to on Train. Maybe they can actually get something going. Maybe JW with the AWP, he's very diverse, very aggressive opper. That can have success on Train if he can get a little bit creative. Obviously, we've seen some of the movement he can do. They have a lot of options available to him, but the tough part is if this first map wasn't such a blowout, I think you definitely just give this to Na'Vi, but just the way that they played is so frightening.
Okay, well, predictions then.
I'm going to have to stick with Na'Vi just because I cannot imagine them phoning in another performance like that again.
Yeah, I also think Na'Vi, and I'm hoping this time we see the Flamey that we knew from earlier in the year, one of the best players in the world.
Well, we'll see if we do. Thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. Now we're going to do our Arby's map fly-through of Train and hand you back to Anders and Semler.
Thank you very much, Richard, and yes, we are ready. Na'Vi and Fnatic, the first map was a complete blowout. Fnatic defeating them 16-4. Now we're going to go into Na'Vi's map pick here. It's Train. What do you think? The analyst said maybe Na'Vi can bring it back. Are you in on that boat, Semler?
I agree. I think that they can. They have to know that this is their home turf, that they should be heavily favored versus Fnatic on this map, because Fnatic relies so heavily on the individual play. The only problem, the thing that can throw a wrench in things is that, you know, if Olofmeister, if JW keep having this kind of stellar performance, it's going to be real tough for Na'Vi to deal with that. And look at this. No time wasted here from Fnatic. Straight out onto the A site with 2 players. Crimson Dennis, Flusha following with the bomb, and now JW and Olofmeister stepping into the fight at Alley. This is perfect for Fnatic.
Come on, that was one-click headshot on Susan. He's already down there, out on the bomb site, and they've got the bomb plant down as well. Crim's going to take down Flamey coming in from behind. It's still a 4-on-3, favoring Fnatic. Guardian with a strong headshot to take down Olofmeister, and they've got a chance to get back in here. They need to win this pistol round. Na'Vi, they got to have a perfect start here on Train to get some confidence back in their favor. Seized is sort of waiting, but he's going to get shut down by Dennis, who picks up a kill on Guardian as well, and now it's all on Edward. 1-on-2, and with no smoke grenade, how could he possibly defuse this bomb?
And where is the kit? He needs to find the kit, and it's not going to happen. He's jumping all over the place, and Dennis finds another kill. 3 kills for Fnatic, well, for Fnatic Dennis, rather, in the pistol. And this start here from JW. I mean, they just drop Zeus, and that opens up the flank. Guardian tried to do the best that he could from his position, but it's just not meant to be. Dennis is so key in these pistol rounds for Fnatic. He just seems to hit a different level when it comes to the USP. Even the Glock, it seems he's just hitting headshots all over the place. And so Fnatic, they break the streak. Na'Vi had both pistol rounds on the first map in this series on Cobble. Now Fnatic will be the ones with the strong start here on Train. And I'm a little worried for Na'Vi. I was almost thinking that Na'Vi, they won the knife. I was almost hoping that they would start T-side so that they could control the pace, so that they could set it up and get into their flow. Instead, now they've put Fnatic on T-side, and if Fnatic continue to show a complete lack of respect, Na'Vi might never get their heads in the game.
No, that's definitely a good point. You are a little bit at the mercy of what the terrorist team is doing if you're playing that CT side. So they did buy a lot of grenades and a scout into this round, hoping that maybe they could just bomb some of Fnatic, but haven't been able to so far. Scout does a lot of damage to JW, so that's a good start.
JW actually getting caught. He's got to be careful. And he is going to start falling back. The only problem is that Zeus is going to try and hunt him. JW, though, he's so wise. He hears these footsteps. And Zeus knows that he must be holding close. And one bullet will do the trick. Zeus pre-fire, boom, shuts down JW. But it's still a 4-on-4. And in the meantime, Fnatic, while JW's drawing the attention over towards the A site, they've moved out onto the B site. They have the perfect hold set up here as well.
Guardian already going down with the scout, so that was maybe the one chance they had to get back in. Dennis going to be taking out Zeus. That's a double kill in the round. And now Edward, the lone CT, sneaking in towards the bomb side. He hasn't got a kit, so he just needs to find some kills here. And that probably should have been one on Dennis, who turns around, makes it a triple, and he's at 6-0-0 leading into the third round.
Yeah, an unbelievable start. And while Na'Vi not really managing their economy, Edward does have 3,000 in the bank going into this third round. He could try and prioritize that AWP and get it into Guardian's hands going into the next round. But right now, I mean, Na'Vi, they don't have the best money. Oh, looks like we got a drop. Quick pause there. Well done by the admins. Not wasting any time. Looks like we lost Flusha there.
Just for a moment, yes. I mean, that might give Na'Vi just a little bit of breathing room. I'm wondering what the fourth round is going to look like. This should be a bit of a stomp. I mean, they've invested in a couple of upgraded pistols, but that's pretty much it. So what do Na'Vi do? They have Guardian. No, Guardian's not even saving for any AWP, it seems. Look at that, 2,050 on him. It's actually Edward who's got 3,000.
Yeah, he spent all of his money. He was broke at the. He spent all of his money in that last round. So you're thinking, right, Seized and Guardian, it is a common strategy for Na'Vi to try and set up the double AWP. They're good at it. It can definitely work. Flame even goes for the Scar 20, but that's when they're really rich and ahead. I mean, one of the core strategies that Na'Vi can try and set up is that double op right out the gates. But Guardian, sometimes this is what Guardian does, though. He doesn't think about, you know, oh, should I save for the op? He just thinks, no, I'm going to buy the Deagle, I'm going to buy the Kevlar, I'm going to wreck them this round. And so the focus, right, the focus can shift sometimes, and I don't know if that's always for the best for Na'Vi. I would much rather see Na'Vi prioritizing the AWP.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. They need whatever else happens in this game, they need a very strong performance on Guardian. They need him to hit all of those shots that we know he can, but it obviously sort of necessitates him having an AWP, otherwise it's just not going to work out. We are into the third round here. A quick fix of the disconnected player, and we should be good to go. Na'Vi with no Kevlar, no grenades, just pure pistols, all out in the A courtyard, trying to take a bit of a fight here, and doing a little bit of damage onto Flusha, but no problem here for Fnatic. They're just going to roll over Na'Vi in this round, not losing a single player.
Nice trigger control there from Dennis as well. Doesn't shoot Olaf in the back. Olaf got dropped to like 2 HP. But that will be a very solid anti-eco round. Again, Fnatic, that's just pure lack of respect from them, right? They're like, right, we know you're hard ecoing this round. We're not even going to waste any time. Straight out onto A, looking for fights. I mean, Fnatic want to keep as much pressure up on Na'Vi as possible, and those kinds of aggressive plays are just going to make sure that Na'Vi can't get any confidence unless it comes close.
And we had Edward, I think, by an AWP Guardian, so they sort of swap around. That's all right, but they don't have that many grenades. If Fnatic slow play this round, then they're going to end up in a situation now where they don't have anything. Flusha charging down with the UMP, going to get shut down by Flaming. Grenade out, looks to be well timed. He takes down Dennis as well, and drops the bomb, and he sees it. So now all rotation is coming in towards this B bomb site. Molotovs are going out, Fnatic trying to buy time, but that one actually failed. That one up mid-air, and that is not a good thing. Olaf trying to buy more time here, smoking off, and with the AK spray through, he's going to take out Seized, and then Edward. Oh no! Na'Vi in the retake just failing entirely. Guardian coming back in with a strong kill, and another one there to take down Olaf. Crim's going to go down, and it's a great retake after all. It looked like half the Na'Vi team wanted to retake, and the other half wanted to slow it down.
But Guardian got the key kill there, I think, on JW holding the high ground, right? That's so important that you manage to actually get rid of that player up there who's holding. And so they're expecting a bit of an awkward spot on the site. Olafmeister, though, that's just what, I mean, Olafmeister showing us that he's still capable, perfectly capable of just, you know, turning a situation on its head. The first kill, okay, granted, but then Edward falling, I think that was Edward who got caught out. Yeah, Edward falling next. I mean, that's not supposed to happen. But Na'Vi do manage to pick up the first round. They save the AWP, that's the important bit, and it looks like they have the money for Guardian to get that second one as well. And so now we can actually see Na'Vi go for that just tried and true strategy. It's an expensive one, but they can make it work on this site, on this map. Double op, and both AWPs just spread out. Seized even going aggressive with his AWP towards lower ramp. We'll see if Flush actually runs into that or not.
Well, Guardian off to a good start, taking down Crims. And if Na'Vi have their way every round starts like that, Flamey is going to be going down to JW. They're out in the yard quick again, but Dennis drops Guardian, doing even more work here for his team. This is how it needs to continue. It's been a long time coming now. He's going to take down Flusher as well. That's the triple kill now, down to JW and Olaf to do some damage in this round. I think winning it is going to be almost impossible.
It's a bit of a stretch. It's definitely a bit of a stretch, but you're right. Na'Vi, whoa. Yeah, JW, not expecting Zeus to be holding aggressive in A main like that. But right now, Fnatic just need to drop some money. They need to make Na'Vi spend some money in the next round, and that's just not going to happen. Na'Vi, 4 players surviving the round is huge for them, especially when they're going for such an expensive strategy in the double AWP. And so there we go, Guardian making it work.
All right. I think those were some Fnatic fans booing first of all, and then we had the Na'Vi fans countering with a bit of a chant. I love that. Definitely keep that up. 6th round is coming up, and we've got double off versus all AKs once again here. The Fnatic, they didn't get the bomb plant. They're out of money. If they lose this round, then Na'Vi are going to have finally some breathing space where they can relax a little bit and just play against pistols. And Seized opening up on Crims is one good start.
Now we're starting to see the shift. And we're going to start seeing that shift because Fnatic, they've gone for the brute force tactics and they haven't worked. And so now they need to go for slow play. And that's a bit more of a tactical demand on an in-game leader right there. You need to find the right opening and take advantage of it. Try and set up the play. But if Na'Vi are going to be comfortable enough now to trust in their defense and start challenging you the way Seized just did, this is where life gets difficult for Fnatic, and this is where the game gets interesting for us.
Look at Seized. He's pretty far back, but not far enough to think that he could drop down. He's got to be careful. If he misses this shot, then Olafmeister's going to take him out. Now he's waiting on the high ground on the other side of the smoke, walking into the smoke. He gets an easy kill on Dennis, goes for a second. Not going to be quite good enough, and Flamey going down. Fnatic turning it around, and it's a 2-on-3. Zeus walking in and taking down Flusher. Spray not going to connect JW with the instantaneous headshot, and it's now Guardian in a 1-on-2, and he's just going to walk away from it. Fnatic going to pick up a 4th round.
Time to save the guns, yep. And, well, Na'Vi are going to be very happy that they actually managed to get that round before it where they kept 4 players alive, because they actually have a little bit of money to fall back on in this round. If Guardian can hold on to this AWP, he can drop a rifle for his teammates, and it will be only 1 player on Na'Vi who has to go for some kind of awkward force buy. So we'll see. Fnatic, though, that's the kind of explosive style that you want to see out of Fnatic. They get control of B halls, and there's no subtlety. There's no like, oh, we'll try and fake them on A or try and drag it out. No, they just blow up onto a site. And Seized tried to do the best that he could, but that is such a difficult position to be in.
It's a real shame because these early kills from Seized, this one, but especially the second one, when he's getting that kill from the high ground, look at how they're all sort of more or less looking there. Edward, I think, who came in, needed to sort of use that timing. They needed, when everyone was looking at Seized up on the high ground, they needed to get the kills on everybody else, and that just didn't work out that way. 7th round coming up, and Na'Vi, they save the AWP, and they go for a little bit more here. It's a sketchy buy, but I can understand why they'd want to make it.
It's worked so far. If Seized is feeling confident hitting shots, okay, get that out back into his hands. But it's Flamey holding solo on B. This is a gamble coming in from Na'Vi. They expect to see more aggression from Fnatic straight out onto the A site. So far, it's paying off. Seized and Edward both finding kills. And Seized from connected with the AWP. This could set up. This would be a master call from Starix. A great read on Fnatic.
Oh, Guardian not even checking behind him. He was so focused on Flusher, who was out there with the UMP. Now it's a 3-on-3. Bomb is not down yet, and now we have made the full rotation. Edward going to be going down. And no grenades raining in. That lands right at the feet of Seized. He's 1 bullet away from death. And JW's on the other side. Seized incredibly patient here, just waiting for it. Fnatic, they're setting up. They've got a lot more grenades, including flashes. Seized, he needs a clean angle. There's the flashbang coming in, and Flamey is actually right behind him on the ladder. So they need to make something work between them. Na'Vi in a very tight spot. If they lose this round, it's going to be Fnatic having a really good start to this train map. And Flamey going down, Seized as well. No one with a chance to retaliate. It's going to be 5-2, and Na'Vi are out of money.
That is a soul-shattering round that Na'Vi just lost, though. Because Starks, he takes the gamble, he takes the risk. They go for the buy. They have the double AWP, and they gamble both ops on A as well. And Fnatic just run right through them. Just run right through them. So if you're Starks at this point, the in-game leader for Na'Vi, what can actually be going through your head to try and get your team back into this, to get that confidence back? Because now Fnatic have managed to chain rounds together. Your team's going to be ecoing, and so Fnatic are just going to run right over you again. It's a very difficult scenario now for Na'Vi to get their heads back into this.
Yeah, it's somehow easier to justify losing a round if you just sort of made the right call. If they had stacked B and it was an A push, you know, you could at least excuse yourself with that. But you actually did make the right call, and you still didn't win the round. Zeus going to be taking down JW. Guardian goes down, followed by Edward. And Zeus has found the bomb. I don't think that's much help. I mean, normally this would be a great find. But think about what he actually has to do this with, and they know he's going to be there.
Yeah, they should be very careful. You can see Flusha slowly working his way back. He's got the UMP. It's not the best gun, but Zeus has pulled a fast one on him. We'll see if Flusha looks left. It's a bit of a gamble for Flusha. He's going for the shoulder peek. Zeus bides his time, finds the kill, but Dennis takes out Seized. In the meantime, we're going to lose Flamey as well, and then it'll just be 3 players for Fnatic ready to collapse back onto Zeus, and, well, it's not even necessary. Olafmeister catches him overextending. So now it's all on Flamey, and not for long. 6-2, Fnatic just taking off here on T-side train. 3 rounds after the pistol, and another 3 here. Wow, that's some dedication.
Wow, I say just bring her in to watch it, you know, get her interested. That way you've got, you know, entertainment secured for a long time into the future. That's the play, I've got to say, that's got to be the play. 9th round is coming up, and Na'Vi with another buy here that features no defuse kits, no Molotovs, and no sniper rifles. You can tell they're being tested right now in the absolute limit of this team. Fnatic, they're just merciless, and Dennis, though, taking a lot of damage, runs right into Seized. He challenges the Molotov, and it pays off. He's going to get shot in the back of the head by Flamey, though, and JW, not out by Electric Box, looking for a kill on Zeus, who's in a very, very tricky position. He can't really get out from behind that car without going down. He does take out JW. Now he's going to get grenaded and almost dies. Flusha there to pick it up.
Edward, though, he will be able to trade effectively, and this is a situation that should favor Na'Vi. Guardian just goes charging through the smoke, and he'll find the kill. And, well, Olafmeister, can you do it again? He gets tagged down to 12 HP, though, so that's not going to help. 1v2 now with the AWP. He has the smoke to give himself a way out, but that bomb is dropped out in the open on the A site. So Olafmeister, luckily for him, he had a minute left on the clock, so he can actually try and change his position and hope to catch somebody off guard here for Na'Vi. Edward, though, do they realize that the bomb is on A?
I don't think they do, because if they did, they would probably try and set themselves up for a quick trade position, right?
Exactly. And I'm just not seeing it right now. I mean, Guardian is solo. Did he just spot it? What's going on here?
Don't think he has yet. Now, maybe he saw Olaf there. Edward is certainly walking in, and Olaf is a single bullet away from death. Guardian down on the low ground there. Somehow Olaf still alive with the AWP scoped up. Up on the train, a bit of a silly game being played right now with just 20 seconds left. Olaf has to either commit or fall back and save the rifle, one or the other. Guardian does get the kill, jumps off the ladder to make himself a very hard target. And that will be a 6-3 scoreline, a big round win for Na'Vi. Well, there's a GIF for Reddit already. I love it.
So Olafmeister couldn't actually do the 1v3 there, so that's a bit brutal.
He's just going to straight ignore that.
Nope. 1v3 for Olaf, not happening this time. Can't repeat history. Very well played by Na'Vi in the end. And Olafmeister, he does just freaking out, trying to check his back, and that did not work.
Got the Na'Vi chant going on. The fans are definitely not giving up, and I mean, it isn't done with yet, but I think they need to put a really hard stop to Fnatic here in the first half. We need to see more of that Guardian action with the AWP that we saw earlier. He's up on the train and looking in towards the main entrance here. Looking to see if we can pick someone up from Fnatic, who've got the bomb dropped pretty far back, and they've got JW. I think he's just sort of angling for an opening somewhere.
He's waiting patiently right now over at alley for somebody to go for the peek. There's the flash, and Guardian gets the kill. Very well done. And there's the opening kill for Na'Vi in this round. That's going to apply some pressure to Fnatic, and we can already see Prince trying to get into position, trying to make some noise over here from Brown Halls towards that B site. He wants to try and draw a reaction out of the defense, get somebody to overextend, and so he can bring it back to a 4-on-4. But Olaf, now he's got that AWP to work with, and we'll see. It's all going to be coming down to the patience of Zeus. Like, does Zeus overextend? Does he peek behind this grenade? Olaf Meister gets that smoke in, and that's just a beta reaction. Now he knows that Zeus is holding close because Zeus goes for the incendiary. It's just a mind game between these players. Olaf just trying to gather information. What is the setup?
Flamey and Seas look like they might be put to the test. You've got to look at the clock as well. Just under 30 seconds now. They are pushing into the B-bomb side. Zeus going to be going down, but Flusher drops to Seas. That's a very important kill. Oh my god! Dennis picking up Flamey. That looked unreal. Now Edward going to be going down. Fnatic, how do they do this? How do they come back into a round like this one? Guardian, he looks focused at the moment. Fnatic Charters taking over here at the Cobb Energy Center, and you can see why. That is not a round you're supposed to win, and certainly not like that.
What is it? Sesame Street? No, I was just thinking, you know, if we are the puppets in Sesame Street up here, you know, I feel like, you know, it's like, how do you spell catastrophe? Because that's what's happening for Na'Vi right now. They win a round, they lose a round. Their economy gets hard reset. They don't have a dime to their name. They're looking at pistols again. And, well, this is just unreal. This second shot from Dennis, that's insane.
Especially because the first kill was so clumsy. The spray really didn't look very coordinated at all. But then, if you followed up like that, what does it even matter? Again, Na'Vi out of money. They won a round, then they lost a round. It resets the loss bonus, and they're in such a lot of trouble right now.
Oh. There's the flag. Olaf Meister not going to get caught sleeping, and the footsteps. Flusher hears him coming. He does succeed once again in trading 1-for-1. So effective right now, Flusher, at just picking up those kills, making it expensive for Na'Vi. And, well, what do they care, Fnatic? They've just lost a MAC-10. Oh, no. JW, not exactly the best gun to go for a long-range duel with, just saying. You have a pistol, it's probably, like, the pistol will probably even be better in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, almost certainly. They don't have armor, so maybe it could have worked, but especially if they're armored, you don't want to take that fight.
RPK is like the only guy who can do that, right? Who actually taps like across the map with an SMG and gets kills with it. It's just, I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, I feel like you should just try and avoid that. If you're at home watching, don't try that in any matchmaking game ever. Right now, the bomb is down, and the crowd have lost their minds. And Crims is waiting in CT spawn with an AK in his hand. Right now, Na'Vi just shuffling a little bit and hoping that they could get an exit kill on someone who has a valuable weapon.
I'm not seeing a whole lot of movement over on the Na'Vi roster right now. In person, obviously. Stark's kind of sitting slumped back in his chair. I mean, he's just got to be going through scenarios in his head right now. What can they do to try and catch Fnatic off guard? Is that a rush somewhere, trying to go for some aggression in upper halls? I mean, they haven't really done that at all, Na'Vi, apart from the one peak with Seas with that AWP where he got the pick earlier on. We aren't really seeing, you know, aggressive plays on lower ramp. We're actually seeing a lot of gambles from Na'Vi, leaving one player alone on B and putting 4 on A early on to try and counter Fnatic's early aggression. But I'm just wondering, like, Na'Vi, do you go aggressive elsewhere? I mean, Edward's going to be solo on B right now. It's just more of the same, though. Look at this. The insanity. Dennis, free kill onto Zeus. He's going to be able to clear on Ali as well. That's pretty much the job done.
Completely wrecks that bomb site in a matter of seconds. As soon as Dennis gets behind the enemy lines, it's all over with. Edward, only the MAC-10 to console himself with, and it's really, really not that much.
What is going on?
I don't know, this happened in Columbus as well for the Major. I realize the only thing we're lacking here, and maybe it's just the teams, the USA chance, you know? We had those going. I feel like I missed that. So 1-on-3 right now for Edward, and I mean, there's not much that he could accomplish apart from just saving his armor maybe into the next round. The MAC-10, I don't think it's going to be much use anyway here. We're about to be 9-3 Fnatic. It looked like they were going to get stopped early on. Oh, we got... Yeah, that's great. We've got a different feel for what the fans are right now.
Pasha's on Virtus Pro, bro. Just want to tell you. The biceps.
9-3. My God. It looked like they were able to stop them. They had 2 good rounds in a row there. Na'Vi, those were the 4th and 5th round. And then since then, it's just all been Fnatic again. Dennis had 16 kills.
Yeah, we're just witnessing a total collapse right now. And Fnatic, now is the time that they change it up. They're like, right, we've been going A aggressive a lot. Let's go ahead and apply some pressure over here on B. The Molotov there to cover to Olafmeister, who's pushed down to the lower ramp, and sees is going to have to give ground. That actually pulls Flamey off the defense on A as well.
Also Na'Vi with the double AWP and auto sniper setup. So they have invested literally everything into this round. They just want to throw something at the wall and see if it sticks here. And why not? I mean, I think there are no bad calls left for Na'Vi anymore. Just whatever comes to mind, just try it. Because everything that normally works hasn't worked. Olaf with a bit of a boost there. He can't quite see where Seized is. Luckily for him, still tries to the shot. Is this real life?
I mean, it would suck tremendously for Seized for that to actually hit, but at the same time, I really, really wish that Olafmeister had done it. Oh, and he's not going to get the shot. Oh, what a perfect setup.
He still peaks the angle. Just think about how unlikely that is. There are at least 2 other angles that are more likely for someone to be in that position. Seized will get the drop on Olaf, though, and take him out. Finally, a little bit of space for Na'Vi.
All right, this would be a mistake for Edward to step into Pop Dog, though. He doesn't need to go further than he is actually at right now. And he's trying to bait it. He's trying to get somebody to drop down with that MAC-10. Dennis is going to back off just as Edward goes for the peak. There's the pop flash, goes jumping in, and Edward gets mowed down. Dennis is going to come right through the smoke, and little does he know, Zeus is right there in front of Electric. But Crims, this is effective team play from Fnatic. They trade immediately.
Crims a little bit too soon with a peak. There's Guardian taking out JW, which leaves it all on Flusher. 16 seconds here in a 1-on-3. They're up on the high ground as well. There's pretty much no way to do this, considering the time that's left. That's the big constraint here for Flusher. He's going to fake it once, and will be going down to Guardian. So all of the expensive rifles going to live through the round. Na'Vi going to make it to 4.
Yeah, if you're Na'Vi right now, you need to keep 3 players alive. That guy's seen some stuff, just saying.
Might be a Na'Vi fan, in fact.
Yeah, that was a sick duel going on between Olafmeister and Seized. Olaf is just so dialed in right now, it's nuts.
It's the fact that he peaks the angle. I mean, he doesn't get the kill, but it's just incredible.
Well, and there's a bit of a balance going on here. Fnatic seem to be able to just put 3-round chunks together, basically, before Na'Vi end it. And so, you know, a single round there, you saw 3 rounds again for Fnatic. Now, Na'Vi have actually picked up a round, and Guardian's got the angle on JW. JW with a little bit of a magic apple there. Throws in the HE. That would be Guardian's way of saying HE as well. He's the one, right? Magic apple.
It is. I don't know if... we can't really explain that. But let's just pretend that's a Slovakian thing. Why not? Edward, Zeus, Guardian, and Flamey all on the A side of the map, and Seized quite far pushed up with the AWP on the other side. So this is a really good stack for Na'Vi, one of those rounds where you should be winning it, but Flusher's already made his way out. He's in fact first with the bomb in the bomb side, which seems a bit crazy. Again, if he goes down, then the tactic is pretty much up here. All of going to be dropped, and Flamey picking up a second kill on JW is looking real good for Na'Vi. Flusher dies as well. Zeus doing a bit of work, and Dennis going to die, leaving Crims in a 1-on-4, and with the bomb out in the middle of nowhere, there should be no way out.
You can see Zeus just gritting it, you know, just tensing up, getting ready, go around the corner, and it's not going to work.
Oh, well memed.
Well memed.
Well memed. 9-5, and moving into the 15th round, Fnatic gonna have to play it with 2 Tech-9s, 1 Deagle, 1 C-Set, 75, and a Scout. Na'Vi, again, another round where if they can't win it, then how can they possibly expect to move on in the semifinals? They should be able to lock this one down. The only issue is if they get run down with those sniper rifles like Seized, missing a shot, trying to fall back around the corner. It's a pretty good defensive flashbang there. Flamey flashed for a moment. He's got the auto sniper, but again, he can't really find the angle for it. Now he's out in the open and he needs to fall back. Gets a good kill in with the pistol, and now the sniper comes out here. A 3-on-4. Bomb plant not happening yet for Fnatic, and it's looking good. No scope, in fact, on Olaf. And it shouldn't be possible here. It should be another round for Na'Vi.
This has to be it, right? 9-6 finish. Dennis, he's got the scout. They're going to be pinned down, though, and Flusher will find a kill on Flamey with an HE grenade. So they do bring it back to a 2-on-3, but Zeus with the long lurk is going to be able to pick off Flusher, and Guardian will find the final kill of the half. 9-6 Fnatic. Once again, just going to work. It's just, you know, turning everything on its head, because this is supposed to be a CT-sided map, and Fnatic once again showing us that anything is possible. If you get control, if you get the confidence, you're just going to run right through them. And so we'll see if Na'Vi, they'll be able to get their heads back into this game. Now they go on to the T side after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the second half coming up. Second map here of our first semi-finals at E-League. We're at the Cobb Energy Center, and it's been such an incredible showing for Swedish Fnatic. It shouldn't be a surprise, but you know, they've looked a little bit shaky coming into this. Right now, there's absolutely no shake at all. They're crushing Na'Vi.
Yeah, they're rolling right through them again. It's what we expected coming into the second map. If Fnatic could keep up that pace that they had on Cobble, they would just be able to roll right through defense. That's why I was wondering if Na'Vi should have started on T side just to get some control of the pace of the map, right? To go ahead and try and get their game going. Now, they have that additional pressure of being behind because they have 6 rounds after the CT side. That's not quite good enough on Train. And Fnatic, I mean, if they're hitting shots like this, we can see more of what we saw on Cobble. I mean, JW and Crim's not having that impact that we saw on Cobble. There's definitely a little bit more of a top-heavy scoreboard here for Fnatic, but they can wake up now. If they win this pistol, Fnatic, it's going to look real grim here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's at the point where you've got to think there's, again, almost no way to come back. That would leave it at a 12-6 scoreline. They're on the more favored side. They'll have the money and everything else. It's all USPS here for Fnatic. No upgraded pistols, but we do have Edward with the Tech 9 and armor. So that's encouraging, I would say. That could be a very, very strong combo.
And Na'Vi going back to tried and true, bread and butter. This is their default standard kind of setup. Zeus and Edward clearing out Brown Halls. Season Flamey setting up over by Ali. And then Guardian, he's the one hanging out, making sure that Pop Dog isn't going to get pushed by Fnatic. I mean, this is very solid stuff from Na'Vi, and they're going right back to what they know works, right? This is their comfort zone. And so they're going to spread out across the map, run the clock down, wait and see if they can get a pick on Fnatic, and then eventually go onto a site. So with a minute left, they're starting to rotate to get into position, and it does look like this is going to be a straight-up YOLO B play.
They have 2 smokes, which means Olaf and JW are going to have a much harder time landing those USP shots. Crims is going to be able to rotate in, so once the bomb is being planted, and it's Guardian, he doesn't have armor. If he puts the bomb down and he's tagged up, then that grenade will actually stop that from happening. That would be one of the worst scenarios right now that could potentially happen for Na'Vi. Let's cross our fingers and hope that it doesn't. Smokes are up already, and Olafmeister jumping up on the train. DeLorean look over, he spots a couple of people running in. Blind shots coming through. Guardian still 100% health, tries to get the bomb down. Grenade coming in, it's going to take out Seized, and the bomb plant not happening yet. Olaf getting a kill as well. Oh no, Na'Vi, what's happening? Olaf taking down Edwards. Zeus gonna fall, and Guardian out in the open. He gets the bomb plant, but it's a 1-on-5. And Fnatic, they are certainly gonna win this pistol round. He's got 5 bullets left, and he's gonna drop to Crims. And that will be another round and another pistol round here for Fnatic.
Deep breath time, really, if you're Na'Vi. This is like watching Nip right now, actually. Just because it feels like right now Na'Vi, they're lost. Their tactics aren't working. They go for a tactical play. Everything lines up so that, you know, they should feel confidence in the tactics. All you have to do is get out onto that B site, hit some headshots, roll from there, right? They're just not hitting the shots. They're falling apart. And so if they can't even count on their tried and true kind of game, Na'Vi, where else do they have to go? They're running into an Olafmeister who will just obliterate you with 2 HP left. You know, this is brutal. So now we have to see 10-6. Fnatic picking up both pistols on Train. And so it's a complete flip. Na'Vi, they won both pistols on Cobblestone on the first map of this best of 3. Now it's Fnatic. It's just the Fnatic show. And so we see Na'Vi, they did get the bomb plant, and so they are going to be saving for a buy in the next round.
And Olaf close with the M4A4. He's got 30 bullets to deal with them here, and they don't have armor. So either way, this should be a complete shutdown. They put up 1 smoke, but could already tell as a warning to the rest what happens if you go down that ramp. If you try upper, might be a bit more effective. JW down to 7 bullets. He's going to go down as well. What a great start here. They're going to be in the bomb site, get the bomb down. They're going to be able to buy next round anyway. But Na'Vi bringing a little bit of fight into the second half already against Fnatic. Crims up on the high ground looking for an opening. It's going to be Zeus to go down, then Flamey, and then Seized with the scout there on Dennis. The Fnatic win the round.
Yeah, this is just, well, it just continues to be the Fnatic show eventually. I mean, essentially that's it. Na'Vi, they just didn't have the firepower in that round. It is still a success for Na'Vi, though. They may have got just dumpstered there in that round as far as kills are concerned, but they got both plants. And so that means Guardian, boom, buys the AWP straight. He has all of the money for it. They have a lot more money to work with here in the 18th round for Na'Vi because of that second bomb plant. And so now it's time to wake up and start doing some work. And Na'Vi, really, you know, is it going to be like we saw on Cobble, where they were trying to go for a more aggressive style of play, where they were trying to rush Fnatic and not go, basically get out of their comfort zone? Or are they going to go for the standard default and try and execute a strategy that has worked for them in the past? And right now, it does look like it's going to be a split across the map.
Well, at the very least, they have the AWP early on here on Guardian. There is a lot of smokes and flashbangs, and look how close Olafmeister is. Guardian think sensing that something might be up. Very scary, especially because if they try and chase down Olofmeister, then he's going to have JW right there with him. So maybe better to back up. Dennis taking down Seized with a shot through a wall, it seems. Got to wonder where that happened. And Olof ready and waiting. There's Guardian falling next in line. Zeus, and it's a perfect trade right here from Olofmeister's point of view. Edward, if he can get the kill back on JW, that would be great, but Molotov is going to push him back, and it's a 4-on-2.
How does he get 2 kills there? That's the thing. Like, how does he manage to come out ahead? That's fundamentals. Fundamentals are just going out the window here for Na'Vi. You have 2 players there to back Guardian up, and somehow Olofmeister gets 2 kills out of that sort of scenario. It should be a one-and-done sort of scenario there for Olofmeister.
Yeah, and ultimately, the trick from Fnatic's point of view is they stay there when the smoke is up, and you can tell Na'Vi are thinking, well, when the smoke clears, surely they're going to fall back. They're not going to stick around after the smoke, and that's exactly what they did. So just very, very annoying right now. Na'Vi, they can't make any assumptions here. They just got to check everything and be very thorough. But that's hard when you're this far behind. You know, you've got a lot of other things to think about and a tremendous amount of pressure on them. Flamey and Edward. So 2-on-3. The problem is the time that's left.
20 seconds left now on this clock, and they're just now making the play for the A site. Rotation is going to come through, and Flesha gets a little ahead of himself there. Bullet to the face. Flamey hits the shot. And so now the 2-on-2 scenario. Dennis, who's been on the A site the entire time, is going to wait patiently with that AWP. And in the meantime, Crims, it's both of the players for Fnatic moving in from the back line, but neither of them are in a position to trade on kills. And so this is a little awkward for Fnatic. They've been winning duels all series long, and well, they're going to continue to do so. Crims, instant headshot on Flamey, and now it's Edward with his eyes on the bomb, and they're going for the wall-based shot. What is this? The air control from Dennis as well. They make it look so easy, Fnatic. They just make it look so easy. Look at that styling, Dennis. Just zipping through the air.
Yeah, and we just learned a valuable lesson if you didn't know already. Taking orb shots through that box does nearly no damage. They could literally have been shooting all day and they wouldn't kill him. I think it does like 6 damage or something like that per shot. So it's still very, very hard at the end to play that 2v1, but he didn't have to peek out just from stress. He could have stayed there anyway. But 12-6. I don't even know at this point. Fnatic now with the double up setup, and Na'Vi buying whatever they can.
Well, I mean, this is going to be, and I'm very excited to hear what the desk has to say about this as well, just because, I mean, you ask Thorin, you ask any of the analysts, and they'll always tell you that Na'Vi, they're so consistent at keeping maps close. Yes. And they never lose by double, you know, they never lose single digits. They always get into double digits. They'll always fight you to the better end. But right now, I mean, we're seeing Fnatic take off on Train, but they won 16-4 on Cobble. Like, that doesn't happen to Na'Vi. And so we're just seeing a totally different level out of Fnatic, and Na'Vi, they need to figure out how to handle it, and it's not looking good so far. 2 rifles and the pistols, and a straight run onto the A side here for Na'Vi.
Very cool smoke coming out of Zeus. That was actually a medium throw coming out. That doesn't happen too often. It is a 5-on-5 still, and Zeus out there with the bomb plant down. He's got the Tech 9 and close range. This is a great round for Na'Vi. Really cool setup, and they're very efficient at executing right now. Crims is up on the high ground, though, and they don't spot him out in time. JW to take out Zeus, and suddenly it's falling apart. Nice headshot coming out of Guardian with the Deagle. He's got the double kill, but he needs a lot more. Edward about to creep in to try and help out. The smoke is up for the potential defuse, and Guardian looking for more. There's a third headshot coming in. Crims gonna be going down, but they're defusing inside the smoke. They don't have a kit. Edward gonna be taking down Olofmeister, and now it's all on JW. 1-on-2 with no defuse kit. Guardian knifing in the smoke is gonna get himself killed, but the round will go in favor of Na'Vi here. 7-12. That was just a very, very cool round, and I'll tell you exactly why. Normally, when you execute onto that A bomb site, there is a huge sort of input delay from you putting the smokes in and being able to rush out, because they go in from the container, all of them. So they're airborne for a long time. You need to wait for them to land and then pop, and then you can go. This time Na'Vi executed a lot of those smokes from the ladder room, essentially, from up on white balls, and that's why they were able to be so quick. So very impressive stuff there from Na'Vi, a great variation on a very common strategy. It's going to make it 12-7, so still a big gap, but that was finally a sign of life, I would say, for the Na'Vi team.
Exactly, something finally goes their way. I mean, it wasn't a clutch in the end. They did have the man advantage, but they win with a force buy. That's the kind of play that needs to happen here for Na'Vi to get them back into this. See, he's not going to get fooled by Flesha. Will find the kill. Olofmeister gets dropped by Zeus in Brown Halls, and now Na'Vi having so much space to work with here on this map. 2-man advantage. And while Edward's just going to go charging into the waiting arms of Dennis, that's not pretty. Dennis now with the AK to play with. Guardian heard that pick, though, so he knows exactly where Dennis is coming from, and he'll hit the shot.
Crims waiting on the other side here. CZ is lethal at this range. But either way, Na'Vi should be able to get the bomb down, and even if he gets this kill, it shouldn't be around for the Na'Vi or for the Fnatic team. It's going to be a good kill there. C's doing work, and now we're at 8-12. They are slightly toying with us here, Na'Vi, I feel like, Samla, because now you start to get a feeling maybe it could happen. And one of the big reasons why you might not be far off is the fact that Guardian has got 21 kills, just 2 behind Dennis at 23. We did say he had to come alive, and right now he is.
And the 2 key rounds, right? And well, the key round basically in the force buy with the Deagle. Getting 3 kills there, not too shabby. I mean, he's definitely the reason why Na'Vi won that round. And so, more of that. And it's possible. Fnatic now on hard eco, actually, across the board, all USPs for them. Not spending a single dollar this round, so.
Yeah, and they hear the footsteps, and they're immediately going to rotate everybody in. Trying to hide there in the corner is Olofmeister. He's going to be found, and not much of a challenge here. The USP doing some good damage and actually getting a kill on Edward. But it is of fairly little significance at this point in time. Just going to be a cleanup round here. Guardian taking a fight with Flusher and not winning it. That's a bit of a shame because he actually has the AWP, so if they can't pick it up, that's a lot of money being lost here. You can tell they're scrambling for it, and they will be successful. Good job from Flamey. 9-12 being the scoreline here. Oh, this is going to be tense because now Na'Vi have put themselves in a position where they can win the map, but it could also be the heartbreak instead.
They have a chance. We'll go that far, right? They have a real chance now. 3 rounds. They get control of the economy. If they can continue to reset Fnatic, anything is possible here. Even you let Fnatic, if Fnatic win a round, if Na'Vi can come right back into it, get that hard reset, anything is possible for Na'Vi. So we'll see. They go back into standard play for themselves as well, spreading out across that map. And now we're back to the basics here for Na'Vi. Zeus not going to let there be any kind of aggressive push coming in from Olofmeister. And actually, we are seeing a little bit more of a calm Fnatic.
I feel like Na'Vi are steadily proving you right, though, in the sense that maybe if they had picked T-side first, they would have had like a more momentum going into it. Because I mean, this would have been we would have been impressed if this was the first half. Right now, the score would be 3-3, with Na'Vi winning the first 3 rifle rounds in a row and starting off here, taking down JW. So this would have looked like a very good first half. We'd be like, wow, this is great, Na'Vi. They're really at it. Maybe they can bring it back after all. They're fighting one hell of an uphill battle.
Yeah, mightily, but it's the way. I mean, this is the map that we predicted that they would win. This should be Navi's home turf, and so once they get onto that T side, right, they should have everything lined up. They should know how to make it work. It's on Dust 2 where things are going to get hairy. Navi, I mean, Fnatic should be the favorite team on that 3rd map, so if it goes the distance, I mean, it's not done for Na'Vi. They've got a lot of work ahead of them. 40 seconds left in the round, and Na'Vi just now starting to get set up for the play. And it does look like they want to go towards that A site. Bomb. Oh, no, never mind. Might not be the case. Dennis is going to find C's lurking by Alley, and that might shift things up here for Na'Vi. It looks like instead they want to try and get over towards that B site. 25 seconds left. What is going on?
Well, they are finally going to commit to it, but Guardian is already down with the bomb. Edward, what a headshot to take down Flusher out in the open, but he's going to be going down. They have 15 seconds. They need to recover that bomb, and Dennis is just denying them. It's all on Zeus. 10 seconds in a 1-on-2. Dennis currently with the triple kill and looking for a bit more. Zeus, he's simply out of time here. He can't even put the bomb down. He drops to Crims, and Fnatic going to make it a 13 rounds. That first kill from Dennis when he jumps around the corner. Again, I want to say if you're new to the game, just disregard that. Wipe it from your memory. Never do that. This should not be working. This is not how you're supposed to peek any corner. And he just makes it work.
So quick. And Dennis, man, yeah. Zeus can't really do anything with it. So it's the AWP here. And it was saved by Crims as well. And that's a huge save for Fnatic because they do have their backs to the wall as far as the money is concerned. So now that means that Olofmeister is going to be the one carrying the AWP. JW changing it up. He was aggressive at Pop Dog last round. Now he wants to go towards Brown Halls. And we'll see if he can catch out Zeus. This would be a pretty big kill. They're going to try and peek it together, and JW assassinates Zeus. Guardian in position for the trade frag, though. And that is key for Na'Vi.
Definitely very, very important there. Now, we'll see. Na'Vi economically cannot afford to lose this round. They would simply be out of money in the upcoming one. And the same is true for Fnatic. So a lot of this semi-final hinges on this one round. Na'Vi could almost equalize the scoreline if they can just win this one round. He'd be very, very close. Crims in the bomb site. Olaf really far behind with not just the AWP, but also a Molotov and an HE grenade. So even if they take out Crims, they could lose a lot. There's Olaf taking down Flamey at good start. Crims still hiding. He's finally going to take... Oh, he's actually taking a long time here. They're spamming through as well. They're really worried about it, and they feel like it's safe, and it's not. Crims coming out with a kill. He does go down. And now it's a 2-1-2. The bomb are finally going to be going down. Flusher and Dennis, can they make this retake happen?
Very weird situation. The way that this was set up. 2-on-2, crazy round. Dennis is going to find Guardian looking the wrong way, and Edward out in the open. Needs to win the duel versus Flusha, but it's not going to happen. The defuse will come in now for Dennis, and they have the double AWP in play as well now for Fnatic. But that was, I mean, that felt awkward watching Crims and Olafmeister this setup. Crims kept looking towards upper, but Olafmeister was holding with the AWP from Connector the entire time. And so there was a chance there for things to kind of fall apart if Olafmeister misses the shot, or just if Crims, I don't know. It just felt a little awkward watching that setup from Fnatic. Are they not communicating the setup clearly to each other when usually they're so on point?
The kill that Olafmeister did get from up on high ground is so key, because now you could see Na'Vi not sure if anyone is back there. They try and spam through, and that's almost the best they can do in terms of checking it. So eventually they just have to try for it, and it doesn't work out. They did get the bomb plant down, so they can just buy in this round.
We may see a change of pace. Now it looks like he's going to just charge forward. Might roast to death. No, they're taking quite a bit of damage. And Flusha going to leave the magic apple there. Not going to find it. Instead, it's Zeus to pick up the kill on Flusha. And Crims on the site. This time will come through, but he gets headshot. They're taking a lot of damage, Fnatic.
Yeah, a lot more than, but the Galils, they take more than one shot for the headshot. If those had been AKs, that would have been now a 2-on-1 here. Good kill from Edward, and a follow-up from Flamey. Gonna leave Olaf alone. 9 HP and a 1-on-2. Surely not this time. He's sneaking out there, but any bullet from any gun will take him out right now, and he's gonna go for it there. Sprays down, but Edward there to recover the round. That makes it a 14-10 scoreline, and Fnatic out of money once again. Look, I mean, look at how the absurd amount of carrying that Guardian is doing here. He's got 25 kills. The closest to him is 16 on Edward, whereas on Fnatic, we've got Dennis at 27, sure, but then Olaf at 21. It's a really big difference. And then even Flusher at 16 kills. I think Na'Vi can still do this, but it's not going to be easy.
I'm wondering what's going on with Seized at this point. He's usually the rock for this team, for Na'Vi. Between him and Flamey, they're the two players that Na'Vi seem to be able to fall back on, at least in recent times, consistently. And he's just not even present on the scoreboard. 8 kills for him so far. We're going to lose this duel versus Pistols. Doubled up. Clever play from Fnatic. Edward and Flamey will be able to restore order, however. They get 2 kills right back. But still, I mean, definitely a little concerned about Seized.
Yeah, they can't really have anyone lagging behind right now. Flamey having an awkward duel with Flusher that he finally manages to come out on top of. So again, it should be an easy round. We do sort of preface that with a should, because there is still a deal. There's still the max 7 in play. You really never know at this level. And Sue's gonna go and check the corner. Doesn't find anyone yet. They have plenty of time to make this work. And they have a good little group running around down at Ivy here.
They just need to focus right now, Fnatic. This is still a winnable situation for them if they can get Flusha into position with that Deagle. If he can at least trade 1-for-1, he's been so consistent doing it so far. But Edward takes down Crims. That was over by A main. And so that leaves JW at Pop Dog basically alone, and Flusha overrun on the A site. And so very well done here by Na'Vi, moving together as a unit. At least the 3 players in the back line moving onto that A site. Just means that Fnatic aren't really going to be able to get anybody one-on-one, manage to pick up a gun. That's what Fnatic's aim is in this round. 30 seconds left in the round, and they're finally going to get the bomb plant. Na'Vi are just so careful right now, with good reason.
Yes, yeah, you kind of blame them, can you, at this point? JW playing on the corner. He's got armor, so he can take this fight with Edward. Seems like he's just chipping away at him, and finally going to get knocked out from that AK. Triple kill for Edward, and an 11th round for Na'Vi. Slowly but surely, they are coming back into this game. The flags have come out. And those 2 people I recognize from the studio, they were there as well. So we've got some dedicated ELEAGUE fans. I love that. 26th round coming up. Do you believe in it, Semler? Do you feel it happening here for Na'Vi?
Not quite yet.
You're not on board?
Not quite yet.
Your heart is hard.
I am.
Take more to convince you.
Absolutely, because Fnatic are still on the CT side. 3 rounds separating them.
I mean, you are half Swedish. I don't know if we can trust your opinion on this.
Biased, right?
Well, only a third Swedish, actually.
Honorary seed.
Honorary.
Only lived there for a few years.
Yes, indeed.
It's still, right now, guys, in case you're wondering, we have a bit of a technical pause coming in. It's not a tactical timeout from either team. Vugo, the coach for Fnatic, dropped out. And so he's going to be relogging, getting back into the game fairly quickly here. We shouldn't be wasting too much time on this. But right now, I mean, this is you're right. You know, I kind of wonder if Na'Vi could have gone T-side at the beginning of this, if they could have gotten control of the game, set the pace from the beginning, right? We might be looking at a different sort of scenario here, but...
Well, just to reiterate again, if that had been the case, then right now we would have a tied scoreline in the first half of 5-5, you know. So that would be pretty good. You know, we'd be congratulating Na'Vi on a strong start to the first half. It's only because we're seeing it through the lens of a very, very good first half for Fnatic that it seems like it's almost out of control here. 14-11 is the scoreline, and the Swedes, they do not have money. So Na'Vi might be able to bring it back to 12 rounds, and then Fnatic could buy again. They are not at the finish line yet, and you know at this point, any mistake and everything crumbles here for the Na'Vi team. They're fighting to stay in the tournament here. They already lost the first map, and it is the semi-finals, so there are no second chances anymore.
No, there's no backing up. And so back to the basics once again for Na'Vi. Everybody spread out. Edward in a bit of an awkward spot though, and Zeus just running out of bullets. He finally hits the spray, but he's at risk. He could run out, and yes, he will die. Crims will get traded by Guardian though, and so they do maintain control. Na'Vi, they're able to react in time when they realize the trap that they've just walked into. But JW and Flusha still alive here for Fnatic. Well, just JW now. Flusha gets caught.
Never mind that spray from Zeus was really ridiculous with the Galil. You see something cool though, which is that he's so aware of the player that's coming down long that he's trying to run out of his field of view while he's taking the spray fight with the guy who's on the ramp. So just some good positional awareness. I mean, it should be instinctual at this level, but still, that's fun to see. Don't see that too often. JW to take down C's, just tapping away casually. The fact that he doesn't have armor and no defuse kit and, well, really almost no grenades means I think he's just looking for exits at this point. There's not much of a reason he should try and fight this.
That's a little frustrating for JW. He might get caught in the back now. It seems like they're intent on pushing towards CT, and JW might be able to just sneak his way right through the net. Na'Vi, that's going to be frustrating. You think you have the info, you think you have the read, and JW should be able to hold on to this AK. Don't think that he's going to get caught out in the open. Both players... Well, maybe? No, not quite. Guardian doesn't quite make it back in time. But still, an AK now for Fnatic to play with. That's actually a very solid read, or a very solid save, rather.
Definitely helps them out. They can buy a lot more grenades behind it and maybe drop for a couple of friends there. I think two of them had very low money, so 14-12, the current scoreline. This really would be an impressive comeback for Na'Vi. It would certainly justify them picking Train as their map here. They've already done a very good job. It's just that Fnatic are looking like an incredibly strong team in this tournament right now. Guardian already down to 39 health AWP. I don't know what he got. He must have been sprayed because he was not hit by any AWP. There's none on the Fnatic side.
Clever positioning from JW. You'd want to have an op here in general just for that one-shot headshot, or that one-shot kill basically, but he's going to put the AK here because he knows if he gets one tap, he's just setting it up in case Zeus peeks out. He'll be able to hit that one tap, get that kill. Not going to spot Zeus in time. Edward takes out Olafmeister in the meantime, so the push has begun onto the B side for Na'Vi. And JW not going to be able to get anything done at all. Wiped out by C's. And this is actually a situation where Fnatic, right, they aren't even going to waste any time. They don't try to challenge, they back off the save.
Yeah, and it's a push that happened so early in the round. I mean, this is Na'Vi we're talking about. They're infamous for waiting until there's just 30 seconds left. They're really stretching themselves to try and find a way to beat Fnatic, but it worked this time, so more power to them. It's down to Dennis, Crims, and Flusha to try and save these guns and just see if they can make it out. If they don't, they're really giving a lot to Na'Vi here. Edward setting up the flashbang. They're going to push behind it. Flamey helping out. Edward getting the kill, and can he get another one? He's going to flash out and push right into Flusha, and that's going to be the kill. This is all worth it for Na'Vi. They don't have a ton of money, but taking these rifles away from Fnatic is so important.
Yep, they'll have 4 rifles now, and make that 3. Well played by Dennis. Picks off C's, who still seems to be struggling right now, but still. Not going to be the end of the world. The more important bit here is that Na'Vi are at 13 rounds, Fnatic on 14 rounds, and Fnatic just don't have money.
Our audience members, I don't know if it's the sun, it's really hot here in the land. It might be just a little bit too much dehydration or something like that. It's really funny, isn't it?
Some water.
It's just, I just imagine all the gifs you can make from watching people do weird things when the camera comes on. Alright, they're going to have the 1M4A4 here that is on Dennis, and the rest don't really have anything. This is Navi's chance to equalize. They're actually making this work. A nice little peek there from JW, does a tremendous amount of damage, but he can't get any other kills, and now Zeus is covering on the low ground here. Fnatic could win the round right now, and Zeus going to be going down. The body, the corpse there, almost blocking Guardian's shot. They're going to rotate back into the A-bomb site, where there is only one person, that's Crims holding in the back lines.
That was such a clever play from Na'Vi. The fact that Seized is trying to make as much noise as possible with the grenades, trying to make it look like there are more players pushing onto A site for Na'Vi, and in the meantime, his teammates rush B. I mean, sick. It's just that JW, how does he do so much damage? Flamey and Guardian still very low, and Seized tries to do the majority of the work here for Na'Vi to keep them in this round because he has the HP to actually take the fights. Guardian with the AWP though, not going to be able to spot out Dennis in time. He will trade afterwards though, so into a 2-on-2. And the retake continues for Fnatic. They don't have a kit, but they have a rifle picked up on Flusha.
That kit was on Dennis, so they have to go back in and pick it up, and Flusha does exactly that. Otherwise, he's got no chance, and even then, you can tell that time is simply run out here. Flusha going to get a headshot, and Guardian, as long as he hides, they're going to win the round. That's going to be the equalize. Na'Vi fighting their way back. They got utterly destroyed on the first map. The first half here off the second map turned out really badly for them. Now they're back at 14-14. They've won 5 rounds in a row. That's a better streak than Fnatic managed to get on their first half. What a team right now. Na'Vi are really, really impressing. 30 kills on Dennis, 28 on Guardian, and now finally, Semler, he's being backed up by Edward. There to help him out with 23.
Exactly, Edward's woken up, and we're seeing Fnatic actually struggle in these one-on-one scenarios that they were just dominating on Cobble, winning the 1v1 clutches. We aren't seeing them go Fnatic's way right now on this map. Na'Vi, they're the ones who are winning all the tight situations. That changes everything. But Dennis, he's going to start things off strong, finds Seized, who decides to run into Alley before the flash grenade, and so easy kill for Dennis. Tries to get the second shot in, but he's not going to connect to the smoke. And so Fnatic now, they've set themselves up perfectly here. They have the man advantage. They still have reasonable number of nades to work with. And it's all on Na'Vi now to come up with a solution. Starix, what is his call going to be?
And also, a moment of panic there is they actually Seized had the bomb. I know you love that, Semler, when you push with the bomb first.
Oh yeah, no, that's actually one of the most scary, terrifying things you can actually do in CS. Because then you're fully committed. That man goes down, he's out in the open, you're committed because that bomb is then dropped, and Fnatic can try and cover it from multiple angles. But Na'Vi, this is a play that Fnatic are prepared for. They're down a man, and somehow Guardian catches Olfmeister. Olfmeister gets caught on the edge of the train. What was that?
A rare lapse for Olfmeister. The flashbang, he obviously thought that he was running into the bomb site, but he wasn't. He was just running right into the train. Are they going to check the corner? They didn't last time, and it cost them. This time they do, but there's backup. JW being held up by Dennis. The grenade comes out. They need to get rid of him, and what a grenade. It takes 2 of them low, and that's going to be the round. Flusha taking down 2 kills with the AK, and that is match and map point here for Fnatic. They could steal it away right at the end.
What a sick read from Fnatic, though. Early rotation and then just fully committing to it. They're thinking Na'Vi, they're down a man. They're going to try and run onto that B site. And they set up the defense perfectly. Look at that choke point. They can't even get anywhere near the bomb plant. I mean, it's only like 10 feet away, Anders. They couldn't even do that.
And again, it's that one position real close to the wall. They just have such a hard time checking it when they don't have anyone from the high ground. We're going to go into the 30th round. It's either Fnatic walking away right into the grand finals, or it's going to be Na'Vi pushing us into overtime. Flashbang in, and Dennis a little bit too quick with the shot then. Na'Vi need a strong beginning here. And right now, Guardian is on the other side. They trade grenades and everything. Slight advantage for Dennis, but nothing that really matters.
Did Guardian not take the shot with the off? Did he go with the Tech 9 instead, just to make sure that Fnatic don't have the info as to where he is on the map right now? That would be an interesting little mind game to come through, just to try and throw Fnatic off guard. That's going to make Dennis sweat, and he's going to be playing passively over towards the back line. In the meantime, Na'Vi rotating towards B. Still have Edward hanging around A main just to make sure that nobody can actually, get that push going.
JW and Olof, they both have their Molotovs, and there are some smokes here on Na'Vi, but they're going to have to use at least 2 of them to even get into the bomb site, which means they might have to wait for a long time to be able to get the bomb plant down. See if Fnatic can use those smokes effectively, or those Molotovs effectively. There's the one smoke coming up from JW, which is going to cancel what Guardian was waiting for. He wanted to jump down, I think, to take that peek. Now another smoke coming up. JW counting internally, and he's going to put it up. Almost perfect timing there. I think it got cancelled actually. Now we managed to do that at least, and it's a 5-on-5 right now. Edward, the first to go down, and followed by Zeus and Fnatic. 3 kills away here from making it to the grand finals. It's Guardian to pick up 1 kill. He's flashed as well. The bomb has only just gone down. They need to hold on somehow. There's Guardian with the kill. Takes down 1. He's going to be dropped, and that's going to be it. Fnatic are in the grand finals here at the first season of ELEAGUE 16-14 on train against Na'Vi.
This is the kind of Fnatic that wins tournaments, that dominates. They completely crushed Na'Vi on the first map on Cobblestone, 16-4. That was their turf. Na'Vi were definitely going to be shaky on it, but for it to be that one-sided, that's impressive. And then they come onto Na'Vi's turf. They go to train. That should be Na'Vi's map to win. And somehow Fnatic, they take it to 30 rounds. Na'Vi definitely fight back. But what a performance coming in here from the Swedes. Fnatic, they're into the grand finals now, and it's Na'Vi who have to just wonder what could have been.
Yeah, and whoever is going to face them, either Virtus Pro or Mousesports, you've got to be worried at this point in time. I mean, they look so strong, Fnatic. You're going to have to do a lot of research to try and beat this team. Na'Vi, it was stolen away right at the end. I mean, that comeback was incredible, and it just still wasn't enough here. Fnatic, they are going to be able to go through, and Na'Vi are going to have to try again another time. We are going to have a full breakdown here right after the break, so stay with us.
Yes, so welcome back. We've just seen Fnatic eliminate Na'Vi, and that's left a lot of disappointed faces in the crowd. Not Na'Vi fans, of course, Moses' parents, who were just over there wondering where it all went wrong.
What are you doing?
There you go.
Didn't even know there was a game on him, though.
Yeah, he's making some notes. Must correct my son. Predictions
maybe have another
wrong
one.
again.
Try again next time.
There you go. He's just realised. Anyway, that's Mr. Moses
thanks for that,
there,
guys.
and it's crazy. Full head of hair.
The biggest tool in the crowd.
Don't know what's happening.
Anyway, let's talk about this one. Good comeback from Na'Vi at the end, but I mean, Fnatic just imperious here.
I mean, this is why you get scared playing Fnatic. This is your map. You're getting back in the game. You're getting back in the game using what you normally do, Na'Vi. They played a normal T-side here. Very impressive. But at the end of the game, when it got close, it was 14-14. Fnatic just pulled off those Fnatic rounds. Crazy individual plays. Suddenly, they remembered how to play defense, and they hadn't been there in entire game. So this is why you can't let it get close if it's Fnatic. You had to kind of do more in the first half for Na'Vi, I think.
And I've got to say, it's been a day for Na'Vi that's been typified by people underperforming. On the first map, you had Edward. This map, you had Siege. Usually Mr. Reliable in this team.
Especially recently, he's been playing very, very well for them. He's been pretty consistent with it. It just seemed like too slow of a start for Na'Vi. I mean, 9-3 at one point during that first half. You can't let Fnatic get out to that lead, especially the T-side of terrain, no matter how good you are on your own T-side. Starting off that slow is just so difficult to come back from, especially on a day where you just experienced them on Cobble. Fnatic hit an insane level today, and it was spearheaded by Dennis. He was incredible throughout this map. Throughout the first map, he had huge impacts. But I mean, this all around was just that scary Fnatic that we know can win events, and that actually makes it worrying that they're in the finals now. Whoever they're going to face in that next semifinal, this is a Fnatic this is the championship Fnatic.
Yeah, and you can see there from the stats, just great numbers all around from Fnatic. They are starting to look more like their old selves, which is scary for anyone who has to play them. Now, key to their successes, as always, is Olaf Meister. He's with Rachel Quirico now for an interview.
Richard, thank you so much. Now, Olaf, I wanted to kind of get in your head a little bit here, but you seem intensely focused on this game still. You're still reliving moments, so talk to me about what you're thinking about right now.
I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just happy that we went through, but yeah, I'm not that focused, no.
Well, if there was a team that was thinking, it was Na'Vi. They put a lot of thought into beating you guys. They were very concerned, did a lot of training preparing for this. Meanwhile, when I checked in with you guys, you seemed extremely confident. So what is it like coming into a match where your reputation precedes you?
Well, like, we didn't prepare that much for the game because we have had some confidence problems with the team, and I mean, there was no use to crack against some not the best American teams, because I think the best American teams right now are on a break. They're like every good team is taking a vacation for a while. But yeah, we were very confident against Na'Vi though, because we have won against them so many times. So we were happy to play against them, and that was probably the best bracket for us.
Did that confidence slip at all on train when you started to lose the lead?
I don't know. I think we got a little bit too confident. We had like once here in the before train, and then we got a big lead, and we did some stupid individual mistakes. But we got it through in the end, and we're happy with the win.
Well, there is one more opponent that lays between you and that $1.4 million prize pool. It could be Mouse, it could be VP. Do you have any preference?
I hope that Virtus Pro wins.
All right, well, we will see what that happens later on today, but for now, I'm going to give it back to the desk.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Rachel. You can see Olaf Meister, we didn't prepare really, and if that's how they look like when they don't practice, they should not practice more often.
Yeah, right. Well, a couple of things that the Na'Vi actually changed up to try and maybe catch Fnatic off guard. There were a few tactics they ran on both maps where, you know, they're known as the slow, methodical team that really runs the clock down. They kind of do like the late round executions, but there were a couple rounds in each map where they actually tried to be a little bit more explosive, a little bit quicker, a little bit earlier on in the round, try and catch Fnatic off guard, and it just didn't always work. It worked a couple times on train. Cobble obviously got shut down.
I mean, this is one of those games where this is why the X Factor feature is pretty good, because you try to pick that guy where if he wins, his team has a chance. And part of the reason why Na'Vi couldn't win here is, okay, on the second map, there was a lot more fragging across the board from Na'Vi, but still, Flamey, not a star performance, you know. This is a guy where early in the year, I mean, I did him a top 5 players at one point in time. He really was that fantastically good, so I feel like he didn't really show up, and he didn't give his team a chance because they needed that weapon, you know.
Let's see if there's a simple solution to the problems, Duncan. Let's also have a look at our blazing hot player of the match, presented by Buffalo Wild Wings. Dennis was a menace. There you go. Let's bring that joke back.
As well.
He absolutely tore them apart, boys.
Nah, this was disgusting. Cobble, he had a huge impact, but it was really on train where he was so impressive. His aim's been on point all day. Didn't really have to do too much on Cobble because everyone else was chiming in, but here, to match Guardian on this map with the AWP going toe-to-toe on a map where Guardian himself was at a very, very high level. This is incredible. 100 ADR, 32 and 15. Just a brilliant scoreline for him to bring them in such a close match as well. That's very dominant for someone who, when he joined this team, we were unsure of how he was going to fit into it. This is a great performance.
Well, I've been saying for a while now that when Olaf Meister went missing, it was really Dennis that kind of stood out and had those high-level performances. We've been talking about Flusher being up and down, had to take over. Oh, this is the Dennis system, apparently.
Okay.
There you go. Destroy every Na'Vi noob in sight. That's actually not a bad acronym.
Not bad.
That's why we pay these people the top money here at Turner. That's good. But anyway, yeah, when Dennis came in, there was a lot of problems with him, Fnatic. You had, obviously, Flusher, who was in-game leader, so his fragging was out. JW's up and down. You know, so Dennis has really kind of put the team on his back lately, and I think he doesn't get enough credit for that.
Well, obviously the key thing is, because Olofmeister isn't like the super MVP type player he was before where you knew he'd carry the game, this loose system they use, they employ, I mean, you even see it in terms of like the personalities, you know, they're just trying to play and have fun while they play as opposed to be super focused and have a game plan and execution. So for me, they know that they're a very talented team, and now they've become the deep team. Before, it really was, Olaf was the best, and that's why they were winning. Now, you can have Dennis, you can have JW, you can have Crims. There's a bunch of people in this team who can be the top fragger, and no one knows. That means the opponent doesn't know what look they're going to get from you. So at the moment, this is why they're so intimidating. It's that fear of the unknown. You don't know how they're going to beat you, but you know it's going to happen somehow.
Well, thanks for your thoughts on that. So Fnatic are in the final. Who is going to join them? We're going to find out tonight. So you definitely want to tune in to TBS at 10 p.m. Eastern. Mouse Sports versus Virtus Pro. Nico, the player that Duncan thinks is the best in the world, is going to be going up against the greatest player of all time, Neo. Quite a story. See if the mantle does indeed get passed. Gentlemen, any final thoughts for today?
Just really excited to see this Virtus Pro matchup later on tonight. That's going to be really, really awesome.
Pretty sure the Na'Vi players, hoping they wake up in a minute. Why, one of those nightmares again. Hope that doesn't happen in the match tomorrow.
They look down and they're all naked. There we are. Anyway, thanks a lot for that, guys, and thanks a lot for watching. Make sure you tune in to TBS tonight to see who's going to join Fnatic in the finals. We'll see you then.
Let's go. Let's go.
They are the outliers of the Final Four. Underdogs at every turn. But they find themselves closer than ever to their first title. With a refuse-to-lose attitude and the heroics of their star player, Nico.
4 kills? You can't do this, Nico! There is a reason he's called the best player in the world. Absolutely ridiculous.
How does he make it look so damn easy?
Winning E-League is their opportunity to shed a reputation of inconsistency. And when all is said and done, they believe Season 1 will be remembered for the rise of mouse sports. It is by no mistake that this team stands where few have. A lineup that has played together the longest in Counter-Strike Go history.
A team of old schoolers, but they still have the fire.
They've been around. They've seen more. Forging an unbreakable bond. Age is no handicap for this veteran roster.
I don't care how old I am. I want to be better than them.
They tirelessly drive to better their storied career.
We want to create a legacy.
Hopes of adding the first ever E-League title to their illustrious resume. They aren't satisfied with well done. In fact, this Polish powerhouse isn't done. Make way for Virtus Pro.
Sort of great view of you guys. You can actually just slightly watch the back of your heads.
I know, it's awesome. I
hope this hierarchy doesn't spill over in the green room.
You know, I can literally see every time that Thor gets triggered by something because he just starts shaking his head and like tilting a little. I have the perfect view right here to keep an eye on you guys.
So what are your thoughts about this one? Obviously you're psyched, I know that, but go on, do some little prediction stuff.
Honestly, I've been conditioned over the years to just believe that that mouse sports are going to disappoint at one point or another.
okay.
I can't let go of that so soon. They're going to need to do more. I think VP have got this in the bag.
Hold
All
words.
right.
Hold words.
Okay.
Pander to that crowd. That's Panda's bloom.
Easy.
I think it's all on Nico right now, man. He's just doing so much work for Mouse Sports, and we've seen the impact that he can have on the team. If Chris J shows up, if Nex shows up, Nex is actually trailing behind Nico in the stats.
It's a lot of ifs.
If those two guys show up, we could actually have an interesting match. I still have to go with VP, though.
All right, well, look, I'll leave you up there in the balcony like the two Muppets. We already did that joke earlier on the broadcast, but I think for the TV audience, yeah, there you go. See you later. Have lots of fun. Anyway, guys, it's that time. We're ready for predictions, so let's do it.
I think Train is going to go the way of VP. I think stylistically they're very, very difficult with the way that they can be aggressive and passive on this map. They're one of those teams, no matter how well you do in the first half, as Mouse Sports found out a couple weeks ago at the Major, Virtus Pro is always going to be strong going into the second half.
Yeah, we actually saw this matchup on Train at the Major. Virtus Pro took that one. I think it's got to be the map for them. They're so fantastically strong on it, so I can't really see Mouse Sports getting the win on this one.
All right, well, thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. Let's get into this map. Now we're going to do our map fly-through and hand you over to Anders and Semler.
Thank you so much, Richard. We are ready. It's Train coming up first. It's Virtus Pro and Mouse Sports here for the second semi-finals at E-League. Make some noise, Atlanta.
Oh, yeah, there we go. No, here's the key. It's Virtus Pro. No? No. All right. Let's get into it. Because we got the map fly through, about to wrap up. Now you guys see what the map looks like, and we're into the pistol round here, the first round of this map between Mouse Sports starting on the defense and Virtus Pro starting on the offense. So you see Virtus Pro canvassing the map so far, spreading out. Looks like they want to look for a fight, but Mouse Sports have set a trap.
Wow, 3 people waiting. Dennis with the headshot, and another one to follow up. Snacks and Taz, they're down already, and Snacks is such a vital player to have alive at a pistol round. Very elusive and very hard to keep track of, but not any more than now that he's dead over at the B-bomb site. Chris has gone down, and now it's a 3-on-3. Neo trying to stay alive with 8 health and the bomb in hand. Pasha has to do all the work right now with the Glock. It's almost a 1-on-3 for him. And he's going to go down to Dennis. That's a 4th kill coming through. 1 bullet on Neo, and we're going to see an ace here from Dennis, but it might be Speedy to find him first. Neo is so much in trouble right now. He doesn't have any armor, and he's just out of teammates. A great headshot takes down Dennis. Still another 2 to go. It can be done, but the chances are slim to none right now. Gonna put out 1 grenade, and he goes down to next, and that's gonna be Mouse Sports winning the pistol round. Absolutely brilliant. Now, we have to introduce you guys here as the bomb is being defused, and obviously not going to be any issue with Mouse Sports here. We got to show all the newcomers how to watch the game. The first thing you need to know is in the top left-hand corner, you have the minimap that shows the position of all players. That's not available to people playing the game, only we can see that. We also have the X-ray function, which is this little outline that you see around the players, and it allows you to actually go through walls. And we have the scoreboard that shows you kill, deaths, and assists, and it keeps a track of the money as well, and that's real important. If you have more money, you can buy bigger guns and win the game. So here we go. Second round is coming up now. It's going to be Mouse Sports and Virtus Pro.
That's something we need to reiterate, that the outlines that you see on your screen, the yellow outlines, the blue outlines, we get to see that. The players can't. They're not Superman. They can't see through walls. They don't have X-ray vision. So that's just how quick these players are. When they see someone coming around the corner, they don't get an early warning. They are just that fast pulling the trigger. So Virtus Pro, though, already, here we are saying, well, you need to save your money, you need to manage your economy. They got a bomb plant, and they're going to try and pull a fast one here on Mouse Sports. They've invested in this round. They bought a lot of grenades to go with the pistols and the Kevlar.
That's unusual routine. Now, the common theme is once you get the bomb plant down, you wait around, and then you buy AK-47s. But they have invested directly into this round, so that's a bit unusual. You see Chris down here by the back alley. Going to put out a defensive grenade early on. Just trying to see if he could maybe connect with someone. Doesn't do that much damage. That Kevlar vest that they purchased on the Virtus Pro side, it also helps with grenades. If they hadn't had any Kevlar there, they would have taken more damage at least. So I would say a risky investment from Virtus Pro early on, but it shows us they want to dictate the pace of this game early on.
Oh, exactly. They want to try and catch Mouse Sports by surprise. They're like, right, Mouse Sports, you set a trap for us in the pistol round. Let's see if we can actually catch you off guard here by being a bit stronger than you expect us to be. Because right now, Virtus Pro, or rather Mouse Sports, they expect Virtus Pro to be saving all of their money so that they can buy the rifles in the next round. So VP just making some noise over here, Neo, towards that B site. His team, they're set to go on to A. B. Ali's going to catch Chris J off guard. That opens up Ali, and that opens up this A site now for Virtus Pro to just come crushing through the defense. And the defense, they're in the wrong spot. They have to actually push through smoke, and somehow Next makes it happen. Next with 2 kills.
Really good job there. A bit of a failure on the terrorist side. Dennis and Next going to clean it up. It will be a bomb plant for the Polish side, but it is nowhere near good enough, especially if you consider how well they executed all of that. They managed to bait them into the B-bomb site. They managed to smoke off the main connector that really separates the A and the B-bomb site. That's the main traffic route between the 2 bomb sites. They put a smoke in there to stop Mouse Sports from getting back into the A-bomb site, and that still wasn't enough. So that's got to be a little bit disappointing. But overall, it's a strong start for Mouse Sports.
There we go. The Arby's curly fries, those things are legendary.
I actually had some
an
of those
ELEAGUE onesie?
I need to have that. I desperately need that.
Exactly. All right, well, as you guys can see, this is the issue with the gamble that Virtus Pro took in the last round. They spent all of their money last round, and so now they have to stay on the pistols. They invest very little into this round. No Kevlar, no grenades really to work with, just a couple of grenades picked up for VP. This should be an easy round for Mouse Sports to clean up with their superior firepower. They have all the rifles on their side and the sniper rifle on Nico, so we'll see if he can bring that to bear. But again, VP, this is seeming like a pretty standard approach for them actually so far, to spread out across the map. 2 towards Alley, Neo just hanging around in brown halls towards the B site. And they're just spread all out across the map right now, hoping that Mouse Sports are going to get impatient and try and push them somewhere to try and give them one of those rifles. Not going to happen, though. Nice peek there by Chris J. Picks up Pasha. Not sure if he figured out that there was a second man there. but at least he manages to give his team the man advantage here.
And a good indication of, well, as what happens if you don't have the head armor or the Kevlar vest. These rifles will chew you up. It really makes a big difference, which is also why Virtus.pro have almost no chance in this round. It doesn't help either that Chris is landing some great headshots. He's finally going to be taken down by Bialy, and Neo going to fall to Speedy. So still looking quite good here for Mousesports. They are in a 2-on-4 situation. They have much better rifles, although Bialy did steal the one from us there.
Oof, nice shot from Bialy. That's what happens when you actually give up a rifle. When you make the kind of mistake in an anti-eco round where you have the rifles, if you're going to go and take a fight with the players who have pistols, you die, you drop your rifle, all of a sudden those guys can start doing a lot of damage to you. Bialy a third kill with that rifle. Finally, Dennis ends it, but this has gotten very expensive for Mousesports. 18 seconds left on this clock, and Snacks is trying to make the play towards this B site. If he can get this bomb down, that would be huge. Bonus money in his pocket, and it looks like it's about to happen. He's just barely going to manage it before he gets swarmed. And Nico, just with the shoulder peek, confirms where Snacks is playing from. That opens it up. The 1-2 punch combination. Dennis with the backstab. And so, real quick, you know, in case you're new tuning into the game, I just want to point something out. This is key. There are 2 bomb sites on every map. And so we'll say the A site, which is this one here on the outside, and then the B site. And so it's the goal here for Mousesports, or rather for Virtus.pro on the offense, to get that bomb planted on these bomb sites in the red squares here. That's where they can plant the bomb. It's Mousesports' job on the defense to keep them from planting that bomb in these bomb sites. And so you just have the 2 on the map, so we'll be talking about that mainly. You know, that's obviously where the strategy comes in. Which bomb site is Virtus.pro going to choose? How are they going to set it up? That's where all the tactical part of this game comes from.
Yeah, and in that defense right now, the Mousesports team have picked up 2 big sniper rifles, and that's really going to be key as well. That is a heavy investment. They cost a lot of money. They could just barely spare that, but they have to have a big result. They have a big payoff on that investment really early on. Virtus.pro, on the other hand, they've got a lot of AK-47s, which means they're going to be really fast and mobile, and they have a lot of grenades. So let's see if they can set up these windows that they're shooting out, being shot out so they can throw out smoke grenades. But the way they're set up right now, I wonder if they're actually going to go where the smokes go, or if they're going to run to the other bomb site. It's not quite clear yet.
This might be a fake, but look at this, the push for information from Mousesports. They're actually going into A main. So as these grenades get thrown out by Virtus.pro, Mousesports, they're going for an aggressive push to clear out this part of the map, and Virtus.pro actually throwing out those nades might have cost them, because VP, they have, well, I mean, it's obvious to them that Mousesports have pushed, but Mousesports now have all the info. They see that this is a fake. They see, wait a second, you're throwing some smokes for A site, but there's nobody here.
Yeah, normally there would be someone exactly where Mousesports are standing now if it really was going to be an A push. About a minute left. The bomb is still roughly right above where Mousesports is right now. Neo walking it around up there. And the clock is running down. 50 seconds is manageable, but once you clock past the 30-second mark, you really need to start moving into a bomb site, or you're simply going to run out of time, because you can't afford to have just 10 seconds left and have the bomb carrier end up going down. They are bringing the bomb towards the B bomb site. Nico is here, and Speedy not that far away, but a lot of this kind of going to come down to Nico, and we've seen him time and again being the rock of this team. He's going to have to do it right now with the AWP. Close range here with the sniper rifle. Smoke means he can't really see who he's shooting at, and he walks right into the headshot. Snacks taking him out, and a follow-up there. Snacks going to go down to Speedy, and Neo falls as well. What a great return from Speedy.
What excellent work from Snacks with the free fire. Speedy not going to be able to pick up 2 kills, but he did his job. He brought it back to a 3-on-3 for his teammates. Next will find Bialy, and so a man advantage now for Mousesports going into the retake on this bomb site. They need to get that bomb defused now as it takes down. Dennis going to live, and Chris J finds a shot on Taz. It's all up to Pasha now, trying to hold the line, but it's not going to happen. Next, from across the map, will pick him off. All 3 players survive for Mousesports, and the defuse comes in. A 4-0 lead now for Mousesports. Wow. I think Virtus.pro are shocked. I don't think they were expecting this much of a fight early on here. Mousesports, they've shown up to actually give us a real fight.
Especially not because a round like that, if you are trying to attack the B bomb site like that and you get the first kill without any retaliation, that's such a good start. Speedy was way in the back. He couldn't do anything to help out Nico, but he still gets 2 kills because they keep fighting him before they even put the bomb down. So a bit of a mistake on Virtus.pro's side, and Mousesports are up 4-0, and I think they even saved both the AWPs here, so they're going to be in a really good position going forward. And VP going to continue to fight. They have money to buy. The round loss bonus kicking in. They're getting a lot of money every time they lose now, because the more you lose, the more money you get for losing. The game sort of slowly helps you to get back into the, so that you don't just go on an endless losing streak.
Exactly. So, VP, they should be able to keep buying thanks to that loss bonus. Getting that bomb down also helps. It's bonus money for everybody on the team. So that's why it's so important for VP to continue planting that bomb. And just to make it perfectly clear for you, this is first to 16 rounds. So Mousesports currently have 4 rounds on the board. We're looking for the first team to get to 16 rounds.
Speedy is down at Ivy, right on the other side. Virtus.pro trying to sneak in. It's going to be Chris to open up there. Speedy spraying down, taking out by Ali. Another great start here for Mouse Sports as they no kills being retaliated yet. Finally it happens, but Chris also drops Snacks. So it's all on Taz and Pasha right now to try and see if they can have some sort of impact and maybe bring it back. Virtus.pro yet to put a round on the board here. And Neo sneaking out of Pop Dog. He's looking out into this 8 courtyard and just trying to find somewhere where he could find a kill to bring his team back into it. But right now, Mouse Sports are staying really well hidden.
They aren't showing anything. They're actually covering each other as well. And it looks like Neo, he just might have been able to spot out a man. 30 seconds left on this clock, and he needs to find that kill on Next. We'll see if he can actually get the drop on him. Next, not going to be expecting Neo to come from on high. Instant kill coming in for Neo. Brings it back to a 2-on-2. And Taz is there to take out Chris. Somehow, Virtus.pro, they find both kills on the hiding Mouse Sports players, and it's all up to Nico, and he misses the shot. That's not something we're going to say very often. Nico, that is a kill that I expect him to get.
Oh, look at that. VP fans are getting very excited down there on the main floor. Yeah, you say that, but at the same time, Nico is 0-0-3. Pasha hasn't killed anyone either. This is in itself unusual. We've got 2 players who, well, luckily they're on either team, but they're not really contributing much at the moment. That can't last for very long, but it was crucial in that one round. That was a 2-on-3 that Virtus.pro managed to turn in their favor, and it puts a lot of strain on the Mouse Sports economy. They've pretty much sunk everything they've got into this round, meaning if they lose it, they're going to be back to pistols and nothing else.
Exactly, back to saving money to buy the guns. And, well, there's the pop flash coming out. Chris J going to have to fall back. He is inching for it, and he is going to be able to pick up the first kill. This aggressive kind of opping, though, this is what needs to happen for Mouse Sports. They need to destabilize VP, not let VP get comfortable with their default plays. Instead, challenge them, look for the kills, and make sure that VP have to actually work to get that map control.
You see Neo using the flashbangs over here on the B side of the map to sort of check all the corners. It's really dangerous just walking naked around the corner because there could be someone there with a sniper rifle waiting for you. You want to throw some of these flashbangs, maybe throw some smokes to make sure that you're not just walking straight into a shot. And that's all he's trying to do there. Good early start for Mouse Sports once again. And it's Pasha still with no kills being taken out early on. Bialy's creeping around Pop Door, so Ivy down here. Next is right around the corner. 45 seconds here. Virtus.pro are going to run the clock fairly low, and it looks like they're going to go for a B attack, but both Nico and Speedy are in the bomb side.
Yeah, the defense should be solid here for Mouse Sports. Curious to see if they're going to start pushing aggressively. Speedy is actually waiting right below the ramp. I think he's up on the ladder. There's the flash for info. Speedy takes the peek into upper halls. Not going to find anybody. 25 seconds left on this clock, though. That's really not leaving a whole lot of time for Virtus.pro to maneuver with. Bialy's in the back line on the A side. He's managed to lurk his way out, and he may be able to actually catch Chris J off, but they're running out of time, VP. They have to make the play now, and Bialy's there to take out Chris J, and may destabilize things. Nico gets caught, but Speedy with the double spray from on high.
And that drops the bomb. There's only 9 seconds. Snacks has to go and pick it up. He gets a kill. Still 6 seconds. He can plant the bomb. It's now a 1-on-1. What an incredibly close plant. And now it's going to be up to Snacks here to try and see if he can get one more round for Virtus.pro. Dennis is right behind him, and Snacks doesn't know it. He's just going to be sitting in the smoke. He sees the legs. He no-scopes him. Dennis going to be out of it. Snacks not even bothering to look down those sights. Just takes him out with the sniper rifle. And that will be a second round for Virtus.pro, and a very, very scary one. Speedy was in such a good position because he actually checks the high ground and sees that no one is there. And then when he goes back in, he sees 3 or 4 people running into the site. That's almost a gift, and he did get 2 of the kills. That could have been horrendous for VP.
Just exactly going for the overextend, perhaps not realizing just how little time there was to work with, but Snacks with that AWP, not going to let that kind of opportunity pass. And so Mouse Sports, they go back to pistols to try and save up money to buy those rifles again. Virtus.pro are the ones with a huge advantage, and they aren't wasting any time at all. They're going to go straight out onto that A site. They know the economic situation for Mouse Sports. They know that they're dealing with players that don't quite have enough money to put up a fight. And so Taz will find the kill on Speedy. And it's next, Dennis and Nico, the last 3 alive here for Mouse Sports. And really, the goal for them is to just try and catch somebody out on VP's side, maybe pick up a gun. But Snacks not going to let Dennis get the drop on him.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to try and win a round like this. As you said, if you can just steal a rifle from somebody and carry it into the next round, at least you can have an impact there. Mouse Sports are really in a deep hole as well. They don't have a lot of money, so even if they choose to buy this upcoming round, it'll be sketchy. They'll have the rifles, but they'll have very limited grenades. And we've already seen how much they can matter. So if you're playing on the defensive side, you end up using all your grenades in the first 30, 45 seconds, and then after that, you have next to nothing.
Well, this is really impressive because Pasha is now sitting on 1 kill, so he's not going to get that James Bond, right? That 007 scoreline. But Nico, 0-5.
And they don't actually buy into this round, so this is the other route you can go down. Instead of going for a very limited buy with almost no grenades, they decide to go for pistols and armor, which means they're going to have a great buy in the next round, but it also gives Virtus.pro a chance to equalize the scoreline here and make it 4-4 in rounds. And they're playing on the less favored side, Virtus.pro, so they're going to be ecstatic at the chance to do that. Snax already taking down Dennis, and we're in a 4-on-5 here with some aggressive moves coming down the back alley right now. Snax is covering for it, really long range here. Perfect use for the AWP.
Yeah, that long line is at very low risk of actually getting picked off. It's all going to come down to timing for the 2 players that are camped out over there for Mousesports if they want to push. It's going to be that instinct, but in the meantime, Pasha biceps. He's managed to work his way out onto the B site. Neo's there to back him up. Nico gets caught, not able to have any impact whatsoever. Bialy's going to find Nex on the A site, and that's going to leave Chris J and Speedy as the last 2 alive here for Mousesports. And considering they've actually invested some in the Kevlar, there's a smoke grenade picked up on Speedy. It's almost like, well, they should just save this gear for the next round, so that they'll be able to afford to get full nades and the defuse kit and the rifles.
I mean, getting a bomb plant is good if they could steal away whatever they have left, including the armor there. Speedy going down, and so far nobody falling on the VP side. Chris might be in a position to sneak a kill on Pasha. He's sort of walking around the back here with the C-set 75. Definitely a very powerful pistol, taking down Pasha early on there. A couple of bullets left, but it's not going to be enough for a second kill. That's the equalize. Virtus.pro now catching up to Mousesports. And the CT side investing into 1 sniper, and we'll see if they are going to get a second one. Just a 1 AWP, all right, so they're not going all in on it.
Chris just had to ruin the party, man. Virtus.pro, they all had 100 HP, and then Chris gets a drop on Pasha, and he just has to ruin that perfect anti-eco that Virtus.pro were about to have. Oh well, sometimes it just doesn't go your way. VP still, 4 players surviving that round means that they save a lot of money going into this one. They don't really have to re-equip too much. And so we have that AWP in play, and Snax, he's been lethal with the sniper rifle. So far in E-League, throughout the past several months, he's been the primary opper, the primary sniper for Virtus.pro. And he's really actually adapted well to this gun. Obviously, it's Chris J for Mousesports holding onto the sniper rifle there, and so we'll see if they actually run into each other at any point, get that duel going on between the 2 snipers.
I am shocked that Nico have gotten no kills. We were really hyping him up, but he hasn't done much so far. Over on the B side, Speedy going to be picking up Pasha. That's the first kill happening in the round. And that was just a bit of an attempt, I think, to sneak out without making any noise. They didn't throw any grenades or anything. That was just Pasha trying to walk out and maybe catch them off guard, which is not a bad choice, but it didn't quite work out this time. Snax sees the feet there under the train. He throws a grenade as well. It's the AWP to get the kill. Chris going to be going down as well. Bialy picking up that kill, and now it's 4-on-3 here. Nico, first kill of the match for him. It's a way to get started, although he is low on health, and he walks right into Snax, who gets the second kill of the round for himself. Speedy and Dennis, how do they possibly retake this?
They don't, Anders. That's the thing. They have to hold on to their guns and try and save them for the next round. So you can see they aren't interested in getting anywhere near that A site. They want to back off, try and save these rifles. Snax is well aware of that. He's already trying to get out there and hunt for Dennis, who's hiding around the corner. Wants to see if he catches Dennis walking out into the open. That would be a big play. To drop these guns right now for Mousesports would be a catastrophe. They just have got so little money to work with, Mousesports. If they can save these 2 guns, maybe they can make something happen in the next round. But Neo's going to run into Dennis, win that duel, and now Speedy, the last man alive here for Mousesports in this round.
Yeah, right now Virtus.pro are really optimizing the outcome of these rounds. They're not just winning them, but they're also making sure that Mousesports are losing almost everything every single time. And when you're on the counter-terrorist side, it's so much worse than on the terrorist side. You run out of money so quickly. They have almost no economy. They can't buy in this round. I mean, they're going to do the same thing as earlier, just buy Kevlar and some pistols. But you need to be up at around 4,500 on everyone to really have a buy that's worth talking about. Whereas on the Virtus.pro side, the money is out of control. They've got 11,000 on Snax and nearly 9,000 on Taz. So much money to work with.
Well done, though. Mousesports actually get a pretty significant buy, all things considered. They have the rifles. They have a decent nade count to work with here, but Taz is aggressive out through A main so early on. He's going to catch Dennis lurking. Dennis manages to dodge just in time, though. The flash to try and give some space here for Taz. Counter flash, and Taz eventually finds the kill. Just railroads Dennis, runs right over him. And they're just out in the open on the A side already. VP showing no respect to Mousesports. They don't care. They're so confident now at this point that they're just going to win all of their duels. it was like a hiccup at the beginning. They were actually just cold. They had to get warmed up at the beginning of this match, Virtus Pro. They let Mousesports take 4 rounds, and now it's just turning into VP just dominating out and out.
Wow, and because you have 3 entrances into this A courtyard, if you start losing players early on in that kind of an attack, then suddenly you have to make up for whatever position your teammate went down in, and you've got twice as much room to cover, and it gets progressively worse. The more of your teammates go down, the more you have to do. It's definitely not a fun time at all. That's 6 rounds in a row here for the Polish side, and I'm wondering if we are going to see a tactical timeout here. That is one option that Mousesports have, just to stop everything from getting out of control. And when you lost 6 in a row, that's not an uncommon theme. That's not an uncommon thing to try and do.
And it will be the timeout for Mousesports. Tactical timeout, they get 1 timeout per map. And so, I mean, you have to be very careful when you decide to use it. You can use it to stumble your opponent when they start to get ahead or start to get that streak going. You try and shut it down. If you're struggling, boom, you call for the timeout. And you take some time to actually talk over what's going on. And you can see Kassad, the coach for Mousesports, him and Nico work together as a pair. Nico's still the in-game leader for the team, but Kassad has quite a bit of say. He's feeding the information that he sees on Nico's teammates' screens into Nico, and Nico eventually makes the call what's going to happen in the round.
Yeah, and you know what I think he's saying right now? He's just helping out Nico, saying, Nico, I'm noticing you're not killing anyone, and I think that has to change. I think you need to change that if we're going to win this. Otherwise, it's not going to work out.
Is this like Office Space or something where it's like, yeah, those TPS reports, those kills, you kind of need to. So if you could come in Saturday and get one of those kills, or 2 or 20.
Working. Either that, or he's just telling the rest of Mousesports we're gonna have to do more with less.
This is the problem though that you see right with Mousesports is that Nico is such a core part of this team. If he isn't on his game, it just always feels like Mousesports kind of lack firepower. Dennis, Chris J, Speedy. I mean, we've seen performances from them in the past, but it's usually paired up with Nico leading the way, or Nico just right behind them.
Yeah, but you gotta wonder at this point if Nico was, even if he wasn't carrying right now, if he was just getting the same amount of kills as Nex or Speedy even, wouldn't some of these rounds have probably gone in their favor? I feel like it's one thing to not be the superstar, but if you completely drop off the face of the earth, if you just stop playing entirely, that's something that's very hard for any team to handle. This is a 5-on-5 game. If you're suddenly playing 4-on-5 and against a team like Virtus Pro, you really don't stand a chance. So I think this timeout could help, if nothing else, just to give Nico a chance to get back into it mentally.
I think that's the thing, right? Because if we want to just throw some stats out there, I mean, average damage per round, how much damage is dealt per round by a player, right? It doesn't matter about the kills, it's how much damage they're actually getting out there. Nico's ahead, way ahead. He's got 90 average ADR over 442 rounds. This is ELEAGUE stats on land here in Atlanta. And Nico, I mean, he's way ahead of the runner-up. That's next with 78. So, I mean, Nico just does so much in the maps that Mousesports have been able to win or lose. That's been the beauty of Nico. Win or lose, he's getting damage in. And Dennis, that's a way to say hello to Neo.
Good night.
Shotgun in play, and he manages to pick up the kill.
That's so definitive as well. You just hear the sound, then you know he's never going to come back. It's now Viale pushing up on that corner. Dennis will be taking down Taz. So right now it's a 2-for-0 trade favoring Mousesports, and they've got next turn. They've just started this round with pistols. They've stolen 2 AKs over those kills, and things are working out great. It just comes out of nowhere. You gotta wonder what Virtus Pro will do to get back into a round like this. They have Bialy and Pasha on, well, just 1 bullet away from death, and Snacks has got the sniper rifle. What is he gonna do to bring them back in?
Slow, methodical work, I suppose. 55 seconds left. I mean, they still have some time to work with here, Virtus Pro. They don't necessarily need to try and run in there and be ultra aggressive. But Mousesports are playing this perfectly. They aren't moving. They aren't budging. They're sitting on the A site. They're covering each other's backs. There's no way for VP to get onto this bomb site without somebody on Mousesports spotting it. And so Mousesports, all they have to do is sit and wait, run that clock down, because eventually Virtus Pro are going to have to make their way onto a site and get that bomb planted. If the time ticks out and they don't have that bomb down, or they haven't killed everybody on Mousesports, Virtus Pro lose the round. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and they might have just actually decided, I mean, it's pretty clear now, they've decided to just save the rifles here, because with 20 seconds, you need 4 seconds or a little bit less to put the bomb down in itself. But also, if you run in with 20 seconds and the guy carrying the bomb gets killed in transit, then you can't really even find time to pick up the bomb and put it down. It's too much. So you need to give yourself some more space here. Snacks being a bit of a champion and saving his teammates there, taking out 2 players, and that's all Mousesports are going to try and throw at it. And it's going to be 5-6 here. A huge, huge round coming through from Mousesports. That is a bit of a, just a great opening. That's Dennis doing all of it here.
Dennis in the pistol round, and look at that, the frustration from Taz. He knows he should have had that kill. He just got rushed. with a shotgun overrun. 5-6, Mousesports, they finally break the streak. VP had picked up 6 rounds in a row. Mousesports finally able to end it, and they saved 2 guns in the mix as well with those 2 AKs. Now there's the AWP on Chris J. We have to see. Snacks has already got the aggressive hold. He's going to go for the flick. Not going to hit it, though. Not fast enough. So some information gained for Mousesports. They know where Snacks is set up with that op.
Got to be careful, Dennis. If you go up on that train, it could end very badly. They've got 2 AWPs on the Virtus Pro side, and Chris has his on the other side. And you see a potential battle beginning there, but the Molotov are going to cancel it for the moment. Now they're going to flash their way in and go aggressive, and Chris covering Dennis, and they get both the kills. That is some sublime teamwork coming out of Mousesports here. Not just getting the aggressive push, but actually having the backup there to make sure that would work out. Speedy does go down, and at this point, if you're Mousesports, you don't need to be aggressive anymore. Just wait and let VP come.
That's exactly like we saw in the last round. They don't need to be overly aggressive. Next, hanging around, gets caught by Neo. Bialy's there to take out Chris J. This would be a catastrophe for Mousesports if they lost this round. They were so far ahead. They did everything right. And now VP have found a way to claw their way back into this round. Dennis will be able to spot out Neo. That drops the bomb, and he knows that there's a man on the side as well. Bialy trying to close the gap, trying to rush him down. So they will be coming right around the corner, and Bialy hits the shot. It's all on Nico. Pasha's got 1 point of health, but Bialy is ready and waiting around the corner. With 30 seconds left, they have time to play this patiently, VP.
Oh, he sees him, he misses the first one, but there's the kill, and that drops the bomb, and now 25 seconds. Nico hiding in, Bialy trying to shoot through the smoke. They're actually going to exchange places. What on earth is going on? Bialy walking into the fire, and now Nico trying to play a deeper mind game, walking around the train. He's going to catch Bialy from the wrong side. He can't get the kill yet. There's only 10 seconds. Bialy has to run to get this bomb plant down, or it's going to be too late. He picks up an AK, but Bialy's behind the train, and he's going to get the bomb plant. Nico cannot stop it. So now it's a one-on-one with the bomb down, and Bialy drops, and Nico gonna be able to clutch it. It's a double kill and the defuse here. What a big round.
What a play. And Nico starting to wake up, having the impact plays, the clutch plays that will make the difference for his team, win the rounds. That ties it up at 6-6 now for Mousesports.
But this is a worrying sign. They started this round being 5-on-3, and the luxury you have playing the defensive side in this game is that once you're in that advantageous position, you can wait until they try and get the bomb down. You know they have to get to one of these bomb sites at one point or another, so just wait for it. And instead, they were really far out, and they were not in position to refrag the kills that were coming in. They weren't playing a team game. They were just holding their positions like they normally would be.
Well, what I like to see is that Mousesports, they went back to what they started this map with, which is aggression. They actually took the fight to Virtus Pro. They tried to play aggressive. They went with the teamwork in there, and they took the fight straight to them. That's what we need to see here if Mousesports are going to put up a fight, if they're going to stop Virtus Pro from stomping all over them, because VP have got the confidence. They're not worried about going aggressive. They're not worried about taking the duels. Mousesports is the underdog team in this matchup. They're the ones who need to screw up that courage to go and look for the fights.
Nico playing on the ramp by the B-bomb site here. They can hear him scope up if they're up there, so if they were paying attention, they might have realized. Now the smoke goes up and he's right at the edge of it. Neo going to be walking in, but now Nico, look at how much trouble he's in. Somehow he's still alive. He even gets a chance to shoot, but he will finally go down. That seemed like it took forever. Now Bialy even coming out of main and taking down Dennis, and very nearly dropping Nex as well, who was already low from an earlier grenade. It's all on Chris. Virtus Pro striking back hard in this round.
Beautiful shot there from Chris. Very clean flick. It's just a shame that the rest of his team are dead. Pasha's hunting for him, and Pasha catches him on scope. You can see Chris, I mean, that's just how it works sometimes. Sometimes the timing, it doesn't work out for you. You unscope, you look away just as your opponent comes around the corner. There's nothing you can do there. And so, I mean, Chris, he just chuckles to himself. Didn't go his way that time. But this is a real problem now for Mousesports. It's been the story of this half so far. They just can't seem to establish a strong economy. They can't chain buy.
You saw the player on your screen just now. That was Nico, and just, you know, face palming a little bit, because he should have got that kill on Neo. If he had, he could have probably turned around and got the kill on the guy coming in from the high ground. But, you know, one mistake leads to the next, and it just sort of spirals out of control in that round. Something they cannot afford. It's a good kill coming in on Neo, though. That's going to give them an AK. Maybe they could bring it back. They did it earlier just by some early pistol kills, but this time a quick return. Speedy will be dropping Snacks, though. It's still a 4-on-3.
Oh, good teamwork coming in there. Pasha setting it up for Bialy. Flashed around the corner. Bialy, not quite sure where he's getting shot from, though. He will find the kill on Dennis eventually. Sprays down next in a hail of bullets, and it's a man advantage now for Virtus Pro. Still, Mousesports have succeeded in actually making this expensive, and the bomb is dropped up in Brown Halls. So eventually VP have to come over here where Nico's currently hunkered down with this AK. He's a threat. So long as he has that AK, that's a one-shot headshot potential. And he's looking for it, wants to find that shot on Taz, but it's not quite going to work. And in the meantime, Spitty making sure that they can't get flanked, but he is way out of the fight. It's all on Nico now.
Yeah, I was going to say, that move from Speedy also means that there's no follow-up. If Nico is in trouble, then he can't really help out. So that's putting a lot of pressure here on this one person. Going to be peeking out, and he goes down. They already put down the Molotov to check that first position. That was just a very smart play from Virtus.pro. Now they're going to recover the bomb, and instead of just straight running in there, they realize, look, we've got the time, we've got the man advantage. Let's not run right into Speedy and just take our sweet time. They put Pasha in first to check out the bomb site. He doesn't find anyone, and you can expect the rest to follow up soon. Speedy does have a deagle, and oh my god, he takes down Pasha. What an incredible shot here. The deagle is a one-shot headshot at any range, no matter what armor they have. But he's still got a lot to do here. He doesn't have armor himself, and they know exactly where he is. He's going to flash through and then walk on the other side of the train. He needs a target, and he needs it fast. He's got almost no chance. If he misses a bullet here, he's going to be going down close range, and he will. Taz to take him out. And that will be an 8th round for the Polish side. Very, very good first half already for them.
Oh, this is a fantastic scoreline for Virtus.pro. We expect Mousesports on the CT side on the defense to come out ahead to get more rounds in the first half. The map should favor the defense, but VP right now, they've set up such a fine offense. They've done such a great job of making sure that Mousesports don't ever have the economy to go for a full buy to get all the rifles. We're just constantly seeing Mousesports have to sit with pistols, and it's getting so fancy that Snacks, style points for him. He's actually juggling guns. He's bringing an AWP, and he has an AK not too far away.
I wonder if it'll be worth it, but it's the last round of the half here, so they might as well spend all the money they can. Neo going to be taking down Dennis early on. That's a strong start for VP. They're looking for the 9th round right now, and Chris J jumps off the train right into the waiting arms of Neo. He's finally going to be taken out by Next, but you got to wonder if it isn't too late here. 2-on-4, make that 1-on-4. Speedy alone, and Virtus.pro looking just exactly as strong as they have been for the last 3 or 4 weeks. There's a reason we call it the Virtus Cloud. They're incredibly powerful once they get up and running. Speedy gets a kill, but still another 3 to go, and the bomb defuse. Seems highly unlikely it won't happen. Snacks to take him out. That's a 9-6 finish in favor of Virtus.pro in the first half here of the semifinals.
Terrific work from the Polish roster, from the oldest roster in CSGO, standing nearly 3 years together. In our game, that is quite a long time when some teams change rosters every 6 months. And so VP, they show that they can make it through slumps. They'll always get back into the fight. And here they are in the semifinals, and it's looking very good for them at the end of this first half. We'll see how the second half pans out after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the second half coming up here. Second semi-finals. We're live on TBS, and it's Virtus Pro and Mouse Sports. And so far, it's been mostly Virtus Pro. They were off to one hell of a strong start, and they don't really seem to have cooled off at all.
No, they had basically 4 rounds where they were feeling a little shaky. They were trying to wake up a little bit, shake off the rust. You know, I mean, Tazzy's getting on up there in the years. You know, he's got to get those joints warmed up before he can actually start hitting headshots. But then 5th round rolls around, and then it's just the VP show. They just completely and utterly dominate from there on out. Mouse Sports never really able to get back into the fight. They pick up another 2 rounds after that 4-round start at the beginning of the half. And that's just not quite good enough here. They need to come up with something special here in the pistol round to get a strong start in the second half, or I could see the Virtus Plow, you know, just getting revved up and VP taking this first map.
It almost never happens that Nico is silent for more than a half, and Mouse Sports can't afford him to be that either. They need for him to come back in here. It's a bit of a cliche, but this team really does depend on him. Historically, all of their big victories have been essentially up to him. Neo waiting, but he gets tagged in the face by the Glock. It's not a one-shot, but now he's scrambling to get out, falling down, and actually taking a bit of damage as well. He just wants to get out of there, and Mouse Sports, they're not going to follow him. It seemed like maybe that could have been a great chance to get an opening, but they might have been scared it was a trap, and you never know. You could put Neo out there early on and then have the rest of the team waiting behind him, and now Mouse Sports are going to go for it. They have Speedy on the high ground with a Molotov. Pay attention to that. That's a big part of this tactic. It's going to be Biley taken down next, and now we're in a 4-on-3. They still have a smoke Taz, so they can stop the Molotov if it goes down, and they are going to need to do that. Dennis will be taken out by Snacks.
Won't even be necessary, though. It's just one headshot after another here for Virtus Pro. They are just not missing a kill, and there's Pasha. He's calmly clicking it away. He's so confident that he just stands his ground and takes the fight with Speedy. And you can see Speedy's frustration there. He's just shaking his head going like, how does he survive that? But
so just a technical detail here. The Molotovs can be extinguished by smoke grenades. So the whole point going into that round is that Speedy is the last man left alive, and he can bounce that Molotov off of a wall so it lands on the bomb so they can't defuse it, but not if there's a smoke in play. And that also tells you that Virtus Pro were very well informed going into that round. They had been studying Mouse Sports. They know exactly what was up, and that's a little bit scary. Mouse Sports desperately needed that round.
That's fantastic work from Neo in particular, I think. He gets the peek, doesn't overcommit, and falls back. His pistol, the CT pistols, are one-shot headshots. So when he's so low on HP, he just falls back. He's like, right, I'll put myself in a position where all I can hit is headshots. And he still manages to trade 1-for-1. He takes a player with him when he really should have got none. So just solid play all around in the first round of this second half here for Virtus Pro. They're in the lead 10-6. And again, we're looking for the first team to reach 16 rounds. So VP, they're looking fantastic. Taz with the P90 just mowing them down as they come around the corner. He's got Neo there to back him up as well. And Mouse Sports, they're not going to get anything out of this round. Taz just completely shuts them down. Quad kill for him. And an 11th round on the board for VP. Mouse Sports, now they finally have the money to go for the rifles, but they would have loved to have gotten the bomb plant there in that last round.
Yeah, there we go. Some people watching from Buffalo Wild Wings. That's great to see. Keep tweeting at us using that hashtag ELEAGUE so we can track what you guys are and how much fun you're having. Look, that weapon is almost designed for that specific purpose. You know, you've got 50 bullets, and you see Taz didn't even need to reload until the end, taking down 4 players. But Mouse Sports, because they got the bomb plant in the first round, they are already here with a buy in the third round. Taz sneaking close. Dennis right around the corner. Flash goes too far. Taz not flash. That landed behind him. And as a result, he gets a kill, but Nico there with the instant refrag. I think Nico just got wallbanged.
I agree. I think he did. Right through the windows. Nice play there. Bialy hoping to be able to actually catch Nico off guard. We'll see. Neo try to force their hands, and Nico try to bait a reaction out of Bialy, but Bialy hasn't shown anything yet. And so Mouse Sports not quite able to continue to press forward. They have that man advantage, but Bialy could be the linchpin here for Virtus Pro. If he catches Mouse Sports trying to drop down on him with the bomb, no less, this could be a fantastic turn of events here.
Man, this is dangerous. He's going to hear the flashbang. He's got his back turned already, so he won't be flashed by it. Actually, the wall catching it. Oh my god, a mid-air headshot. Next, his feet not even touching the ground. And Snacks and Pasha, I think, looks like they're sort of setting up to fight this. I have no idea why. That seems like an asinine choice. They're in a 2-on-4 right now. All they have are rifles and very little HP. They might as well not do this. Snacks going to be boosted on top of the hot, and he gets a headshot on Next. But still a 3-on-2 here. I don't think it's worth it.
Well, they're going to try. It looks like Pasha, he's already rushed into the back line here towards CT spawn. Chris J is backed off towards Alley. towards Ali. Snacks, it seems he's run into Spitty, and he gets dropped down to 3 HP, and that pretty much seals it. Now VP are going to start thinking about trying to back off to save the guns. Pasha looking to make it a little bit more expensive. Long wall bang, but it's not going to do any damage to Chris. And that's enough. VP, they realize now they just need to back off. They have so little HP to work with, so little life. 3 points of health on Snacks, 14 on Pasha. Much better for them to just save these M4s, these expensive rifles for the next round, and let Mousesports take this round.
Snacks taking exactly 1 point of damage, and I think he just moved to that far corner, so if he'd been a little bit further, he could have gone up with the bomb anyway. But it will be a 7-11 scoreline here. All right, 4:50 in the morning in Sweden. Very good job, especially as the Swedish team already made it through to the grand finals. That's some real dedication.
Is that Jaguar in the crowd? I think I heard. I just heard him.
I think Thorin said he was going to do an interview with Jaguar.
He did. Yeah.
So I look forward to that, definitely. One of the legendary players of the Counter-Strike franchise. We do have 11-7 on the scoreboard here, moving into the 19th round. And we'll see if Mousesports can stay alive here in the second half. It is going to be real tough. Virtus.pro are looking strong, but that last round worked out really well for them. And Mousesports, they are a team that are quite good on the terror side. That seems to be a lot of the strength essentially comes from that terror side.
Let's see if Nico's woken up at all. Not really. Still sitting just on 5 kills. Just very bizarre to see him sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard. In general, Nico's just leading the way. Instead, it's coming down to his teammates. Dennis, Chris J, it's next. Their time to shine here. And so far, Mousesports, we'll see if they can actually change some rounds together. But this is a big buy coming in from VP. Snacks has got that AWP in play. Once again, that sniper rifle. So we'll see if he can eventually hit that shot.
I think right now we've got something like 28 ADR on Nico, which is definitely nowhere near good enough. Snacks there going to help himself out a bit to a kill. That's Dennis going down, but Nico taking out Viali, and he's been doing extremely well for VP. Does fall to Pasha, so that's all he's going to get. Pasha's flashed on the other hand, taken down by Chris J. That's going to bring us into a 3-on-3 with not that much health on Mousesports. It's going to be tough to stay alive in this round, but Snacks missing a crucial shot there. He's going to get helped out by Neo, who takes down next, pushing through the smoke is Taz, and almost wins the fight versus Speedy Neo there to pick up the kill. It's a 1-on-2 with Chris all alone.
Yeah, right. I mean, I just heard somebody in the crowd say he doesn't even know where he is, and it's right, actually. He sniped these, exactly, the silencers. It turns into Chris J just getting the drop on Neo. And Snacks hits the wall bank shot. What?
That went through the heart. I can guarantee you.
That
probably
timing.
Get that on a replay, but that's going to be incredible.
Yeah, Snacks on your screen right there. Chris J just wondering what the hell happened. I mean, do we get it? Yep, the wallbang shot right through the edge. Dead on. Snacks is so good.
Again, not all rifles are able to do that, but the penetration value of those big sniper rifles is really massive, and you can shoot through a significant amount of wall. And that's just what happened here. Puts Virtus.pro 5 rounds out of Mousesports. And they're back to just pistols and maybe some Kevlar if they can afford it. They really don't have a lot.
No, they're broke. And so now, well, they have the option to go for the exactly the half buy. Because next, he can invest in pistols. This is one thing that the teams will fall back on. If they don't quite have enough money to go for the big rifles, for the expensive rifles, the M4, for example, costs $3,100. That's a lot of money, right? And so what they will do, they know that they'll get more money if they lose this round. And so they'll kind of invest in some pistols, maybe pick up some Kevlar so they don't, if they get into a spray fight, they don't take as much damage. You know, these sorts of things, right? So they aren't spending all of their money. They're just kind of spending a little bit just to even things out. And so they're a little bit more lethal. Next, for example, he's invested in the Kevlar. He's got the Deagle, the big pistol as well. So we'll see if they can actually find something here, Mousesports, in this round, because it's pretty key. I mean, VP are getting close to the finish line here on this first map.
Chris had plenty of money to buy something, but he's going to want to save for the sniper rifle in the upcoming round. That's the big key here. So it should be a 13th round for Virtus.pro. I'd give it a very limited chance that Next could really change the outcome of this round with just a Deagle and armor, but they are all going to push down Ivy. Snacks is waiting on the other side. Let's see if this is going to work out. They don't have any grenades, Mousesports, so this could be just a field day for him. He's going to miss the first shot and actually puts up a defensive smoke.
Not quite sure exactly. He saw one guy, so he doesn't know if it's going to be the full push coming in here from Mousesports. And Mousesports, they're about to run into the blender. Pasha, it's your time to shine, and he's not going to get anybody. Too many guns for him to face and survive, basically, until Snacks steps in. And Bialy, between the two of them, 3 kills for Snacks, 2 for Bialy. That's just a nightmare for Pasha. If he faces them one after another as they come around the corner, great. But when he actually steps out into the open, sees all 5 of them at the same time, there's no way he's going to live.
But that actually is a metric by which I tend to judge all players, is do you have the ability to sort of commit to one person? It's much better to just kill one person, then move on to the next. And even if you just get the one kill, than it is to just evenly spread out, 20 damage to each person coming through and then dying. And some people sort of can keep their cool, and not all players can. It's very, very hard. You can try and practice it, but ultimately, because it's sort of an instinct, you have to have it or you don't. It's not all people that do. Flamey, who plays on Na'Vi, is one of the players that really does have it, but it's rare. It's a rare gift.
It's just cool under fire. Do you have ice water in your veins, or is it boiling? Right. That is a question. Right now, VP, they have gone for some aggression over towards that B side to get some information. Taz and Neo pushed up into the upper halls, and so this should allow for the defense to consolidate here on the A side, but Nico allowed to do way too much damage. Bialy dropped down to 22 HP. They've lost Snacks, Virtus.pro. And so they do bring it back to a 4-on-4. This is still a winnable situation for Virtus.pro, but Mousesports have set themselves up. Now Nex is out here on his own, just hoping to catch somebody out in the open.
He's in a good position. This is, if they look the wrong way even for a moment, he could pick up a kill really quickly. Trying to move forward there, but he checks the corner anyway. A bit late on that check, but Pasha gonna go down. Bialy did to pick up the return kill. It's still a 3-on-2 right now. Scout close range. He gets the body shot, but it's not enough for a kill.
Oh.
In fact, it's a team kill coming through. Dennis taking out Neo and his teammate Speedy. Obviously not what you want to do now. He's clicking away and he drops Taz as well. And one bullet from this AK would take out Bialy. It's still possible here. It's a one-on-one here with 25 seconds. Dennis has to make a move.
Can you have any possible idea that Bialy, exactly, that Bialy is so low and it doesn't matter in the end. 3 kills for Bialy and Mousesports. It looked like they had some fight in them that round, but it just doesn't work at all. VP, they will survive. They will clutch it in the end.
I think we need that camera angle more often. That really cracks me up.
Pretty sure it's made front page of Reddit already.
It probably has. It certainly deserves it at this point. Look, we're at a 14-7 scoreline here. That's Virtus.pro doubling the round score of Mousesports, who really seem to have run out of steam. They didn't really have any to begin with either. But they certainly haven't picked any up either. They just have Deagles here and a little bit more, but no Kevlar vests. It's going to be Snacks to pick up the first kill, and should be easy from here on out.
With those rifles long distance, this is just turned into a shooting gallery for Virtus.pro. They have a huge edge. Spitty does have a deagle, but Pasha's patient enough to just sit there and tap away at the angle. Bialy does get dropped dangerously low, so he has to be a little bit careful, but then Snacks is there with the AWP, with the big green gun. Gonna get the final kill of the round, and Virtus.pro on map point. And they have 8 rounds left in this half to close it out. So this is looking fantastic for VP. It's up to Mousesports now. After that hard eco, after not spending much money in the last round, they can afford to go for all the rifles. But it's up to this man here on your screen, Nico. Either he needs to wake up and actually start getting some kills, or he needs to make the correct call, the correct strategic play here to take advantage of VP. But VP right now, they're showing no respect. They're pushing all over the place. They're aggressive in brown halls towards the B site. They're playing aggressive alley as well. It's very difficult right now for Mousesports to find an opening.
I cannot remember the last time I've seen Nico get 7 kills in a game. That seems almost impossible. Taz running right into them. He's actually in the smoke. And oh, there's Chris. Point blank, practically executing him inside the smoke now. Neo pushing up close. Going to be spraying down one. Snacks is there as well. It's a double kill for Neo. One more round, and Virtus.pro going to close out the first map. Very powerful performance from them already. Speedy and Dennis, the last ones left to try and keep it alive, but Pasha gonna get it one step closer. Speedy goes down, and that's Virtus.pro taking away the first map. Train 16-7. What a performance here. Led by Bialy and Snacks, 26 and 23 kills respectively. Just completely dominant.
Well, that was just a collapse. We saw a strong start from Mousesports. They came into it with no fear, with a no fear approach. They took the fight to VP, and then VP just showed them the difference, the difference in experience that these two rosters have. Neo, Taz, they've been playing professional Counter-Strike for over a decade. I mean, Nico, he's 19 years old. He hasn't even been, playing video games for that long. So there is a difference, and right now we're seeing it.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I can't believe it. Look, earlier today, our very own Rachel and Moses went outside to quiz some fans about their ELEAGUE knowledge and for a chance to win some sandwiches at the Arby's food truck.
here with Neo, who's a veteran CSGO player, 1.6 legend. When I had to try and figure out who do I think is the best player of all time in 1.6, I decided it was you. What do you think it was about the way you played 1.6 that caught people's eye or impressed people when you think back?
I guess I was much more focused on myself than on the team. Right now I have to think about the strats, map picking before the game, all that stuff. Back in the day, someone told me what to do, I was trying to execute. Now it's more focus on the team.
In CSGO, now you have different stars on your team,
Yeah.
What is the challenge of trying to help that guy be a star player or help him be his best? Is it difficult?
I mean, I don't think it's difficult. I mean, in the team I can do whatever is needed. Like when we won Dubai, ESL Dubai, I was the sniper. When we won Katowice, I was in-game leader. Sometimes I'm just a support player because we have other guys being snipers. So it's like I just do whatever's needed.
You're still playing Counter-Strike all these years later, still a professional team, still near the top level. Is there something special about Counter-Strike or something about when you play it, it's something unique for you?
I loved the older version of the game. Right now it's more about competing. I love traveling and playing games. And I mean, I've been doing that my whole life, so I don't really see myself without the game, without the competition right now.
Your team, though, is stuck with the same 5 players. What do you guys do differently than everyone else? Because everyone else eventually, they have to make the player change, or they make it earlier.
I mean, I don't really know. Maybe it's the experience we have learned with TAS. I've been playing with TAS for 12 years now. We have learned it's not about changing the lineup. It's not about the change of the player. It's about this whole setup. I think we just learned how to work things through.
Do you think we will ever see you again as the guy who always has the most frags or is the one taking over the game? Will it ever be in your future, do you think?
Right now, I don't think so. We have really good fraggers on the team. When we won the major, I had the least number of frags, and I didn't really feel like I needed them. Other ones are not going to be playing support roles on the team like I can do it. So, no.
In the last few months, people said this is the worst slump ever. Does the past mean that you always do you have a certain belief we're definitely always going to come out whatever happens to other teams, we will always find a way to become the best again?
I had some doubts, but I believe that.
thanks a lot for that, Rachel. Now, obviously, there's lots of ways to watch E-League, and we want you to watch the enhanced coverage of the E-League Championship on E-League Live. As you can see here, you get multiple camera views, real-time scoring, match stats, and more. Log on to live.e-league.com to watch. Definitely get yourself over to that and let us know what you think about it. Now, I did notice that Nico conveniently left out his own terrible performance there when he was talking to Rachel.
Sure.
Perhaps you don't like to think about those things when you've got to go into a must-win map.
That's how he built up all that credit, right? By saying, no, listen, it's not just all about me when we're winning, guys. Like, it's a team effort. We're losing. No. We all played badly as a team. We all lost the advantage in many ways.
He can obviously hear us. Yeah.
I mean,
laughing, of course.
That's funny. I mean, it's funny in that sense, but I actually like the fact that he didn't even mention the fact that he had a bad performance. Just move on from it, wipe it from your memory, and go.
North American, of course.
Yeah.
All right. Well, he's saying
it's worked well for us.
He's saying expect to come back. Obviously, they've got cash. You can see from the statistics there. Not a great map for Virtus Pro. One they have got wins on. It is one of Mouse Sports' better maps, and are they favourites coming into this second one?
Form, no, but yeah, you've got to look at the map scores and say, okay, this is a good map for Mouse Sports, put it that way. If they're going to get a map in the series, should be cash. They should be capable of doing it. The problem is, when you see Nico playing so poorly, you see Mouse looking quite down, actually. Like, they didn't look like they believed they were going to win that first game. You worry about it. So I think in terms of form, you've got to say no.
So is it 2-0 Virtus Pro?
I'm going to go ahead and say Virtus Pro can take this, yeah.
Right, Moses?
Yeah, I'm going to take the 2-0 as well. I think cash lends itself to a lot of those stylistic advantages that VP had on Train. The change in pace, very, very effective on cash as well.
All right, well, thanks a lot for your thoughts. We're now going to do our Arby's map fly through with cash and hand you back over to Anders and Sandler.
Thank you, Richard. We are just about to get into cash here. It's the second map, second semi-finals. The winner is going to go on to play Fnatic in the grand finals. That's going to be tomorrow on TBS as well, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. We heard from Fnatic earlier they'd love to play Virtus Pro, and they're only one map away from a victory. It very well could happen. The analyst actually predicting, in spite of the current map score here, and Mouse Sports being quite good on cash, that Virtus Pro is going to take it away anyway.
And I think with all the fans here for Virtus Pro, I mean, they're certainly going to be happy about it. Right now, it just feels like Mouse Sports, they've been struggling to get their heads in the game. They had a strong start on Train. They took the fight to VP, and then it just came in like fits and gasps. They were never really able to get their confidence back up again after Virtus Pro was able to start to chain some rounds together. So right now, Mouse Sports, again, I want to say they need to have a strong start, but then they need to actually figure out how to carry that start on to a solid performance in the first half.
Well, look at this. Virtus Pro going super aggressive on the B-bomb side. Look at where Pasha is on that map. He's walked all the way into the terrorist spawn. The amount of information they're getting out of this is winning them the round second for second. Mouse Sports have no idea that their backline has been compromised and that Pasha is walking up behind them with that silencer. 2 more steps and he's going to be there. They're just ready for the picking. He's missing the shots. Oh, no! Pasha, what are you doing? He gets a headshot finally, and a second one as well, taking down Chris J. And actually it works out. It looked horrendous. There's a third one coming through. Can anyone stop Pasha? It's down to Speedy and Nico now. They're finally trying to do it, and Pasha has fallen, but it might have been way too late here. The bomb is planted, yes, but it's a 2-on-4.
And the main issue here is exactly that. Taz, they'll never expect the second man to have lurked his way into the back lines. It's all on Nico now, 1v4. He's in a decent position. He can actually try and take duels here in this position if Taz comes around that corner and he gets it right. But he steps out way into the open. And look at that, Nico, he knows it. Bit of the facepalm, bit of the grimace. He knows that he overcommitted to the angle and he will get punished. VP, all off the back of Pasha, and you're right, that aggressive push into B halls. Again, there are 2 bomb sites on each map. You have the A site and the B site. And so Virtus Pro went for a gamble. They said, we're going to put a lot of players on B because we expect Mouse Sports to come here early on. When that didn't happen, Virtus Pro started to push around on the map, trying to just gain that information. And that's what leads to Pasha just being able to completely hamstring Mouse Sports in that round.
When you walk up behind someone like that and you end up missing the first 3 or 4 bullets, you know, that is just chills running down your spine. You know you're supposed to get those kills so easily, and you can easily panic a little bit then, which I think Pasha almost did. But he did follow up with a triple kill, and they were all headshots, and that definitely gave Virtus Pro the round. Now, Mouse Sports have to decide what they want to do. They've got 1 flashbang here and just a lot of pistols.
Whoa. Well, Viali, at least he manages to spot Nico. Nico trying to get clever there, pushing through the smoke. He's going to get caught out in the open by Snacks. And so that actually gives Virtus Pro the man advantage. Mouse Sports right now, they did get that bomb plant. And so they're just trying to save their guns. That's why they're on the pistols right now. They haven't upgraded. They haven't gone for any Kevlar buy, any nades, anything at all to really help.
Just to point out as well, any default on this on the terrorist side of Cash here is going to involve someone checking for that aggressive push that Virtus.pro did. The reason you have a default is to make sure that no one sneaks in anywhere while you're figuring out what you want to do. Default on this map basically is having one guy outside of the B bomb site, having at least one guy check main. You got to have someone taking squeak that's over by the A bomb site, and then a couple of people holding middle, and that's all you need. Then you can listen for footsteps, you can listen for grenades or weapons being fired to figure out who's holding where, and then you make up your mind after, which if you're not doing a default, you're doing what Mousesports are doing right now, which is very aggressive right into the B bomb site. Pasha already being snuck up behind. They don't know he's there. Finally they realize, but he's going to get a kill before he goes down, and that buys time for the VP to show up here. Speedy and Dennis coming into it strong, and what a headshot from Nico, taking out Snacks and leaving Bialy and Taz. 2-on-4 right now is looking great for Mousesports in this third round.
Oh, Taz will catch Speedy getting a little greedy, and he nearly takes out the second man as well. That's Chris J getting dropped down to 11 HP. Nico's only got 2 HP, and so Bialy, he can actually come in here. He can do a lot of damage. He picks up the first kill. Instant headshot on Nico, who peeks over aggressive. Chris J waiting around the corner. He's going to just step out into the open, and Bialy will end him as well. Dennis now in a 1v2 holding on the site. He has the edge. As you can see, he's holding that angle, waiting for Taz to come around the corner, and he'll catch him out in the open. It's now down to Bialy, and Bialy will clutch it. Bialy with the 1v1 win. 3 kills total, and plenty of time for the defuse.
Huge win.
Yeah, that is a massive round right there to pick up for VP.
Very, very important. Just the time that Pasha buys initially means the rest of the team can get over on the B side off the map really early on. And a triple kill for Bialy. He was top fragging for Virtus.pro on the first map, and he doesn't seem to have cooled off here. A really good way to get started. 3 rounds in a row for the Polish side.
I like the choice of strategy out of Mousesports, though. They're trying to shake off that fear that they had on Train. Instead, they decide, right, we could go for the default, but what we're going to do, we're just going to go charging straight into the defense. We're going to overrun them. We're going to take the fight to VP. We're not going to wait around and let them set the pace. It's our map. We're on the offense. Let's go. Let's dictate the pace here. It doesn't work out, but still, you have to appreciate that from Mousesports. They are trying to change things up and make life difficult for VP.
It's a nice attempt from Speedy there, using the flashbang to set up an attempt with the deagle there. Bialy pushed into main, so this is again a lot of information being gained. This is further up than you normally would be. Gonna pick up the first kill there, almost out of bullets, 10 left, but they're not pushing him. And he's trying to get out, getting some help from Snacks as well. Great intuitive team play coming out, and standing in the fire is never a good idea, especially not when you got Snacks firing at you. It's gonna leave Speedy and Chris J. Right now, Speedy and Chris just looking to do whatever damage they can. Glock here on Chris, so we probably shouldn't be looking for him to do it, but Speedy somehow has managed to infiltrate the back line again, taking down Pasha and going to be able to steal that AWP. They even have the bomb coming in here. What a big turn of events here. I don't see them doing this, but it would be incredible if they won this 2v5.
Now they actually have a weapon to work with. This could be big. Speedy with that one-shot kill capability, basically, with that sniper rifle. The big green gun, and Virtus.pro just taking their time at this point. They know that they have the gear advantage, they have the rifles to work with, they have 2 kits and a couple of grenades as well. So now they can start moving in as a unit, and it's all on Speedy. He has to hit the shots, and he's going to get the wallbang shot onto Bialy, but that's not good enough. He needs the kills, and he does pick up 1, but Snacks is there to trade, and Taz will find Chris on the site. Excellent work in the end by VP. They're more than happy to give up the 1 player to just execute, I mean, just very clean. And so I asked for this replay just to be able to show you guys real quick that the player here, Bialy, can't see that yellow outline. He has no idea that they're coming around the corner. That's just how quick he is. Only we get Superman vision where we get to see through walls. The players, they don't see any of that. So Bialy is just that fast. He sees something coming around the corner, and he's just able to pull the trigger and get the kill. The reaction time of these players is nuts.
Right now, that's going to give Virtus.pro a 4th round. So they are on the more favored side here, but still, if you consider how many rounds or how many games Mousesports have won on this map, we really want them to show us a little bit more here on the terrorist side. Chris J trying early on for the wallbang shots. You can shoot through the walls with that AWP, especially in the middle of this map. And a little bit of damage being put into Snacks early on.
This is just patience, and this is just Nico waiting over on Squeak door towards that A site. He opens the door, and Bialy can hear that. And you can see Snacks instantly rotates over to try and see if anybody's going to try and make a play out onto the A site. That's just not happening. Nico, he's doing that just to mess with VP, just to make them doubt themselves a little bit and to keep that defense fixed. And as I say that, Neo, look at this. He's actually setting up a little bit of an aggressive play towards the B site. Chris is going to catch Taz. That was in mid. And so Mousesports now with the man advantage. This is a favorable situation for them.
Yeah, but even the little bit of aggression being shown here by Virtus.pro means Mousesports have to worry all the time. If they go for an air attack, they kind of have to leave someone behind, but wow, almost no space there for Chris to get that shot. He just takes a really tight peek into the middle, and that's enough to get a kill on Snacks. Now they're in a 5-on-3, and if you now look at the trouble that VP have. They're going to group up in middle as a result, because if they just spread themselves across the map, then either one of their players is going to be fighting a 1-on-5, and that is just not worth it. Instead, now they go back to B as a bit of a duo here. Bialy in the front by the forklift, but that Molotov going to push him back. The smoke is there. He can't see them coming in around the corner, and it's an instant headshot, taking down Neo and Bialy both. And Pasha just saving in CT spawn, waiting for it.
Yeah, that was quick from Nico. He had 2 HP. If he'd have run into the flames, he would have died instantly. That's one of those moments where, you know, you turn around, you're about to walk off the stairs, you didn't know the ledge was there, wave your arms, right, to stop yourself. I mean,
I'd still rather fall down the stairs than walk into a Molotov. If I had the choice somewhere, I have to say.
That's fair.
It's gonna be Dennis taking the kill on Pasha. That means no AWP saved. A really, really big win for Mousesports here. And Virtus.pro, in spite of winning 4 rounds on the road, they don't have the money to buy, and that's really significant. There's a huge bank on Snacks, but oh, are they really gonna do that?
They're going for it, man.
Wow.
No fear.
That's such a risk.
This is actually pretty big, because VP, they're still ahead. They could still just bide their time, go for a half buy, just invest in some pistols, try and do some economic damage to Mousesports, but they don't need to risk their whole CT side here by going for a full buy, by spending everything that they have. So this is definitely a little bit scary here for Virtus.pro. They have to have an impact with this AWP on Snacks, and Bialy with the run boost.
Very, very cool indeed. That is a trick that is not easy to pull off, but you do get a bit of a momentum boost. That's down to the game mechanics. Maybe it looks a bit silly if you're not used to the game, but again, not necessarily easy to pull off. I'm not sure if Mousesports heard it on the other side. They can hear him just as he lands, and just they go and check for it next, already showing us they did hear that, but still, Bialy picking up the early kill, and going to be working out great for Virtus.pro so far.
Excellent use of the Molotov, though. Some great team play coming in here from Mousesports and Virtus.pro in this round where they've taken a huge risk. It's not really panning out for them. Snacks holding passively at the car is going to see his teammate getting into position at forklift. That's going to be Neo taking point. He catches Chris J out in the open. Dennis very low on HP. Not sure if he wants to take that fight with Neo. Let one of his teammates who has a little bit more health to work with take the fight, and in the end, it will be Nico. Double spray for him. Snacks is down, and Pasha as well. And a second round. They chain the rounds together, Mousesports, and that's exactly what they need to do. VP, they have $2,000 across the board. That's not good enough.
Look at this here from the bird's eye view. That takes a little bit of coordination. They make it look fairly easy, but it definitely isn't. And you can tell in the background there, due to the X-ray, the Mousesports were close enough to hear them drop in there. So that's a big part of it. Great recovery from Mousesports, a big round. And now that puts Virtus.pro very far back in economy here. A chance for the terrorist side to get back into it.
Clever little pop flash there from Speedy. Does go a bit deep. I think that if somebody was holding around that corner, they could turn away fast enough to dodge that. But still, he manages to get the peek. He gets the information, sees that nobody is lying in wait for him in the B halls, and so that's some information gained for Mousesports. Bialy has pushed Squeak Door pretty aggressively, though, and it doesn't seem like Mousesports are aware of this. They're holding so passively. Nico, in fact, he's ready for that kind of play. Exactly with the double op. Mousesports are just content to sit and wait. See what Virtus.pro actually have in store for him.
And it makes sense based off of previous rounds. If you think about it, there's been a number of times where Virtus.pro have tried to sneak in aggressively, especially when you tick past the minute mark as we are now. So why not wait and see if they're going to walk right into them? It doesn't seem like that's happening right now. And Mousesports, if they realized that there was only some pistols here and really no Kevlar at all in play, I'm not sure they would be exactly this careful, because they should be in a great position to win the round. Taz playing a very dangerous game against that sniper rifle in the middle, but somehow he's still alive.
Yeah, Nico doing a me impression. Missing all the shots. Dennis, though, he will get the spray. Bialy's going to get caught. Neo's pinned down on the B side. He's about to get closed in on by Nico, who's actually heard the footsteps from Snacks, shuts down the flank. And Chris, one shot does it. And that's a third round on the board for Mousesports. Excellent anti-eco hold for them in the end.
All right, even a face shirt there. I love it. We've seen almost everything. I even saw someone with an Astralis shirt earlier.
Oh, wow. Okay, then.
I guess that's not what the audience wanted then. Next is on the board as well. He's got his first kill off Cash. That's also important. And the scoreline is 4-3 with Mousesports winning 3 in a row, and finally, Virtus.pro could put together a bye, but it's not a really impressive one. No AWP, not that many grenades. It's going to be tough here for the Polish side.
Is there balance here somewhere, Anders? I mean, this is how the first map played out between these two teams. Mousesports picked up 4 rounds, and then VP proceeded to put 6 rounds in a row together. Could Mousesports do the same thing here? That's interesting. Well, the push is going to come through. Very aggressive play coming in here from Mousesports, but Pasa crouching in the corner is going to get caught jumping. Speedy and Nico with both kills to open up the B site. And it's a rotation coming out now from Virtus.pro. That A defense needs to get over here, but again, they spent all of their money on this round, and it's going to be very tough for them to retake this site going through those choke points.
In fact, they're not even going to try, and we have to pay attention to where Nico puts down that bomb. You see it here on the map. It's in a corner where it can be, if someone is trying to defuse, they have such an open angle all the way into where Dennis is holding. He can just walk out and spot anyone defusing, and that is a really big part of why they choose to plant there. There are other places that are more covered, that are more safe to plant, but it's very hard to stop someone from defusing. So Mousesports, even as they're putting down the bomb, are thinking about the after plant scenario, as we call it. It's not going to matter this time. Virtus.pro are far away and across the map, and they're not going to lose any rifles here either. So just a great entry, trading 2 for 1 there, and that definitely works out for them.
Yeah, both teams right now don't have fantastic money, and so you can see why Mousesports, they're not actually going to go and run for it. On 800, confused. Great dash! All right, then. So,
oh my God.
4 rounds in a row picked up for Mousesports, 4 for VP. And while Mousesports not hunting down Virtus.pro because they wanted to just maintain this very strong economy now that they've established, getting those 4 rounds in a row is fantastic for Mousesports. It really has flipped. It's just like what happened in the first match between these two teams, except that now it's Mousesports in control of the situation. So now VP, because they held on to 3 rifles, they are able to get a pretty good buy in this round. Taz going aggressive once again into mid. We'll see if this actually works. Not sure if anybody was close enough to hear that vent getting broken out there.
Very impressed right now by Mousesports. Think about the roller coaster ride of emotions here they've been through. They take an absolute spanking on the first map, and then they go into the second map losing 4 rounds in a row, and then finally they actually come back, and now they look completely composed. They look like they're in charge of the game, and they know exactly what they're doing. That takes a lot of mental strength. It's very hard in this game if you end up losing that many rounds in a row. They are professionals, and if anything, you have to say Mousesports have been here before many times.
No, they're just saying they don't want another.
They're done.
They're done. It's time to get the job done here. And so it is going to be a push onto the A site. Snacks has rotated into backup Bialy. Bialy in an uncommon spot, actually holding on the site itself. Not his usual stomping grounds, and so we'll see if he's going to be able to catch them coming around the corner because the push has begun for Mousesports. 3 players here for Virtus.pro, and Nico crouching on the angle. Not going to be able to get anything out of it, though. Bialy and Snacks picking up big kills, and it's going to be Spitty finally going to put a kill on the board here for Mousesports, and some big damage going out.
Look at Speedy, completely erratic inside the bomb site. It's Dennis now trying to stay alive. He gets a kill, but it is not enough. Virtus.pro finally shutting it down. Snacks with the triple kill. I've got to say I'm impressed as well. That early grenade that Bialy threw out, Nico literally walked right into it and took 51 damage. That doesn't happen too often. When you got Kevlar, that's a lot of damage in 1 grenade, so a bit unfortunate there. Now, Mousesports have the money to buy, and even if they lose this round, they could buy again. So these 4 rounds have been very impressive for them, and they've built up a massive economy. And that really matters, you know. If you win the 1 round there, as Virtus.pro just did, and you immediately force Mousesports back on pistols, that's such an easy free win for you, but that's not the case here. Instead, Virtus.pro going to have to fight for it, and they do have 3 people over by B, and that's where Dennis is showing up here out of the vents, and he's going to get no kills. Speedy following it up next as well, taking down Neo, and inside the bomb site, Snacks doesn't stand a chance. He had 3 HP left, and he's going to be gone. Taz goes down. Speedy, I have no idea how he got that kill. He was caught jumping mid-air and still managed to touch down and get the frag. It's going to be Bialy here, spraying through the vent, and headshots Chris, takes him out, and now it's a 1-on-2.
And he has to bide his time. Only problem is he has no idea where the remaining players are for Mousesports. He has no idea that there's a player waiting around the corner for him. Again, he can't see these outlines. We get to have that extra information. He's going in blind, and so he's trying to check the angles, make sure that nobody's waiting around the angle for him. But he's running out of time. That bomb is ticking down, and so it's an incendiary out onto the side, trying to force Snacks out into the open. He's going to get it to work, and then the pre-fire onto Speedy. The clutch round coming in for Bialy. Does he have enough time to actually get this defuse going? And it's going to be so very close. It doesn't actually look like it. He's already frustrated. Exactly 1 second left, and it's not going to happen. 7th round. And Mousesports, they come right back into it, tie it up, and that resets Virtus Pro's economy.
I'm gonna need for someone to do the math here, but I think there is a very slim chance that ELEAGUE can simply make the decision to stand in the fire for the last second and then defuse the bomb. I think that was actually a choice that he may have had. Man, what a great 1v3 for ELEAGUE, but you know, 1 second short, and that's all it took. Mousesports gonna equalize, and look at what it does to Virtus Pro. Scout here, and some upgraded pistols, but almost no armor. And they all stack up in the B bomb side, except for Neo.
And what's worse, what adds insult to injury, is that was his incendiary that stopped him from getting on the bomb.
Yeah, but that's even more of a reason why I think he should have been able to step on it in the last second, you know, just, I think mathematically he could have defused that bomb.
Ah. Oh, that's a sour pill. And VP, they're tied up now, 5-5. And we're looking for the first team to get to the 16th round, or to get 16 rounds here. It's best of 30. So far, very tight, very close map between both of these teams. Virtus Pro currently up 1-0 in this best of 3 in the semifinals here. And so we'll see if they're going to be able to come back into this. I mean, they have invested in this round. They've picked up some pistols, and they've gone for a stack. A risky play coming in here for Virtus Pro, putting 4 players on the A site, expecting Mousesports to walk into this trap. And we'll see if it actually happens here, because Mousesports, they've got that bomb in A halls.
Look at Bialy. Pushed up all the way through Squeak Door, and is once again about to be behind the Mousesports lineup. It might be too late at this point here. Molotovs are already reining in. The rest of Virtus Pro is starting to get over towards the A side of the map, but now Nico going to be charging through. He does look right at Taz, but can't quite see the smoke covering there, and that's a great shot from Pasha. Also, Snacks helping out, taking down Nex. Right now, it's an even trade, and Taz is up here a little bit too soon with the shot. They weren't checking it. Bialy in Squeak Door, he can't get the kill. That was the big chance.
What are we actually witnessing here? Dennis with the spray in the round before. This time it's Bialy just missing every bullet. Not exactly the best Counter-Strike, but still, Neo's going to go ahead and demonstrate what a one-shot can do. Picks up the kill, brings it back to a 1v2. Spitty is full HP, but Chris J is very low. Chris J actually has to play a little bit more passive, and he's actually going to step out right into the open. He leads the way, counting on Spitty to get the job done and find the kill in the end. So good teamwork there in the end for Mousesports. That puts them in the lead now. 6 rounds on the board for them, 5 for Virtus Pro. And, well, Mousesports, I mean, they still have just a fantastic economy to work with. Full buy for them, and with some money in the bank. Virtus Pro are the ones who are in a bit of a tough spot. They have to actually go for the half buy. They can't go for the rifles. They don't have enough.
Maybe not even a half buy. This is what we normally refer to, I think, as double eco. You know, they've just saved with only pistols. They have to do it again. And it comes off the back of that really aggressive buy that they did, and then they couldn't even win the round. That's why they're being punished right now. They are running straight into the middle. This is some fairly mad Counter-Strike that we're watching right now. This doesn't happen all the time. But Bialy and Snatch trying to see if they can move up. Again, they might be just a second too slow as Mousesports, not realizing they're being flanked, but pushing right in. And I think maybe actually they did hear some footsteps, because you can see Speedy being a little bit paranoid at the moment.
Yeah, they've got that smoke down as well. Just blocking off A main. The bomb has been planted, and so it's going to start ticking. And now it's up to VP to see if they can actually find a kill. What their aim is here now, Virtus Pro, is to find somebody overextending on Mousesports' side, get that kill, pick up his gun, and run and save it. And so we'll see. Bialy's holding close, so Dennis might walk right into this trap. It's a little bit scary. I mean, Bialy with the CZ75 and Kevlar means that he is up close, he is lethal.
I mean, right now, nobody from Mousesports should be walking anywhere alone. They can't give up any AKs, and especially not that AWP on Chris here. Dennis has got back up, so Bialy is done either way. Good headshot from Nico, and that will be the end of the round here, leading to a 7th round for Mousesports, which on cash is a very solid foundation. You can't really say it's enough. We've seen people pick up a tremendous amount of rounds on this first half and still lose. Oh, that looks very comfortable. Is that a bunny on him? Or, yeah, it is.
Are you kidding me? That is a bunny.
That's incredible. You know, it's on the internet, so you just automatically assume it's a cat.
Right?
It's how the internet works.
The ears say it all. All right. Fantastic. Mousesports. Are you actually going to commit, though? That's the question. It's a little bit like their first buy round here, Mousesports. They do not want to give Virtus Pro time to set up. They're just going to go stomping out onto this A side. It looks like VP, though, they have 3 players here. Pretty strong defensive setup for Virtus Pro, and this could get hairy for Mousesports. They're going to step out into the open, no fear at all. Next finds the first kill, and it's traded. Bialy's there just wreaking havoc, but Dennis is going to find the trade kill back. into a 3-on-3, and that bomb is not planted. Neo is on the site, and Taz flanks Nico. They showed some bravery, Mouse Sports, but this time around, Virtus Pro had the proper defensive setup to deal with that kind of aggression.
So they really ran into some trouble in this round here, and part of it has to do with the fact that they couldn't breach this line. You have to, when you're pushing out of main, which you come in here from the terrace side, you need to get past and actually into the bomb site. When they slow down inside of this box here and they just sort of get stuck and take the fight, that's not good enough. They have to keep pushing. They sort of only committed halfway to that attack, and it isn't good enough. So Mouse Sports, I think they sort of halfway did that to themselves, but also a pretty good setup, I think, for Virtus Pro, and good defense being set up there.
Yeah, everybody hitting their shots. That's the key. But we're in the 14th round. 2 rounds left in this first half. We'll see if Mouse Sports can extend their lead or if Virtus Pro are going to be able to tie it up in this round. 7-6 for Mouse Sports. And so just 2 ops in play, 1 for each team. And Dennis, he's going to find Snacks in mid. Beautiful work. Dennis with the double entry in mid, just completely splitting this site in half now. This map. They have a way, they can go whichever way now, Mouse Sports. Now that they have mid control, it can be A or it can be B, and it looks like they want to settle on the pointy ladder here.
And Nico pushing up, does get caught switching from grenade to weapon, but Bialy picking up a secondary kill, taking down Dennis. And suddenly it's in a 3-on-3, so just a moment of hesitation there for Mouse Sports, and it backfires on them really heavily. And now, who knows what they can do? They don't even know if anyone from VP snuck up behind them. They're in a lot of trouble right now. Starting to creep in through the vent. Chris has got the bomb and he's alone. That's always worrying. Imagine if he goes down here and the bomb is in the vents, then Nex and Speedy have to try and crawl back in to pick it up. Bialy's right there, and that's exactly what happens. The bomb dropped in the vent. They might as well go back. There's no point in Speedy fighting this. He's going to go down to Pasture, and now Nex. I don't know how you get out of this. With 25 seconds, I don't even think it's possible. He gets a headshot on Bialy. Still 24 seconds, has to go and see if he can pick up that bomb, which he finally does. Has a chance to get back to the A bomb site, but look at Neo. He already sees it. He's reading this so well.
Now he's going to have the line. As soon as Nex steps across the corner, one tap. There we go. 9 seconds left, and he's going to get that bomb plant. Pasha not close enough to deny it, and now Nex in a position where he can actually clutch this for his team. Pasha working right around the angle, goes through it in the clutch. 1v3. What a huge play for Nex. That completely turns it around. And VP, they were so close to tying it up, but it's that kind of heroic play that's going to turn it around here for Mouse Sports.
What an obnoxious round. That was actually, look at this. Nex, before this round, he had 4 kills, which is the same as Chris had. He has before this round, Nex had very nearly no impact on this game at all. And then he just steps in and gets the triple, clutches the round, and brings them an 8th round. That's just incredible.
Well, that's, I mean, it's a night of incredible plays. Olafmeister with his 1v3. Now we saw Nex pull it off. That's not something you see every day. And so, I mean, you know, we're getting spoiled a little bit here, Anders.
I mean, definitely. And Mouse Sports, again, this comes off of the back of a really heavy beating that they took earlier on in the semifinals. And mentally, they seem to be getting back into it, which is very, very exciting, especially if you're a Mouse Sports fan. And, you know, even in spite of everything, they still have a few left, Sam. I've heard stories.
It's true. It's true. I mean, again, this is the 15th round now. This is the last round of this first half, and VP have spent all of their money trying to give themselves the best chance possible to turn this around, or at least narrow that lead for Mouse Sports down to 1 round. So 2 rifles, 3 pistols, and while Mouse Sports getting closer to having that mid control, Taz dancing right on the edge here by Sugar Cube in mid. He's going to get caught by Dennis, who sprays him down. 3 health left on Dennis, so it's cutting it close, but he had his teammates there to back him up to make sure that nobody can trade the kill.
And what you saw really early on is that Mouse Sports used a couple of Molotovs to check some corners in the middle that they don't then have to check with the rifles. They already know no one is in by the sandbags, and they're using them here again to force Pasher out. Very good grenade use coming out of the terrorist side here. Just checking all the corners they need to with the Molotovs and then walking safely in. There's not much Speedy can do about that one. They put up the smoke to try and stay safe, and Snags just doesn't care. Takes him down anyway with the deal. I don't think it'll change the outcome of this round. It's still a 2-on-4 here. Good kill from Bialy. Dennis was already very low. The bomb is down though, and it's planted exactly for the 2 remaining Mouse Sports members, Nico and Nex, who are in checker. And Bialy going down. Nico with a very good kill.
What a fantastic shot from Nico. That just shuts it down here for Virtus Pro. It's all on Snacks, and he's not going to be able to get the kill. Chris J is there to save the day. And it's a 9-6 score at the end of this first half. Mouse Sports doing excellent work, really coming back into it. Looked like a real shaky start for him with VP taking 4 rounds in a row, but then it was the Mousesports show. They just completely took control of that first half. And we'll have to see what Virtus.pro have in store for us in the second half when they swap over onto the offense, onto that T side. And we'll find that out after the break, so don't leave. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back here, second half, second map, and it's Virtus.pro and Mousesports in a best of 3 to decide who's going to face Fnatic in the grand final tomorrow at TBS. What a game it's been already. Mousesports look like they were ready to tap out of this, but somehow they managed to stay alive, and now they're actually in the lead here, 9-6. And we seem to be entering the Twilight Zone because the top performers right now are Speedy and then followed up by Dennis. They're both at 15 kills. That almost never happens on Mousesports.
No, these are, in general, these guys are the bottom fraggers. They're the ones who sit at the bottom of the scoreboard. They do a lot of the work to set up Chris J, to set up Nex, to set up Nico. Instead, I mean, the roles have completely swapped. Now it's Mousesports. You know, they're the ones leading the charge. And it's a bit top-heavy for Virtus.pro as well. Taz and Neo right now struggling to actually have that impact. They're both sitting in low single digits. So we need to see, I mean, there's a few players for both teams that we need to see start to wake up here.
I would say Speedy probably the most criticized player on this roster for quite a while. Our very own Richard Lewis loves to talk about that.
Dennis as well.
Dennis as well, yeah. And I don't think it's for no reason at all. They really sort of historically haven't been doing too well. I think you were even pointing out sort of over the course of ELEAGUE here, their ADRs are some of the lowest in the team. that's a big problem. But right now, they're really stepping it up, and it makes a massive difference.
I mean, even Mouse Sports, the org, their own org, and it take shots. You know, like they had a whiteboard where it was like, what are we doing, right? What's our strats? You know, rush A, rush B, sacrifice Dennis. You know, it's just like, oh, if you're Dennis and you're reading that, you're like, how? You're supposed to be my brothers.
Look at this great. That's a Buffalo Wild Wings. Bringing mom, dad, best friend as well, and enjoying Counter-Strike.
Dad does not look pleased, I'm just saying.
That's a family dinner that I could get behind. You know, I don't know how family dinners are in your family, Semler, but every once in a while, it'd be nice to have some Counter-Strike to, you know, distract from the conversation and keep everything civil.
Yes, that's fair. Fair. Pretty sure we've had some family dinners like that. On the French side of my family, you don't have a dinner. It isn't considered like a complete dinner until there's been at least one argument where your plates might fly. Right, so it's a good time. Yeah, keeps it lively. I don't know if we need CS actually.
There's enough action.
Yeah, there's enough
already.
action as it is.
I like that. So we do have a slight technical issue here that we're sorting out. As you can tell, Kassar there in the back line, the coach from our sports, talking to the admin real quick to sort out whatever is going on. Gives the players a bit of breathing room. This next pistol round that's coming up is going to be instrumental. If Mouse Sports win it, then they're almost there onto a third map, and maybe they could still make it to the grand finals. I think we've sorted it out, so now counting down 15 seconds, and we're going to be live with the game here. Mouse Sports now on the defending side, the CT side, and Virtus Pro, the Polish team, on the terrorist side. They're going to be the ones to see if they can make this work. And you can already tell, just from this buy, that Virtus Pro have set up for what we would call a set execute. They're ready to pull out some pretty deep strats here. They've got 3 smoke grenades, 1 Molotov, and they're headed to the A side of the map. And only Nico's there to defend. Oh, no.
No, this is, this is Mouse Sports making a big play, though. Look at this. They're going to go for the counter boost in mid. Dennis, Speedy, and next, they can go for... if Nico figures it out that this is going to be a full commit coming in from Virtus Pro towards the A site, if they can actually land the jump at some point, they might be able to have a real flank, a very quick flank from Mouse Sports, much faster than Virtus Pro would expect. Neo is not in A main. He's actually taking the fight with Nico, but if they actually put somebody back in A main, exactly, Neo, he's going to get caught. Dennis, not going to hit the shot.
Oh, they need to now. They're being flashed, and here comes all of Virtus Pro. Oh, no. Dennis and Next going to get run over. The Glock's just too much to handle, and they give up those USP pistols. That's a really big problem. The bomb is planted exactly for main, so no problem for Virtus Pro to cover it. If they try and defuse, you could see Speedy's the one with the kit. He has to find some kind of space here to get the defuse. He's going to try it once, but oh, is he being covered? There comes the Molotov. He's holding it in, and oh, no. He's going to burn alive. It will be Virtus Pro picking up that pistol round, and that makes this a very competitive map.
Picking up both pistol rounds, in fact, but that is probably one of the sickest plays I've seen in a good long while. That bank with the Molotov, it doesn't get better than that. Speedy's thinking, I've got 1.5 seconds until I'm done defusing, I can hang in, and then Snack's like, nope, too much damage, he doesn't live through it, and so VP pick up both pistol rounds here on Cash. And well, on the first map in this best of 3, they traded pistols. Now VP have actually picked up the second one. VP are currently up 1-0 in maps, and it's a best of 3. And so VP have set themselves up nicely here to really apply the pressure to Mouse Sports. Mouse Sports not fully investing in this round. Just going for a few deagles, a couple of grenades, but they are going to be saving as much money as possible for that first buy round in the 19th round.
And I kind of appreciate that, and it seems to be a trend that we're heading towards more and more. Nico missing some shots with the deagle. And again, these are the sort of shots that he's been hitting in the past without much difficulty, really.
Yeah, he has made it look easy, right? He has one of the craziest ace deagle rounds we've ever seen on Cash not too long ago. But Nico, he will be able to get a little bit of damage onto Snacks, just saying hello. But that bomb has made its way onto the bomb site, and so it should get planted. Taz will eventually snuff Nico, and it's a man advantage now for Virtus Pro. Pasha spotting Speedy, who was lurking in mid as well. That doesn't help things here for Mouse Sports. Maybe Dennis can get lucky, but that door, when he opens it, it's going to make noise, and they're going to see him coming from a mile away. Bialy's there to take him out. Neo finds Next, and things are going according to plan here for Virtus Pro.
Taz picking up a kill on Speedy. And Chris shuffling around in the back lines here. He hasn't really got anything worth saving, but he's going to try for the pop flash there. He flashes 3 people, but because he only has the USP, he can't even follow it up. There'll be a triple kill for Taz instead, and that brings us to a 9-8 scoreline. And again, Mouse Sports, very, very light investment into this round, and I don't blame them for it.
Well, the pressure's going to start mounting on Mousesports right now. On the first map in the second half, I mean, it was just a total and utter collapse for Mousesports. They picked up one round, and it was just the VP show the entire way through. This half now, I mean, VP have got the pistol. They're fixed to tie it up to 9-9 here, considering Mousesports have to stay on pistols again. It's all going to be about this next round for Mousesports, if they're going to make a difference, or if VP are just going to be able to roll over them and get into that finals to face off against Fnatic, the Swedes, tomorrow.
And you're right in mentioning the CT side on train for Mousesports as being very confusing. They didn't seem like they had much of a chance against the Virtus.pro. Cash is a different map, sure, but playing the CT side, there are some commonalities either way between the two maps. You've got to be very careful about setting up your defense on Cash. They've got a 5-man stack going on the A bomb site, pretty much going hard in on that, and it's the wrong bomb site.
Yeah, sometimes you take that gamble. You go for the risk, you want to try and catch VP, and it's just not going to happen. VP one step ahead, they get mid control, and they open up the B site. Well, Snacks eventually should be able to find the kill on Dennis. He will. It's a bonus $600 in his pocket for that kill. He's going to be able to spot out the guys who have been boosted up as well, but it's Nex is actually going to find the kill first. So making it a little bit more expensive here. Nico hoping to pick up that UMP and actually put it to good use, but Bialy's going to be there just in the nick of time, spraying all over the place, and he's going to get overrun rather.
Yeah, so a little bit confusing here. Maybe Virtus.pro losing a couple more players than they needed to. Great flashbang, but Taz just deciding to hold in mouse one, and that's very easy when you've already got the aim on that vent. There are not a lot of places they can go anyway, so might as well just do that. Chris, I think, hoping to get someone to blow up with the bomb here, but that's not going to happen, and it will be Virtus.pro equalizing the scoreline, making it 9-9, as Mousesports can finally buy in this second half here. AWP being picked up on Chris, and I feel like we need to see a lot more out of him. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard with 7 kills.
Yeah, he's going to be the difference maker. Definitely. Snacks has got the op on his side for Virtus.pro. And while we really do need to see 3 of these players from Mousesports start to wake up, I mean, 2 players are in double digits in the mid-teens. The rest of them single digits. That's not good enough, Mousesports. You need to start actually, you know, Nico, Nex, Chris J. It's unreal still that Nico, who's usually so consistent, even when his team is losing, they're struggling to get anything going right here. And Chris J getting picked off by Snacks in mid isn't going to help.
Nico at least gets the refrag on Taz, but still trading 2 for 1 is not a good sign if you're on the CT side. In fact, a lot of the time, that's going to prompt you to try and get some aggression in there. Try and see if you can't win it back. Because if you just wait around, eventually Virtus.pro will figure out where the defense is light, and that's where they're going to hit. So waiting is generally not a great idea if you're in a 3v4 like this one. Nico would be in position for it, maybe. You could also see Speedy's trying to peek around that corner. Want to see if he can find the kill there and almost catches Neo. That could have been good.
Does just a little bit of damage, but that flash isn't really going to help things here. And so Neo can now set this up. They have the info on where one player is set up here for Mousesports on this B site. That's Speedy outside of Checkered Halls. And so he's going to be able to get the flank on Bialy. Neo not quick enough. Eventually they'll find the kill, but that opens it up for Nex on high to pick up a kill of his own. So we're into a 2-on-2. Bomb not quite made it, but the long lurk coming in from Pasha worked his way through mid. Eventually catches Nex, and now it's all on Nico. 1v2.
This is the sort of situation he has to clutch. His team desperately needs this right now. He's not been spotted yet, but he also just barely misses Snacks there, walking out of the bomb site. Nico, somehow, they're just not seeing each other. He's going to be walking right into Snacks' point of view here, and that's going to be the end of it. Triple kill for Snacks. And a huge round for Virtus.pro. That was the first time Mousesports could buy. It doesn't work out for them. And Virtus.pro 6 rounds away from making it to the grand finals.
Yeah, deep breath. We just have to remind you guys as well that for Nico and Mousesports, this is the first time in a major tournament like this that they've made it this deep into the tournament, the semifinals. And so there's that to contend with as well. Virtus.pro, it's expected that they make top 8, that they make top 4. Mousesports, this is a shock. They are true underdogs in this scenario. And they just don't, they lack the experience to be able to perform at the level we expect of them, right? That's why we're so shocked. Nico, where's Nico? It just might be that this is the first time in the semis for him. It's changed. The situation has changed. And so he's having to adapt. He's having to learn on the fly here versus some of the best players in the world.
Well, there's a good start. Maybe teaching Pasha a lesson about peeking a little bit too far there. I do think that, you know, we need more of those shots coming in from Nico. That's the first time in a while we've seen a 1 deke from him. It's a 4-on-4 still, and Virtus.pro very quick with the rotation, and that's going to pay off indeed. Nico's also rotated back, and Nex is picking up a headshot there. And finally, it sees like Virtus.pro are going to commit to pushing into the site.
Well, these digs, though. There we go. Next, shuts down Bialy. He's got the angle on Neo as well. Not going to be able to find the kill, but now Nico's got an AK to play with. This could get interesting. A 2-on-2 scenario. Bomb getting planted out in the open. Nico not going to take the bait. Instead, waiting for his teammate to get into position. That's Speedy on short, doing some good damage to Snacks, and he might be able to find the kill eventually. But now they've got them hemmed in, and it's all on Nico. He catches Neo, and it's all on Snacks now. 1v2. He knows that they're low. He switches to his pistol. And just using the smoke so cleverly, he might be able to get between the two of them here. Speedy looking the wrong way, has no idea. And they're both looking the wrong way. And now it's all on Nico to clutch it. Back-to-back clutch attempts, and Nico has to come through this time for Mouse Sports, and it's just not going to happen. Snacks playing the clock, playing the time, and he's going to be able to come through in the end. 1v2. And Mouse Sports just can't get anything to go their way here in the second half.
What an incredibly silly 1v2. I mean, if at any point, oh, look at the reaction coming out. You see Kassan just patting Nico on the back there, but he is furious right now, and I can't blame him. I don't know if they realized how low on health Snacks was, but if they had just sprayed with anything, just pistol shots coming through the smoke, and that would have been the end of the round immediately. So, oh, that's incredibly frustrating. A big chance for Mouse Sports, and they kind of let it slip out of their fingers. Now, they have the double up set up. Nico and Chris J. See if they can make it work. Nico being fairly aggressive over by Squeak here, but it's Neo who opens up on Speedy, taking him out and giving them an advantage, followed up by Snacks who drops Dennis. This is not looking good.
No, now they're losing the individual duels, and one. Snacks, the no-scope, and now he's just styling. Takes down Nico on short, but that no-scope flick. Is this MLG? I saw somebody with the shirt in the crowd, but I'm not sure.
Well, we do have at least Puckett here, so we're halfway there. No, but you see the smile on a guy with the Virtus Pro shirt on. You're allowed to have that smile. It's the perfect day to be wearing that shirt. Now, we do have a timeout from Mouse Sports. I mean, they're not that far behind in rounds, but something is definitely not working. And the problem is, when you lose a 2v1 like the one they did to Snacks there, that has such a big impact on sort of the mentality, especially the people involved. You saw the reaction of Nico. You should almost replay that, because that says a lot about how much he's invested mentally, emotionally in this game. That really takes a toll on you.
No, it's brutal for a player like Nico as well, just because he is here. His drive, it's insane. He just cares so much. It's all about the win for him, and he's not quite made it there. He hasn't picked up a trophy just yet. This is the closest they've been.
Yeah, and their story, as with this particular lineup, has just been one of upsets. You see it there as well. Just, I mean, I enjoy it on the level that I know Nico cares so much. He's so invested into this. This is not just, a game for him. He's been here so many times, as you said. But that's also the problem. You do learn more and more every time you lose at this top level, but eventually it also becomes sort of almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. You start to realize maybe there's going to be another one of those times, and we're so close but we can't quite make it, and maybe we're just not meant to make it, and it gets worse and worse, They're not the only team to experience this. I don't want to bring it up, but there's a team called Astralis.
You're inflicting this pain on yourself here, Anders, I'm just saying.
They go through a similar progression, and it's as painful. And the crowd, just to make it worse, are chanting Virtus Pro, just making sure Mouse Sports aren't feeling too welcome here.
That's where they need to, this is where the difference will tell. Mouse Sports, the difference in experience. They need to be able to just screen the chant out. You see a team like Fnatic, a world-dominating team, it doesn't matter. They were the most hated team in Counter-Strike. That didn't stop them from winning every tournament. They still just dominated, whether the fans were cheering for them or not.
You almost felt like maybe they were doing it out of spite, just to do it. Well, we do have another very aggressive attempt here in the middle with Pasha opening up, taking down Nico. They only have pistols and armor here on the Mouse Sports side. Dennis is picking up very aggressive and going to be running into Taz. He goes down, and that makes it a 5-on-3. Virtus Pro is 3 kills away from a 13th round, 4 rounds away from a grand finals against Fnatic.
And the patience just being demonstrated here. Once Pasha actually manages to open things up, he gets that first kill, just stops and waits to see if Mouse Sports are going to go for some kind of aggression to try and bring it back their way. Mouse Sports, they're pushing B halls, and nobody's there to greet them. VP, they've managed to just sneak their way out onto that A site. Nobody there. And so for Mouse Sports now, it's almost just, you write this round off. It didn't work. We tried to go for the risky stack again. And Virtus Pro are demonstrating an uncanny ability right now of dodging the stacks. They're not walking into the traps that Mouse Sports are setting for them. Virtus Pro just keep making the correct choice based off the information given to them in mid by Pasha, and also by Taz obviously catching that flank from Dennis. Snacks just obliterates Nex in mid. Okay.
Jumping up on that box as well, doing it. Fairly impressive shot. Leaving Chris to just try and see if he could steal a rifle away from somebody. Pasha covering though in the middle, and that's going to be the end of the round here. 13-9 the scoreline, and at the moment it's Snacks topping the scoreboard at 23 kills, closely followed by Bialy at 18 kills.
You want to show off your dirty living room, man? Still.
That, without feeding too much into the stereotype, Semler, that seems like a very common gamer type room, doesn't it?
It doesn't actually look that dirty to me. That says it all.
That tells you all you need to know, really. 23rd round is coming up here. Chris on the one hand, Snacks on the other with the AWP. A lot of Molotovs in play on either team. Mouse Sports need to make their mark right now. If they want to come back and win this, they've got to stop Virtus Pro cold in the tracks right here.
Well, Chris J actually having some success with that AWP would certainly help. Neo trying to bait a reaction. Once again, it's this duel between these two players, and we might have a peekaboo moment here. Neo just crouching behind the box. There we go, stands up. But Chris, he's holding a bit more of a passive angle. He doesn't expose himself to that. Dennis is going to catch Pasha in mid, and so early aggression paying off here for Mouse Sports. And we see if he can actually make his way out. Snacks misses the shot. Dennis just barely manages to escape. And so this is all on Mouse Sports now, just taking a deep breath. They realize now we have the advantage in this round until just that point when Neo finds Chris J eventually.
Yeah, but you were leading up to a very valid point, which is that there is no reason to fight when you're in a 4v5. Again, you know they have to get onto a bomb site to put the bomb down, so you might as well just wait for that to happen. Now, a 4-on-4 here, and Virtus Pro are going to be quite content with this situation. Nex and Speedy are all the way outside of the B bomb site. Dennis is not far off the rotation either, but they've lost mid control. And again, somehow, Virtus Pro are managing to call this situation very well. They found out the one spot where the weakness is. They're going to be sneaking up here. Nico is looking the right way. Neo is causing a distraction, and he gets a headshot on Speedy. That's absurd, taking him down while the rest of Virtus Pro pushing into the A bomb site. Neo is just a distraction here, and he's playing it very well. Almost sprays down next, just a deagle out. He's going to get headshot, but over at the A side of the map, they're trying to make it across. Headshot takes down Dennis. Bialy picking up that kill, and with 5 seconds left, they're going to get the bomb plant. And what on earth can Nex do now?
He's got 5 points of health and a dream. Because right now, Bialy and Taz, they're set up perfectly to deal with him. They have the crossfire established. They can sack Bialy on that site. Taz and A main is going to be the linchpin here. Taz doesn't even need to peek because that bomb is planted for him. And so Bialy should be the first point of contact for Virtus Pro. And you see him dancing around by quad boxes. He wants to try and catch Nex out, and he will. Nex will find the kill. But now that 1v1. And Nex sees this coming from a mile away, but it doesn't matter. With only 5 points of health, Taz had to hit 1 bullet. And will get the clutch in the end for Virtus Pro, putting them up onto 14 rounds. And Mouse Sports, they just don't have a strong economy here. Do they have enough to even go for the big buy? Not really.
Yeah, they don't, but at the same time, saving would be granting the sort of the match point here to Virtus Pro, so they're going to put everything into this round and see if they can make it work. The Polish team, just an incredible force on the first map. On the second map, they really want to fight Fnatic, and maybe they're going to get a chance to here. Already Snacks taking down Chris, pushing in behind the flashbang, but a great reply as Dennis and Speedy pick up a kill each and make it a 4-on-3. Bialy looking to get in through the vents here. There are 2 people covering on the other side, but they're looking the wrong way. Speedy, I'm not sure what he was covering there.
He just gets caught, and that was a remarkably ugly spray by Taz there. I mean, I think he got a little excited trying to get that kill because he knew where the man was holding from, saw the nades bounce off the walls, but that's not going to matter in the end if you can't actually land the shot. Dennis manages to get off that site intact, and Nex just stands his ground, but Neo's going to snuff him. And it's a man advantage now for Virtus Pro pushing onto this B site. Molotovs, grenades raining in everywhere, and Nico going for the big risk play. Pushes through the smoke, but he's going to get caught. Neo not going to win the duel, but he's so low, Nico. He only has 7 points of health. And Virtus Pro will make it up to match point, just like that in the blink of an eye. A long, drawn-out fight, and it goes their way.
One more round, and they are in the grand finals here. The alternative is Mousesports winning 6 in a row, and it's based off of 2 scouts. They are a level below the AWP sniper. They're not a one-shot kill with a body shot there. Mousesports, again, investing everything they have to try and stop what's going on here, but seems almost impossible at this point. I don't know what it will take to stop Virtus.pro. Even Fnatic, I think, must realize at this point that they're going to have a really gruesome fight on their hands in that grand finals.
It's going to be tough, but right now, I mean, this is incredible. On the first map in the second half, Mousesports picked up 1 round. So far in this second half, they've picked up none. It's been a perfect streak for VP on the offense. Round after round, they've completely obliterated the Mousesports defense, and now, well, Nico's there with the scout. He's going to catch Taz. That's a nice shot.
All right, then. All right, one very passionate Nico fan there.
That was graceful. Nicely done, Bialy.
He's jumping in the back line still. It's not impossible, but what we're really seeing is just that Mousesports needs so much work on their CT side. Just a lot of things that aren't working. And Virtus.pro, again, they keep finding the weaknesses and they exploit them to perfection. It's Chris and Speedy who are inside the B bomb site with Nex very close by. And looks like Virtus.pro for once may have walked into the wrong bomb site here. But with an early kill like that, does it really matter? Now the Molotovs come in. Oh, it's a jump shot. Chris takes down Neo with a headshot from the scout. And is looking for more. The bomb is on the low ground. There's Nex coming in with the MP9. Dropping 2 kills. Picks up the AWP. And Snax is all alone here. 1 on 4. He's going to go down. Mousesports win the round.
And a 9-round streak for Virtus.pro comes to an end. Finally, Mousesports showing us some fight. They take this to double digits. 10 rounds on the board for them. And while they keep it alive, basically. But VP, they've got 5 chances now to close out this series and get that spot in the grand finals. It is so close for them, and we just have to see if that was a bit of a fluke sort of performance. Next in the perfect spot. Chris J with some flashy plays. But VP so far, they've been the ones successful just controlling this first half. And it looks like they want to go back for some early aggression on that A side. Taz just charging in, spots Nico going aggressive towards Squeak. Little does he know, though, Nico's got an AWP. They cannot just go for the aggressive re-peek on him. They could get punished.
I think they really wanted to catch him out, but they're not going to press the issue too much. Just waiting back for a moment. And Nico, I think, is very scared that if he tries to fall back, he would have got picked off. That's why he just ended up using almost all of his grenades just to get back from that position. And in fact, they weren't even peeking it, but better safe than sorry, I suppose.
Exactly right. Now we actually have a pretty solid defense on that A site. 3 players there for Mousesports. Virtus.pro deciding to back off. It's time to change things up. They still have Neo camping B halls, and he hasn't seen anybody go aggressive. Mousesports, in fact, I mean, similar to the last round, it's very tricky stuff because they're completely giving up mid control. And this gives Virtus.pro a lot of room to maneuver with. It just means that Mousesports have very little information to go off of, and so that's why they go to a default kind of setup. They're like, right, just defend the sites, hope that we can hit our shots when Virtus.pro comes, because we're not going to get any warning. There's no early warning system here for Mousesports.
No,
VP will have
exactly
the element
right.
of surprise.
Right now, nothing crazy coming out of the CT side. You're right indeed. Look at the clock here, though. Virtus.pro, this is going to be on a knife's edge. 25 seconds. Next is up on the high ground. There's Nico taking out 1 kill. Pasha dropped already. Next waiting on the railing. And they're going to try and see if they can bring the bomb in here. 18 seconds left. If there's one mistake, this round is going to fall apart. But they get 2 kills to enter with. Now it's just on Nico. 10 seconds left. They're going to plant right in front of him. He gets the kill on Bialy, but it's not enough here. Snax running in, and they will get the bomb plant through. Neo picking up Speedy. Oh no, it goes down with just a couple of seconds. And Chris is left alone. 1 on 3, trying to push out. It's not going to work. He goes down, and Virtus.pro, they're in the grand finals. What an amazing run. They end up picking up the first map in convincing fashion. It looked like it was going to be different on the second map, but certainly as long as Mousesports were playing on the terrorist side, they were putting up a lot of fight. CT side, they just cannot do it. That means we're going to have Fnatic playing Virtus.pro. What a match that's going to be.
The trolls. Snax and Taz. That's what's insane about this roster. The longest standing roster in CSGO. They've been together for nearly 3 years now, and some of these players have played together for over a decade. Neo and Taz, part of the original roster along with Pasha of the Golden Five that ruled CS 1.6. I mean, it's just incredible to see that they're able to continue going on, continue playing at a high level, and continue making top 8s, and this time a finals. We'll hear what the analysts have to say about this match after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.